run on that direction. 1 second, put the story runner.
So you can start even though your client's not here?
Yes, yes.
All right, according to Mr. Tacopina, it's okay, we're back on the record, all parties counsel. The jurors are present except Mr. Mayers is not present for the moment, and that's agreeable with you?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
All right, Mr. Ephron is on the stand. Mr. Wellman, you can resume your requirements.
Thank you. Mr. Ephron, did you call me yesterday to correct something about your testimony last week?
Yes.
And what was it specifically that you wanted to correct for the jury?
So, I think on cross, Tacopina asked me, Mr. Tacopina asked me about a shooting range that I went to in Los Angeles. I forget the dates, but that was 2 weeks prior to me texting Rockind, and I was there on a business trip, finalizing my jewelry company that I had, and I was staying
Let me
with
stop
a
you.
business partner.
The exhibit that you're talking about, was that a video that was played of you at a shooting range?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and are you saying that, well, since,
The record shows that Mr. Mayers is
what was it that you did over the weekend that helped you refresh your memory on where that video was captured?
Well, I went through my Instagram story because I didn't understand the question he asked. It was too fast. It was 3 years ago. I need time to, I didn't know I needed homework.
So you went back through Instagram to look at the videos surrounding that to figure out where that video was shot?
Correct.
And it was from that you figured out that you were in Los Angeles at that time?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember the date that that video was captured?
I think it was,
Well, I think the testimony on cross was that it was captured on October 19th of 2021. Does that sound right?
that's correct.
And when you went back and looked at the video, was that what you observed as well?
Yeah, I had a story mode with a bunch of pictures, and I had multiple guns, not the 2 guns he showed. I had a lot of guns on the table that I was using.
So my question though was that the video was shot on October 19th, correct?
Yes, it was.
You said you were here on business, correct?
Yes,
What, do you remember what day you flew in?
the 16th.
So October 16th, 2021?
Yes.
And after the video was shot, did you leave Los Angeles prior to this incident that we've been talking about in November?
Say that again, please?
Yes. So you fly in on October 16th.
Yeah,
The video is shot October 19th. When did you next leave Los Angeles?
the 20th.
Of October?
Yes.
Okay. And when you flew out of Los Angeles, was that also, where did you fly to, do you know?
I flew to New York, and then a few days later I went to North Carolina.
A commercial flight?
It was.
Okay. You were asked questions on cross-examination about what was contained in certain police reports. Do you know what's contained in the police reports?
No.
Have you read the police reports?
No.
Did you have any control over what the police wrote in the report? And if I may just clarify before you answer that, for instance, did the police officers read back to you, here's what I'm going to put in the report before they wrote their reports?
No.
Do you know what is captured in all of the surveillance video that was collected in this case?
No.
Have you had an opportunity to watch all of the video, or have you only been shown snippets or short clips from the videos?
I was shown short clips and very few. I didn't see much.
Okay. Your Honor, I have my next exhibit, a DVD with a transcript.
It's a transcript?
It's a DVD with a transcript.
All right, the DVD will be 24. The transcript will be 25. And, Alex?
Yes, sir.
Make sure everybody gets one. Yes, sir.
No. not.
Right, I don't. I will give you
Let me see how many. 1 second. Copies. Let me mark this one. The video is the only file contained on this, marked equals 24. And I have it up there. It is, I believe that says 12 minutes and 56 seconds, Your Honor. I'm just going to play the video all the way.
Do you want to, you should ask him if he knows what it is.
I was going to do that afterwards, but I have it paused here at the very beginning, Mr. Ephron. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yeah, I'm looking at a video.
Are you depicted in that video?
Yeah.
Which one are you? You could point it out for us. Okay. I think he indicated the only person in the video wearing a hat specifically has, it looks like a red brand runner.
Yes.
And if the date stamp at the bottom here says December 17th, 2021, I know dates are hard for you to recall, but does sound about right on when you first watched surveillance video in this case?
I guess so, yes.
All right, would you trust the date stamp over your own memory?
Yeah.
And the two people that we see at the bottom of the screen, do you know what either of their role is in this case?
They're just detectives, Medicine and Flores.
Oh, you remember their names too? Okay. So would Flores be the one more towards the center of the screen and Menifee be the one in the far bottom right-hand corner?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, Aaron, I'm going to play the video.
The second one listed the owners of the street. It's four corners where everything seems to take place. It's going to be pretty real because this is a 4-lens camera. This is a building we have in that location. That's see, this is the stop sign, the intersection. Oh, so the street up. Okay, right now is where you guys been walking from. Okay, so right now it's 22. Oh, yeah, you guys see everything. 22, 12. So as you're walking, can you describe who's walking ahead?
Rocky's the first one ahead. Explained me, and it was on the side of me telling me, like, as they're listening to what I'm saying, like, we're tough, like, I'm literally letting them have it.
Right, you're venting.
Yeah. So then, I think told me to get a little bit more closer to him before he shoots. But when he shoots, the shit ricocheted and hit me. And then once it ricocheted, that's when he shot down 3 times too. He shot down. And so then the second time, but then it looked like he was not trying to shoot down the second time, because when I had the ills like this, he was just running the hose and trying to shoot around the ills.
Alright, so we're down to that point to see what kind of occurs. It's not that it's a great picture, but let's see what you can kind of best ground sheet.
Someone come up and grab the bullets too. And you see my girl, right? That was my girl.
Okay, it's difficult to really make out. You can kind of see footage, you can see the activity, that's why
For sure, to you, like, I didn't want to go, like, he told me I did not want to go to the cops right away. I didn't know what the fuck was going on.
and we'll talk about that, I mean, it makes sense.
mean that I was holding. See how he turned around and just started coming to him the shooting? Go back up, right there, and we can get the time up here. Alright, looks like there was command at 22:16:51.
So the first person we see is going to be Rockind.
Yeah, that's Ricky. You probably took that one out real good.
Alright. We're just going to look where someone behind him looks like he's wearing a red. And then there's two armed visions. So the person in white is the red jacket.
That's 12 runs.
That's 12.
He's still trying to shoot me. Who's that? Oh, I know who it is. Rocky runs.
That's Rockind.
Yeah, it's Rocky running. And that's 12. And that's me. It was arguing.
You're arguing, you're playing to one side of the screen, closer to the intersection where you guys came through.
Is that his looking up?
You take off that.
Yeah, I went to see when I went. Because me and Amos had words. After that, he had mad snot and crying from his eyes. And he said, "Lewin was about to kill him." I said, "Oh, nigga, I don't know this fucking guy. What the fuck are you talking about?"
I mean, that would make sense. I mean, I'm sure you'd be emotional too after that.
Yeah.
Alright. So, you good with that clip?
Play one more time. So Rocky.
I still can't make out the activity because it's so crazy, but it's.
Right.
But the way I can see.
The reason you're grabbing and you're showing the hills is
Because he's shooting at me. He shot me the first time.
So when you
shot.
say at the stop sign, was that at the
That's what it
first
is. Yeah.
shot?
When I turn, when I turn, when the moon turns, Rocky turns around.
Okay, at the stop sign.
Damn, it's so hard. It's so fast right there.
come around. 22:17.
Yeah, she's like,
You see three people roughly scrambling around.
So he shoots at the stop sign, right? First time.
oh, yes, that's it. Alright, so I'm literally grabbing those every which way. You can see the back of my hoodie. Like, that's why it was so mad, because I'm literally tossing every which way Rocky's trying to run from me. You can see the back of my hoodie. I'm everywhere. I'm like in the back of the street, around the street.
Okay. Go to the next clip. And that's going to be up for Mr. Delmar.
I'm going to pause it there, Mr. Ephron. That's at 6 minutes and 3 seconds on the video player. Up to that point, the video that you were shown, is that the video from a distance that shows the corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar that's blurry?
Yes.
Okay. And you're going to keep playing.
It's channel 5 of this Delmar. So it's going to be same location, different angle of the camera. So this is going to be positioned a little bit on the other side of the building. So this is kind of faces as the street kind of curves around, it still faces the street. So when you see the people run away, you identify Rocky and then Twirly and then eventually goes walking. We'll see if you can kind of again identify these people as they go by. Alright, I'll get you the time. Just put it there. Alright. Start at 22:17. this way. Well, it's the direction of the rain, this is the only way that the street empties out to. So that's
Yeah, this is, they go this way or this way? Back up to Hollywood Boulevard?
show everyone, you can tell us, but it's the same individual.
Mr. Tacopina asked you a lot of questions about specific times that certain events happened. Do you remember specific times that you sent text messages 3 years ago?
I don't even know, I sent probably like a week ago.
Do you remember specific dates that you took photographs?
Not 3 years ago.
Do you remember specific dates and times that you posted pictures to Instagram?
Not 3 years ago.
Are there many details that you have a clear memory of in this case, but you can't say exactly what time things occurred, or even necessarily exactly what order things happened? Is that a correct statement?
I mean, if I was prepared and understood, yeah, I'd be able to answer instead of not knowing.
As this incident was happening, was this a traumatic incident to you?
It was.
Were there things about this incident that you were focusing on and things that you were not focusing on?
Can you say that again, please?
Yeah. Were you, when the defendant pulled the gun out on you, were you focused on the gun?
Yeah.
In that moment, were you focused on what 12 was doing?
I mean, I got a little glimpse, but I was mostly focused on Rocky.
Okay. Mr. Tacopina asked you about this photograph, April 17. And I believe in his question of you, he asked you questions about either when the photograph was taken or when the injuries that you received in that photograph were from. I just want to clarify, do you remember the exact date that that picture was taken?
I do not. He didn't show me no time nor date.
Do you know if it was within a day or a couple days of the shooting in this case?
I know it was after the shooting because that's my hand. I just wasn't able to see the time.
The injuries in that photograph, were those the injuries you sustained at the time of the shooting?
Yes, it was.
Okay. When he asked you questions about those injuries, either he asked you or you mentioned something from the ground. What were you talking about related to the ground when it came to those injuries?
Like a ricochet or something.
Like something bounced off the ground and hit your hand?
Yeah, I wasn't able to tell, but I know instantly my hand was hot. Like after the first shot.
At the moment you're saying that you felt your hand was hot, where was your hand in relation to the ground?
On my side.
So it wasn't on the ground.
No, I wasn't on the ground.
Was it in the air?
Yeah, my hand was by my side.
Did you physically punch or strike Ills that night?
No.
Other than grabbing Ills by the sweatshirt, did you do anything else physical to Ills?
Nah, he was protecting me. Why would I, regardless of what I said to him, we could look down the film, he was literally protecting me.
Which is your dominant hand, your right or your left hand?
All right.
And which hand was injured?
I left.
Okay. If you need me to pull up the surveillance video again, I will. But Mr. Ephron, at the moment the gun was fired, to your recollection of being there that night, was there anyone between the four of you who was acting like that gun was a fake gun?
Absolutely not.
Can you explain to the jury what you were doing with Ills in that moment that the gun was first pulled at the intersection of Vista Del Mar and Selma?
When it first got pulled,
Yes.
I was just shocked that he pulled the gun, and it was so close to me after the first shot. I just instantly ran and grabbed it.
Did you
I
get
didn't know
behind
what
him?
No, it wasn't behind me. He was off to the side of me, so it was easier to grab.
And what did you do?
I used him as a shield, a human shield.
How so?
Grabbed him up, put him in front of Rocky, every which way.
Between the two of you.
Yeah.
Mr. Tacopina has alleged that not only was that a prop gun that the defendant had that night, but that you knew that was a prop gun. That's what.
Stand.
Have you heard that there's an allegation that the gun used that night was a prop gun?
Objection.
Can you say that again,
Get the
please?
grounds for any objection, please.
I did perform a question. Have you heard?
Excuse me.
So I'll ask the question again. Have you heard that there's an allegation that the defendant used a prop gun that night?
No, I never heard of a prop gun ever before in my life.
Never before.
Never before ever.
Well, you were asked questions on direct examination about a prop gun, correct?
From Tacopina, Mr. Tacopina?
No, when I asked you questions.
Oh, okay.
So are you aware that there's an allegation in this case that the gun that the defendant had was a prop gun?
Objection, I believe sustained that question.
Oh, wait, can you,
Hold on, hold on.
I didn't understand the question.
The objection's overruled, it's still overruled.
Though the first one, allegation.
Oh, yeah, just sustain this form of the question. Just ask the question without editorial.
Sure. Are you aware that it is claimed the defendant had a prop gun that night?
No, I'm not aware. I didn't know if he had a prop gun.
Did you believe that night that he had a prop gun?
Of course not.
At any point that night, did you accuse the defendant of shooting at you with a real gun?
Yes, I told him that in my text.
What text are you referring to that you sent to him?
And when I sent him, probably like within 30 or an hour after, when I went back and found the bullets, I texted him trying to kill me, trying to take me away from my daughter.
Okay. Are you referring to, and I can zoom in on People's 21, page 3, you tried killing me?
Yeah, he tried killing me.
All right. And then on page 7, was this the text you were referring to about taking you away from your daughter?
Yeah, I remember setting me up, trying to take me from my daughter.
Okay. At any point did he respond to your text messages to tell you that it was a fake gun?
No, never. He only responded after I hit his manager, John.
Okay, everything after no is stricken. Just, if you're asked a yes or no question, just please say answer yes or no.
At any point in time after this incident, did you send a text message to 12B indicating that the defendant shot at you with a real gun?
Yes.
Now I'll mark my next exhibit.
26. How many pages?
It is 5 pages. Honor, while I'm at it, I'm going to mark my next exhibit 27. It's a 3-page document with text messages between Mr. Ephron and Bills.
Whoops, 26.
26 was the text messages to 12. Okay. So, Mr. Ephron, I'm going to show you the top of people's 26. Do you recognize this to be your text thread between you and 12E?
Yes.
I know the numbers are blocked out, but you have it saved in your name as 12, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And that would be the same 12E that we've been talking about, who was present that night?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go to page 2. In the middle of the page, there's a text message that you sent from Terrell to 12E that said, "You good," and the time is at 9:44 p.m. on November 6th, correct?
Correct.
That would have been the last text message you sent him immediately before this incident. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. The very next text message, the bottom of page 3, is a text message from you to 12E that says, "Y'all set me up, no words," with an emoji. And that's November 8th, 2021 at 6:57 a.m., correct?
Correct.
So that would be your next message to 12E after the shooting, correct?
Yes.
And if you need, I will approach and you can look through it, but did 12E ever respond to that text message to you?
Never.
You know that
I know that because
without even looking.
yeah, the only person who responded to me was Lewin.
Okay. But 12E never responded back to you to tell you that it was a fake gun, did he?
Never.
Last equals 27. Okay. This one's going to be a little more tricky, Mr. Ephron. Equals 27. If you can, look at the front page. I have the numbers blacked out. And you didn't have this number saved in your phone. Would you agree? There's no nickname underneath it?
Okay. Yes.
Can you tell, though, from the content that this is your text thread with Ills or Elijah? If you need to go through, let me know.
I can't see what it said though.
So, you receive a message,
Oh yeah, yeah.
you respond, you responded, and then you receive the message.
Yeah, this is those.
Okay.
This is those for watching.
You agree?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. So let's go to page 3. The middle text message on that page, November 6th at 10:07. You texted Elijah out front, correct?
Correct.
And that is, would you agree that's the last message you sent to Elijah or Ills was prior to this shooting, correct?
Yeah, prior to Lincoln.
And then the last text at the bottom, that would be a text you sent to Ills on November 8th, 2021 at 6:56 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
And it says, "Y'all set me up with a heart emoji," correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did Elijah ever respond to that text message?
Yeah, I think so. Me and Elijah was talking.
What did Elijah say in response?
Objection.
Grounds for
Hearsay.
At any point did Elijah respond to say that it was a fake gun that night?
Objection.
Your Honor, may I offer an offer of proof on that? It's being offered for a non-hearsay purpose.
Okay, I see. All right. I understand. All right, the objection's over.
Did Elijah ever respond that night to say that it was a prop gun in any way?
No.
Did you ever hear about a prop gun or a starter pistol or a fake gun related to this case before January 21st, 2025, the day that jury selection started in this case?
That was the first time I ever heard about it.
If you had known or believed that the defendant had a prop gun, would you have to use bills as a human shield?
None of that would happen. I don't even see it. No.
You described before that after you used bills as a human shield, the defendant was trying to move around hills. Is that your prior testimony?
That's correct.
Can you explain if he was using a prop gun and you knew it was a prop gun, and the defendant knew that you knew it was a prop gun, why he would have to move his body around hills like that?
Objection. Forward question, I'll start with that one.
Speculation.
Speculation, question, sustain.
You were there that night, Mr. Ephron, correct?
What name?
November 6, 2021, the night of Rockind.
Yes.
Are you aware of any reason why the defendant would have needed to move around hills like that if he was using a prop gun?
Objection, speculation.
Talk to me, yes or no?
Can you say that again, please?
Yeah. Are you aware of any reason why the defendant would need to move around hills like that if he was using a prop gun?
No.
To your memory, based on being there that night, did 12 behave in a way that indicated that he knew it was a prop gun?
Objection. To another.
That's not a legal objection.
So that's speculation.
Your Honor, can counsel make his own objections?
He's fit to speak anytime he wants.
I'll ask you to explain.
Stop, both of you. The objection sustained.
You saw how 12 behaved that night, correct?
Correct.
You also saw how 12 behaved from the surveillance video, correct?
Correct.
In your opinion, is that in any way consistent with a prop gun being used?
No.
How did he behave? How do you remember it?
He ran behind the wall.
Away from the defendant?
Yeah, he just was gone.
The way he took his hand, moved across his body as if demonstrating movement away from him, Your Honor, and accurate.
Okay. That night, November 6, 2021, how many shots did you believe the defendant fired at you to the best of your knowledge?
I said 3 to 4. I think it was 3 or 4.
Have you consistently stated from your memory that the defendant fired 3 or 4 shots at you?
Yes, that was in all of my statements.
When you were interviewed by the police officer at the Hollywood station on November 8, 2021, how many shots did you tell him that the defendant fired at you?
3 or 4.
When you were interviewed by a detective from the Hollywood station over the phone on November 9, 2021, how many shots did you tell him that the defendant fired at you?
I always kept it 3 or 4 because that's what I thought. The sound and I just thought it was 3 or 4.
When you were interviewed by the 3 detectives, Menifee, Flores, and Camacho over the phone on November 9th, how many shots did you tell them that you believe the defendant fired at you?
I always stuck with 3 or 4. That's what I thought it was.
And when you testified at the preliminary hearing on November 8, 2023, you were asked how many times did the defendant fire the gun, what was your answer?
3 or 4.
When you went to the scene that night, how many expended cartridge casings did you find?
Found 2.
When you went to the police station, even though you only had 2 fired cartridge casings, did you still tell them that you thought it was 3 or 4 gunshots?
I did, because that's what I thought.
Are you aware that you've been accused by the defense of having planted those 2 cartridge casings at the scene?
I am.
Was there anything preventing you, if you planted those casings, from bringing the same amount of casings, 3 or 4, that you reported to the police?
Can you say that again, please?
Yeah. Was there anything preventing you? If you actually did plant those cartridge casings, was there anything preventing you from planting 3 or 4 at the scene that night, like you later told the police had been shot at you?
Yeah, if I planned that would have brought exactly what I said.
But you didn't plant them, correct?
No, I never planned nothing.
You brought in the 2 casings because that's what you found.
That's exactly what I found.
Just the leading.
Leading.
Was it much later in this case, after you heard audio from the video, that you came to the conclusion that it was actually 2 shots that were fired at you?
Read back.
Was it much later in this case after you heard...
Start again.
Was it much later in this case after you heard audio from the video that you came to the conclusion that it was actually 2 shots that were fired at you?
Overruled.
Yes, after I heard the audio, I realized it was 2 shots.
Had you heard the audio recording before you gave any of the statements to police or the prior DA, Fred Engel?
I only heard the audio in the preliminary hearing, which was like almost 2 years later.
And that happened after all those statements to the police that we just went over?
Correct.
And the statement that you gave to the prior DA, Mr. Engel, correct?
Correct.
Did you even know that that video existed before it was played at the preliminary hearing in November of 2023?
What video?
The one that has audio, the 2 gunshots.
No, I didn't know I didn't know a lot of evidence.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Speaking of saying, you always said 3 or 4 shots. You talked about Wally's cheek the other day. You remember Wally?
I don't remember. I mean,
You don't know who Wally is? Yeah. I'm sorry?
let's go, Mr. Tacopina, let's go.
Well, we're gonna go when you answer my question. You know who Wally is?
I do.
Okay. In fact, you told Wally he shot you 5 times, right?
No, I didn't.
You didn't say it?
No, I didn't.
And by the way, speaking of Wally, last Thursday was my first day of cross-examination of you, and I asked you about the statements you made to Wally that morning.
The question came through that morning.
Sustain this about you mean the morning
The morning of the
cross-examination?
examination, yes, sir. The morning of the examination last Thursday, I asked you questions about Wally. Two statements you may have made to Wally, which you denied. At the lunch break, Mr. Ephron, you called Wally, correct?
I called him after everything because, I mean, you guys got y'all whipping up lies over here. None of it, you have no evidence to back that up.
You're not answering this question. He's talking about the lunch break. Ask it again.
And I'm not, and I'm
Mr.
not.
Efron, wait. Ask the question again.
After Wally's name was brought up on cross-examination by me, the statements you made on the recordings that you say were fake, you called Wally.
That's a compound question, there are 3 questions.
All right. You were inquiring about whether he made a phone call at the lunch, on the lunch
He
break
was lying on me.
following your, beginning your cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand the question? All right. Did you call Wally during the lunch break?
No.
Did you call him after court?
Yes, I did.
No. And why'd you call Wally?
Because, I mean, you guys is just lying, lies after lies. You can't back it up. These guys, I mean,
We can't back it up.
I mean, you can't. You can't.
Did you hear the tape recording? Did you say it's fake?
All right. Stop.
Which one is
Ask another question.
I guess we'll see about that, right?
Your Honor,
Sustained.
can the court instructed previously, and this is editorializing, Mr. President is not doing that against rats?
Right.
He's right.
But I know,
It's like
the witness is saying,
I don't
made up
understand
answers.
what you're saying.
Don't editorialize.
And you should strike his answers, Mark.
They are not responsive.
They are not responsible. Anyway, so you called him because we were presenting fake evidence to you?
Yes or no?
I don't know, man. Is this something? I don't know.
Why did you call him? Mr.
Because
Ephron?
you guys just keep playing fake audio to me, like fake stuff. I never said none of that to him. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't fit in with this case. You're trying to slip it in.
Okay, stop. All right, is that the question?
So that's why you called. Wow.
I mean, you guys are saying I'm cool with him and I got his number and he's making up fake lies. That's like, he didn't even answer, so I don't even know what are we talking about. He did not answer. What are you gonna say? He answered and make up another spoof call?
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
He was moved to strike his own witness testimony. Okay.
Yeah, the entire answer is not
Your
responsive.
Honor, counsel is editorializing indicating what I'm moving to strike. I'm following the evidence code of the state of California. I guess the counsel followed as well, and not editorialize as to why I'm asking things to be stricken. It's improper.
Just stop squabbling. Just stop it.
I'm not swallowing.
No, this is a no squabble zone. Stop it. All right.
Okay. You asked about text to Rocky and to his manager John after the incident. It was 21. Remember being asked that by Mr. Preslone a few minutes ago? Text after the incident saying, you tried to kill me.
Say that again, I don't get what you're saying.
You asked about text messages by Mr. Preslone right here, just a few minutes ago. After the incident, where you text Rocky and his manager John saying you tried to kill him. Remember being asked those questions by Mr. Preslone?
I'm sorry, I don't get what you're saying. It's not clear. It's double negative. I don't get what you're saying right now.
It's a double negative.
It's not really clear. You're not making no sense. I'm not going to answer something I don't understand no more.
Do you remember? I'm going to break this slow. Do you remember?
We got all day.
Do you remember being asked by Mr. Preslone a few minutes ago today about text messages you sent?
Okay.
You with me so far? Are you with me so far?
Yo, you're annoying, bro. Just come on.
Are you with me?
We didn't even get to the case. What are we doing here?
Are you keeping up? Stop. Are you keeping up with the question?
I can't keep up with him. I can't take him serious.
No. You've got to answer the questions. He asks the questions. He's beginning to ask you questions. He just wants to know if you're keeping up with him. Just ask the whole question.
Sure. You recall being asked by Mr. Preslone a few minutes ago about text messages you sent to Rocky and his manager after the incident saying you tried to kill him.
Yes.
Oh. And you were also saying you tried to kill me. During that same time, you were sending messages saying, I'm going to get that man's money, right?
Bro, what are we talking about? We talking about assault or lawsuit? Like, you keep trying to bring
He's
the
asking,
lawsuit.
he's asking you a yes or no question. Listen to the question and
I don't
it's
understand
yes, no,
these
I don't know, or I
questions.
don't recall. Go ahead.
At the same time you were saying that, you were also sending text messages saying, I'm going to get that man's money.
I don't recall.
You don't recall? You don't recall seeing those messages up here?
Seeing what messages? You're not, like,
You have that message.
You know, I previously advised the court that I had a...
Did you need to go?
Yeah, the court just advised the jury that my...
Yeah, Mr. Lewin has to leave. He's got an unavoidable commitment. He tried to postpone it. He couldn't, so he's going to leave now. He'll be back. He'll be back at 1:30, right?
Yes, I will, probably. Yes, I'll be back. Thank you.
You promise now? You can move back? These way. Okay, put it up. Okay.
why is y'all guys' text messages different from from what I'm seeing all the time. I just don't get this. It's two different, like,
Is this already into,
Yes.
which exhibit is it?
What?
I can't see nothing. I don't know what I'm looking at.
It's not on the screen in front of you? Is it on the screen?
Yeah, I see this, but I don't know what
You see the words?
Yeah.
That's what Mr. Tacopina is inquiring.
So on
Words.
the next morning, November 7th, 6:40 a.m., you sent a message saying to John,
No, that's not
I
John.
want it.
That's
Who's
not
that
John.
Who's that?
That's my business partner.
Well,
So
that's
you're lying.
Justin.
You're lying.
That's Justin.
You know that's Justin. You're not even putting names next to it.
So what you said to him, that same
But
time.
you just lied.
Stop it. Stop it.
Like, what am I
Okay,
having? What am I
who is this
talking
text
to
going
this
to?
man for?
Who is this text being sent
No, I
to?
do not want to stay here. You put me on. I'm not on trial. I've been here for 5 days dealing with this man. You just said it was a manager. This is not a manager.
Chill.
And I'm ready to fucking go.
Was this text to John or is this to your manager?
This is to my. It's my business partner.
Okay, business partner.
So you sent to your business partner at 6:40 a.m. that same morning that you're sending Rocky a message saying you tried to kill me, a message saying, I want to get this ends money.
Yes, that's my business partner. He shot me. I have no career.
You were asked by Mr. First Lawman, you saw that videotape of you sitting with Detective Flores and Manfrey. Remember that?
Yes.
And you were asked on page 3 of the transcript, Your Honor, I'm not going to replay it, but we can just go to page 3 of that transcript. Please.
You have it?
Yes.
No, you're trying to trip me up.
Just take a split.
Got me looking stupid for 5 days.
Stop.
I'm on trial.
Stop. Don't say it.
On page 3, lines 14, 15, and 16, as we look at that, please, Mr. Ephron.
On this?
Yes, on the transcript.
What am I looking at?
Lines 14, 15, and 16. Page 4. So, sir, while you were watching the video with Detective Flores and Detective Manfrey, you said to them, and you see my girl, right? That was my girl I was with. So it's your testimony that as you watched that video, you saw your girl with your partner with you.
Objection, this is
Okay. But what did you mean by that? When you
I
said
don't
that?
recall. It was a long time ago. Next.
I know. Next.
I don't recall.
Well, I know you asked a bunch of questions about the strength.
I just said I don't recall. It has nothing to do with nothing.
Let me see if everybody decided.
Let's keep it going.
any comments there. No derogatory, nothing insulting.
Mr. Ephron, I just want to talk about one more thing. You asked about this clarification that you made over the weekend regarding you recalling that shooting was in Los Angeles. You testified on redirect to Mr. Preslomway that you didn't understand my question. Last Friday, I asked you, a few weeks before you claimed you found 2 9mm shell casings at the scene on November 6, 2021. I asked you if you fired 9mm weapons at a shooting range, and you said, definitely not. I then asked you, definitely not. And you said, you heard me, definitely not. Watch this clip.
It was 3 years and 3 months ago. You expect me to?
Just a minute. This is,
This is probably-
I assume this is foundation.
Yes. A few weeks before November 6, 2021, and a few weeks before you testified that you found shell casings at the scene, 9mm shell casing, you fired 9mm weapons at a shooting range, correct?
Definitely not.
Definitely not.
You heard me, definitely not.
Okay.
You only said 9mm, there was multiple guns, you only showed 2 guns. Oh, sorry.
Then I showed you a video of you at a shooting range on October 19, 2021, after that answer. And I asked you about your testimony that you didn't fire any guns before November 6, 2021. And then you told this jury, I said unless I was at a shooting range. After saying definitely not. Play that, please. Mr. Ephron, what you just told this jury,
I don't know what I'm doing, 360, 365 days out the year.
hold on for a second.
I'm talking about,
Hold on. What you just told this jury was that before November 6, 2021, you didn't fire any guns. Because you didn't have your license. You know that was
just said on the last time I talked about shooting range.
Then, as a matter of fact, we were talking about that shooting range, trying to find out where it was.
And I said Jersey.
I know you said
I
that.
said Jersey, but like what I said,
There's no question being asked of you right now. Just stop. Wait till you get the question.
You heard Mr. Lewin and the prosecution ask for a stipulation that that was outside of California. Watch this clip. The date on the rest of the day, where's the stipulation on the date?
Yes, what was the date again?
Where's the stipulation?
October 19th, 2020. And where is this negotiating? It's okay to just help me drive. So it's just the stipulation on that date. On that date, this is outside of California.
I don't know where it was at. So, Mr. Lewin asked for a stipulation that that was taken outside of California. I said, I don't know where it was taken. I asked you, because you took the video. I said, where was it taken? And that's when you said you don't know, maybe New Jersey, right?
yeah.
But you also said maybe New Jersey, not Los Angeles.
Okay, I did my homework, and it was.
Okay, watch
It
this.
was.
That was taken, sir.
Is this the picture where you, I mean, if you have it on my phone, it should say, I don't know this.
You don't remember where it
I mean,
was?
I should have that, it's timestamp.
It is not, we have the time.
Timestamp, it should show you.
When they're asking you for this.
No, I don't know.
Where is the record?
I don't know.
You don't know where the record?
It's like probably in Jersey or something like that, or like, I'm sorry, yes. It's not LA though.
Maybe New Jersey.
Not LA though.
Of course, I mean, like what I
Objection,
said.
there's no question pending.
You asked me this, and you
Just
expect...
wait. The question was not LA. Well, it's.
You said that this,
Just a minute.
yes, sir.
As phrased, not LA is vague. Flesh out the question.
One thing he was certain about, although you didn't know where it was, you said maybe New Jersey. One thing he was certain about when you testified to the jury was it was not LA. That's what you just said.
I mean, I was just trying to get you...
Is that yes or no?
Yes, whatever.
Then yesterday, after 2 o'clock in the afternoon,
Friday.
no, sir, yesterday,
Sunday?
yes, sir,
Okay.
stick with me. Then yesterday, after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, well, before 2:50 in the afternoon, that 50-minute window, you called Mr. Bresloman, telling him you wanted to clarify some information from your testimony last week. Correct?
Oh, yeah, I had to go back and do my homework. You asked me questions.
Is the answer yes, that you did?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And specifically, you advised Mr. Bresloman that you could recall where the video from the shooting range was finally recorded. Correct?
Yes, it says Los Angeles on my timestamp on my phone, which you wouldn't allow me to see.
And you, I wouldn't allow you to
I
see
mean,
your
you
phone.
played, you knew it said Los Angeles, one video over.
All right. Don't debate with Mr. Tacopina. Wait for another question.
You told Mr. Bresloman that you had gone back and reviewed your Instagram, and that you now recall that the video was recorded in Los Angeles on October 19, 2021. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Mr. Ephron, there is nothing in your Instagram that shows you in Los Angeles on October 19, 2021. Is there?
Yes, it is.
Really? I'm going to give you a live phone. You show me on your Instagram. Show me on your Instagram where it shows that you're in Los Angeles on October 19, 2021.
What do you mean a live phone?
A phone with your Instagram. I'm going to go with your Instagram.
No, we would have to go, see, now you think you slick. We would have to go to my phone, my actual phone, and go to my archive. You're not going to show me something of my highlights, which is not there. You think you slick.
Stop,
And I'm on
stop,
to you.
stop. This is,
You're not going to keep tripping me up. I'm on
Mr.
to you.
Ephron!
Yo, it's
Stop!
not-
Just
you
stop
know,
talking. It's,
Your Honor, we have a letter from the DA, and the letter says that Mr. Ephron informed them that he went on his Instagram.
Yes, my Instagram.
all right.
Your Instagram, as in Relli Boss?
You're trying to show me somebody else's that I can't activate where I can go to my archive.
He
You're
doesn't,
not
all right,
slick.
stop it. He doesn't need to go on someone else's phone.
Do you have your phone with you?
You know I don't got it. It's over here. We can get it though. I can show them. We can go get it right now.
So your
We can clear this
Instagram
up.
is what caused you to go back.
No, you did because you're sneaky.
Don't be insulting. Stop it.
I'm feeling.
He is not insulting you. Don't insult him. Don't insult any lawyer that's asking you questions. You're not doing yourself any good by doing that.
I mean, I'm getting screwed. I mean, this is not what I.
How much longer do you have?
3 minutes, Your Honor.
What is it? 2 minutes?
Well, depends. That's
All right.
question
It's
3.
12 o'clock. I would like to get finished with
Yeah, we will.
Mr. Ephron before we take the break.
So anyway, what was it that caused you to remember this? What did you see?
You. Yeah, your question asking, not giving me time, tripping me up. So I went back and I analyzed my whole Instagram, analyzed everything you said, and I started realizing what you was doing. So then I went to my archive. You just tried to show me something off a story that you can't get in your archive. So you're already like lying to people or lying about the situation because you know I cannot see it through that way. I would have to look at my phone.
You cannot accuse anybody of lying. Do not do that.
Nobody
I told
told
you, nothing derogatory.
But nobody told me this. This is all
I'm
new.
telling you, and I've been telling you, do not be derogatory
This is all new.
toward anyone in this courtroom. Go ahead.
Mr. Ephron, in fact, what happened yesterday was at 2 o'clock and at 2:11, somebody called with the handle name of Don't F with Justice, posted 2 photos on Twitter of you at the shooting range and the Los Angeles Gun Club at the shooting.
I don't know about none of this.
Hold on. There's an objection. What's the objection? Sustain.
I'm asking the question whether these are. Well, let me show you this.
It also called for hearsay to be relevant.
No.
No, if it doesn't call for hearsay, the question calls for yes or no. Go ahead and show it. Don't have me look at it first. before it's shown to anyone.
Did you see, here's my question before I show it to you. Did you see the Twitter post yesterday at 2 o'clock and another at 2:11 showing a picture of you at the shooting range that was displayed in court and another side-by-side of the Los Angeles Gun Club shooting range, which is identical to the one of you in court?
Yes
Did
or
you
no?
see that?
Yes or no?
I don't get the question. You gotta say it again, please.
Sure. Take a look at that.
That was sent to me this morning through a friend. I never seen that.
Oh, so you did see that?
Yeah, that was sent through this morning. Somebody sent it to me.
All right, so whenever Mr. Tacopina just showed you, when was the first time you saw what you just showed me?
This morning in a text message. Somebody sent this to me.
What time
I
did you
don't
see
know.
it? About?
She hit me last night, the girl who sent this to me, and then I seen it this morning.
All right.
But this is the first time I
All
saw
right,
it
this morning is the first time you see it.
And what that is a picture of you from the video in court last week at the gun club, that you didn't know where it was, in New Jersey, but not Los Angeles.
I mean,
And let me finish my question.
An objection
And-
being argumentative, Your Honor.
It is. Sustained in court with question.
What is that a picture of, sir?
Objection relevant.
Overruled.
it's a recreational shooting range, sir.
And what's the other picture?
It's a shooting range.
Yeah, the one on the left. What's the one on the left there?
That's me at the shooting range.
Oh, we got that. Yes, the one with you at the shooting, right?
Okay.
Okay. And the recreational shooting range is the Los Angeles Gun Club, right?
Okay, yeah.
So that was posted at 2 o'clock yesterday, as it says on the post. And coincidentally, right after 2 o'clock, you told Mr. Sloman to say, I remembered,
I did not see this, and I put down
Let
the
him finish the
sacrifice.
question.
I did not see this, and I don't need to see this. I told you I went through
Mr.
my...
Ephron, let him finish the question.
So it's your testimony, sir, that it is a mere coincidence that minutes after, let me finish my question. It's your testimony, Mr. Ephron, that it is a mere coincidence that minutes after these pictures were posted on the internet by somebody entitled, named Don't F with Justice, pictures posted showing you at the Los Angeles Gun Club on October 19, 2021. It's a mere coincidence that you then have to call the DA within minutes of that post to say you went back and looked at your Instagram and somehow you refresh your recollection that you were in Los Angeles on that day.
I mean, you just listen to yourself. It took me all day. It took me from Friday. You're a lot. I had to figure it out. It wasn't easy.
What was that? What did you call him?
I said he's a lot to deal with, so I had to
Oh,
figure it
wow.
out.
All right.
I had to figure it
I
out.
thought you said
And
something
I
else.
figured it out on Sunday. I had to keep looking and finding because, like what I said, it wasn't easy.
All right.
Let me get around to something, please. Mr. Ephron, you saw the video of your trial testimony on this topic, correct? Just a few minutes ago.
Okay.
Okay, yes, I did.
Mhm.
Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Did you look like you were confused by that question at all when you said, definitely not?
I'm gonna be honest. I just wanted to stop talking to you.
Wow.
I thought it was over.
So you just made an answer.
It's not an answer. I just
Just
didn't
stop
understand. I needed time. Obviously, something like that, you need time. A lot of your questions, you need time. You don't show me no dates, no nothing. Just like how you said, John.
Nothing pending. Stop. Say it again?
I'm done.
Good.
All right. Yes, Mr. Efron, you are excused. We'll go back. Do you need 135 or 130? Mr. Rizzo? Do you want 145? Would that be better?
Any more time, the better.
All right. Folks, we'll be back in session at 1:45. Mr. Zolman has some work to do, some electronic work. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else. Please don't review anything in print media or electronic media. Please remember, keep the 9. See you at 1:45.
Let me do this, that. You got me now? Yeah. So that happened. Have you been taking notes on what has been going on inside this courtroom? I know I have been, and I'm telling you, I'm going to go through just a few of them with you here, partly because we broke the news that we did earlier today. So, there may be some follow-up questions on that. And we can also answer some questions for you or look at some of the different comments. I also have a copy of the Ephron lawsuit issues here. This has to do with the defendants, of course. Mr. Mayers' response to a lawsuit by Mr. Ephron, and I got to tell you, his attorneys, Ben Chu, Camille Vasquez, got to be twisting just a little bit. But we'll get into that in just a couple of minutes here. Okay, so is this guy classic or what? It's like this is just like a poorly scripted film. You got this guy who doesn't want to be there, doesn't realize that his little story may not be playing well, that the facts he's testifying to may not be believable, that he seems to lie depending on the given day and the question being asked, because one day it means one thing, one day it means another. And I want to mention before I forget, coming up tonight at 6 o'clock, Neil Rockind will be on special guest host as Linda Kinney Baden is on assignment today. We've been chatting, though, while she's squeezing in some attorney work. So let's talk about the very first thing that happened today. Okay, remember, the redirect began at the end of Friday. Didn't go very far, but got warmed up. I think it was about 35, 40 minutes. So today, Pauly P is there to continue his redirect. We learned last week that during the flamethrower cross-examination by Joe Tacopina, that the court, and we have multiple sources for this, the court reached out to the prosecution. We're not sure of the setting there. That's a little unclear. The key is the communication. The judge wondering whether it was ethical for the prosecution to continue this case. Now, we've seen some of the questions saying, hey, why can't the judge just have a directed verdict at the end of the prosecution's case? Okay, the way this information was phrased, as we understand it, was more like a hint, throwing the prosecution a lifeline, suggesting that you might want to rethink what's going on here. Not that the court, sua sponte, is going to act on its own, sua sponte, to help the prosecution, but maybe they ought to rethink this case in light of that outrageous cross-examination that made Mr. Relli look so bad, and then continued into day 2, which was Friday, and then into day 3 today. So when we talk about the redirect, the redirect, which is, in my opinion, the cleanup on aisle 5, whatever stuff your witness did on cross, you want to get in there and mop up. But there was just too much. There was way too much for Pauly P to fix. And so what he ended up doing was kind of going over again and again the same stuff that Tacopina had gotten into him on Thursday and Friday about. It just opens the door again for Joey T to come in and start pounding away on those issues. Remember, if the redirect stays away from repeating some of those things, you can't get back into it on recross. Your recross is confined to what was handled on redirect. So if you're smart, you stay away from those trouble areas. But they couldn't do that. And when your witness, Pauly P's witness, Mr. Relli, first thing on the stand, he's asked, hey, did you get a hold of me yesterday and want to clarify some of your testimony from last week? That's a bad sign. I mean, that's as bad as it gets. I appreciate them coming. You know that it would have been dropped in the bomb by Joey T, because I'm sure he knows what's going on between these folks and the communication that's taking place. The last thing the prosecution wants is to then again hear how Ephron and the prosecution may have been working hard to make sure that Ephron's story is consistent with reality. So anytime the witness says, oh, yeah, I need to change what I testified to last week, because I racked my brain, I looked at my Instagram account, I realize now that gun range video, remember, and I appreciate Joe Tacopina helping me out here. That was the same clip I had cut to get into. He knew how important that was. This was the clip which was preceded by a question. Mr. Tacopina asks Ephron, hey, have, within a month or so of this alleged shooting on November 6th, 2021. Did you go to a gun range? Simple. And I think he even said you shooting a 9mm weapon. No, definitely not. Definitely not. Okay. So, and then of course, Joey T throws the video up there. And guess what he's doing? Firing a gun at a gun range. They can't figure out where it is. I don't know. I can't remember. I guess that's me. Well, the corrected testimony was that it was in LA, and he does remember that he did it, and it was in LA, and he was mistaken. Sorry, I made a mistake. I'm sorry about that. That doesn't play very well with the jury. All right, if this guy wasn't already, a foot in the grave in terms of credibility, correcting his testimony, you might as well jump in and start burying himself with dirt. And he continued to do that. I got a couple of notes here just because it's non-stop. His lack of understanding as to what his role is as a witness in this case is just killing him. And I don't know if it's because he's so ignorant that he didn't realize if he makes the claims he's made in this criminal matter and repeats them looking for money in a civil matter, he's going to be grilled. He's going to have to come clean with what happened supporting his claim, both criminal and civil. It's almost like he thought, can we just write this up? Just write it up. And, let's just wrap this thing up. I get my money and I'll get out of everybody's way. That isn't how it works, and is becoming painfully clear to this witness and certainly to the jury that I can't believe the thing the guy says. And he's caught in lie after lie after lie. He calls Joe at one point slick. You think you're slick? Yeah, dude, if anybody's making him look slick, it's you. But he's just doing a solid job. I'm surprised he hasn't gone over the top more than he has, because Joey T can, he can be a little, hey, how you doing? Bombastic. But he's letting his suit do the talking for him. Let's see. He yelled at one point, what are we doing here? I'll tell you what you're doing here. You're sinking your case in lies. That's what you're doing. Let's see. Oh, and then when asked about the issue of the gun range, Tacopina said, well, why did you lie when you said you hadn't been to a gun range? And boom, here's the video. Quote, I just wanted to stop talking to you, end quote. I don't know. I know that our chatters have been enjoying this. And as an officer of the court, of course, I am outraged that this kind of behavior is taking place. But as somebody who watches this stuff a lot and has played the game a lot, it is entertaining. I'm sorry. I have to. I just have to tell you that. I cannot deny it. Okay, let me look at a couple questions that have come across here in the last hour or so. And the judge said they'll be back at 1:45 Pacific time. Katie says, if the judge thinks it's unethical, can't he give a directed judgment or a directed verdict? Or in California, it could be if it were after the verdict itself. Let's say for some reason there's a verdict that is adverse to the defendant. A judge can make a directed verdict notwithstanding, a directed judgment notwithstanding the verdict. He can actually overrule a jury. I would be shocked if this gets anywhere past a hung jury. I would be, but that's a possibility. But at the end of the prosecution's case, Joey T is going to be asking for a directed verdict, and it could happen. It would be supported by the information that we received by multiple sources about the judge's concern about the ethical nature of this prosecution. The judge then, when asked to rule on a directed verdict, he's got the opportunity right there in his hands to take this away from the jury, to say, we're done. I'm not going to take part in this. It is so rare. I can't remember having seen one. I know I never was lucky enough to get one when I was doing defense. I can't remember one ever being handed down. So I can't wait to see how that plays out. I have to assume we're going to hear from a few more witnesses by the prosecution, right? Anybody want to see, is it Lydia Parker? Is that her name, Lydia? There's some scuttlebutt and some now scrubbed presence on social media that she perhaps is an exotic date. Is that relevant to what she did or didn't witness? No, it's not, but it's pretty spicy. Right. So we'll see if she actually makes an appearance. I also think we may see from Justin. We hear from Justin, the business partner of Mr. Relli. That would be very interesting. Beyond that, I think we're kind of running out of bodies, which may be best for Mr. Relli at this point. Let's see. Sheila says, do you think he's regretting this now? Meaning Mr. Mr. Ephron. You know, I think what he's regretting is what he's having to do to earn the money. I think he feels like it was going to be so easy. So is he regretting even bringing it up? I don't know if he's smart enough to regret it. I think he may be just so dumb that he's just mad that it's so hard to get his story told and believed. He may still think that, hey, that was a pain in the ass, but it's done now. We'll just wait for the jury to do their job. Then I take that conviction and I hand it over to Ben Chu and Camila Vasquez, and they get me $30 million. I don't know. He's not done anything yet that suggests to me he's very smart, that he would have thought this through and maybe had second thoughts, especially after Thursday, Friday, all weekend to stew, gets a hold of the DA to say, yeah, I need to kind of clarify some of my lies and make them more believable. I don't see it. I don't see this guy being, part of the Algonquin Roundtable. Raynette says, and Raynette had a nice quote I saw as we were going along. He said, "Jesus, take the wheel," because I think Mr. Relli has driven us all into a ditch. Was the judge out of line last week when he corrected and answered for Relli about finding the shell casings in 2 to 3 minutes after Relli said it took him a while? Yeah, I'm not sure if he gleaned that, if the judge gleaned that from some of the nonstop talk that Relli seems to offer up. Remember, he's not big on this whole Q&A format. That's not his style. He's more just the rambling dude, exchanges, talk over you, answer questions you haven't asked, offer opinions. And I think maybe somewhere in that mess, the judge gleaned that it was a more finite time period than a while. So I don't think that's a problem. Part of the judge's job in any case is to make sure the jury is getting the best information they can. And the judge may have helped the whole process by not requiring the question to be asked again and then re-answered, because fewer questions to Mr. Relli, the better, from either side, really. I mean, you heard him say today when Pauly P was on redirect, he said something like, do you remember when Mr. Tacopina asked you about blah, blah, blah? And he said, he asked a question of some sort, and he was confused by who actually asked him the question, whether it was the prosecution or the defense. He's just, Mr. Relli's just twisted in knots. There's no doubt about it. Let's see. Laundered Amber, I wonder if Rocky will file a countersuit for because Relli's lying. The thing about the legal process in California, it is Evidence Code 47, I believe it is. There's a privilege about things that are said in court as part of a process. So even if there's a perjury involved, and it's a perjury that arguably is a statement that defames somebody, it's not actionable. It's a protection that the law provides for the process. Otherwise, people might be afraid to go into court, tell the truth, whatever they think it might be, because that may lead to defamation. Remember, defamation is defended by truth. Truth is a complete defense to any defamation. So the goal is to prove somebody lied about you. Well, if you're doing that with somebody who's been on the stand in a criminal or a civil case, it chills the process. People won't come forward as witnesses. People might not go in a civil case to protect their rights and obtain a money judgment because they're afraid of defamation repercussions. So that won't happen. Would there be a perjury case against him? I'm just scatting on that. Probably not, just because it's not very common. As we've seen in many, many cases, perjury is usually an add-on type, charge. If they've got other more important charges, they may throw perjury on there just to beef up the criminal complaint. Very seldom is it acted upon. It's quite often just dissolves in the midst of the bigger claims that are made in a criminal case. So, yeah. Any other questions? Please send them along. Let's see. I'm just whipping through them here just to see if there's some topics that had come up during the course of this. It is entertaining. Yes, I cannot tell a lie. Let's see. There's Brooklyn asks a question, and I think relates to the information we shared that we learned from our sources. Was that a sidebar or open court? I'm assuming that that's the reference to whether the judge was concerned that the prosecution was being unethical or continuing prosecution would be unethical. That's less clear, and we weren't able to push for that information. All we were concerned about was the actual communication, who it was between, what was the subject, and that's the information we passed along. If you haven't heard or seen that, and we've heard from multiple sources that the court, and this was in the middle, we do know the timing was in the middle of cross-examination, day one, between Mr. Tacopina and Mr. Ephron. So the court at that point apparently felt so strongly about what was happening, and we saw Relli contradicting facts, hanging out there things that might be considered lies very early on, and then it just kind of continued and got worse. So the timing of that concern by the court is probably as important as exactly how it played out. The timing of the court then continued on. Obviously, it heard more cross-examination that day and heard more the next day, and then just a touch of the redirect before Friday broke. So let's see. I want to look at this. We just got the defendant's, Mr. Mayers, answer to the complaint by Mr. Ephron. I'm telling you a couple of things about this. Is a California pleading. In California, by the way, there's only really a few pleadings: a complaint, an answer, cross complaint, answer to cross complaint. Other stuff is motions and notice of motions, right? So this is a pleading because this is the answer of Mr. Rocky to the Relli first amended complaint for defamation, which we've been talking about. A lot of things are screwed up in California these days. I'm not all that proud of my home state, but one thing they do legally, I love. Take a look at what you see there. See that where it says defendant? It very clearly tells you who this is from, who it's related to, what the claim is for, and then below that, when the original action was filed, the FAC is the first amended complaint. So when that was filed, and you can see that was 8 days after the original complaint, and then a trial date. In this case, it's TBD. There is none set. That little note on there is so helpful. If you're digging through court documents and you're not sure, okay, who's this from, who's this relate to, and more importantly, is there a hearing scheduled related to this? Oh man, I wish every jurisdiction would just take a breath and just do that. It would make my job easier, and really, that's all that matters, is making my job easier. So this is what's called a general denial, okay? The complaint that's been filed by Mr. Relli is for defamation. So, but it also breaks down into a number of things: false statements, statements of opinion, things of that sort. Remember, statement of opinion is not actionable because it's opinion. It's not a statement of fact. So what they do is they make a general denial of all the causes of action, and they all read the same. It'll be something like, the complaint does not state facts upon which a cause of action can be made. Okay. It also will say things like, let's see. There are no sworn statements, is what I'm getting at. These are all general denials. We deny on information and belief any of these things happen. There's no factual discussion in here. There's nothing to sink your teeth into. It is purely just an answer to, in this case, the first amended defamation complaint. It doesn't give you a lot. It's typical California paperwork. This just ticks off a box. Okay, have they filed their answer? Yeah, they have. Okay, tick that off. It is interesting when you look at the attorneys involved, right? Again, this is from the defendant. This is Rocky. Robert Shapiro's office. Boy, nobody else in here I think you could recognize. But it does also, of course, tell you who is served these papers. And we have Camille Vasquez with Brown Rudnick. And we also have, of course, Ben Chu. He's with Brown Rudnick as well. So those are, Linda and I have talked about this. And in light of what we've seen now in this trial, it makes us wonder, Ben Chu and Camille Vasquez, who have stellar reputations, obviously totally enhanced by representing Mr. Depp in the Depp Heard matter. This doesn't look good for them. This is a civil case. We've reached out to the DA's office about our information that we passed along and the court's concern about the ethical nature of the prosecution. We've also asked the defense attorneys to respond if possible. Remember, there's a gag order in place. So at this point, we've heard back from nobody, and I'm not so sure we will, because that technically would violate the gag order. So I would like to reach out. This I don't think would violate the gag order. We may reach out to Mr. Chu and Ms. Vasquez and ask them their thoughts of their civil case in light of what is unfolding in this courtroom. It seems to me, if I'm representing Mr. Relli and I see this case going sideways as it has, I'm not feeling so pretty good about my civil case, right? Because remember, if you have a conviction in the criminal case, you just walk across the hall, with my criminal conviction beyond a reasonable doubt, and show it to my civil folks, who all they have to do is show the claim by 51%, a preponderance of the evidence. So that's clearly a lower standard. If you've got a conviction at beyond a reasonable doubt, and you've got civil with a much lower burden, it's very easy to, let's just say it's easy to resolve the civil case. You ain't going to trial. You're going to work it out, because you got that big matzo ball that's going to come in the civil matter that shows that the defendant was convicted, and that's kind of if there is such a thing as a slam dunk, that's it. So that's the deal on this complaint. The answer to the complaint. I would not even spend 2 minutes reading it. I've looked it over for you. I mean, it's just there's nothing of substance in here, except that the defendant, Mr. Rocky, is denying everything that has been claimed in the defamation action. Okay, so not much else to cover for you here. I'm going to let you go. I think we've got some stuff from last Friday where Linda and I were kind of doing a wrap up. I think we can run that for you again and kind of hit some of these high points. I would expect after the lunch hour, they'll be back now at about an hour from now. We're going to see, who the prosecution has lined up. This case could be done tomorrow in terms of the prosecution's witnesses, maybe even more, maybe even sooner, if they don't have more witnesses than we've expected. We know they whittled the witness list down in the first place. Now, I don't know, after the star performance by Relli, maybe it's just like, let's just get this damn thing done and, take our medicine, whatever it may be, and move along. Kay Schmidt, what takes place during the preliminary hearings? How did this make it to trial? That's a very good question. That's a lot of people have been asking that question because they've seen this case unfold. And we know from Joey T's use of the preliminary hearing transcript that a lot of the material we're seeing in trial, and this jury is seeing for the first time, was covered already, because he caught, Relli has a very bad memory. The preliminary hearing was in 2023, a little more than a year, 2 years after the event, and a year and 3 or 4 months from the trial. But a year and 3 or 4 months, Relli doesn't remember what he said then. And who knows, if he's making it up then. It's much harder to remember a lie, because the truth never changes. But if you got a lie going on here and there, you can't remember which lie you told. And so Relli was caught many times by Joey T and in the use of that preliminary hearing transcript. So you have to ask the DA, and kind of like the judge is asking now, are you sure this is ethically appropriate to continue this case? What happened in the preliminary hearing that would convince the DA, yeah, we got to go forward? Because a preliminary hearing is a piece of cake. It's almost like an indictment. The level of proof is zero, almost just a probable cause hearing. Is there probable cause to go forward to trial? Well, yeah, that's just easy. It's a no-brainer, and that shouldn't bolster the DA's opinion on the strength of the case. It shouldn't. I do wonder this. Remember when this all began, up through and beyond the preliminary hearing, it was Gascon who was the DA in LA County. And Hochman just took over after the election in November. He took over December 1st. And we all know, especially because of the Menendez brothers case that Linda and I talked about and shared for the first time, the fact that, I could see it coming. We knew Gascon was out the door. And just because he was, politicking on getting the Menendez brothers out, I knew it could happen, and I'm not giving an opinion on whether it should or shouldn't. I'm just talking about the legal procedure. And I knew once Gascon was out, and he was losing 80% to 20% in the prelim, so in the polling. So there's no way he was going to win. The question just became, what is Hochman going to do when he takes over? And I just knew it would be, kind of flippant to just tag on to Gascon's analysis and follow through. There was, I think, a January date, and then that was removed. And now Hochman is continuing to weigh all of the pros and cons. So just like that case, the Menendez case, Hochman inherited this case. And I wonder if there was anything going on in the background, between the DA. Remember, Lewin was added to the mix 1st of January for, barely weeks ago. What kind of conversations were going on between Lewin and Hochman? I can just imagine Lewin was steamrolling Hochman to just, this is a great case. We've got what we need. Let's go do it. And Hochman's, this case is a pimple on Hochman's ass compared to some of the other stuff going on, including the Menendez case and much fresher cases. So it might have been easy for Hochman to just say, okay, just go ahead. You've been doing this a while. I'm going to take your word for it. You and Polly P get out there and take care of it. And so maybe that's how it ended up actually going to trial. It's an embarrassment. Now it's an embarrassment on Hochman's office. And again, we haven't heard from them, as we've reached out today to see if they have any comments on our thoughts that the judge believes it's an unethical prosecution, or at least he's suggested that. Okay. So, okay. And I agree with Sheila as we're watching the end of this thing, it's just imploding on itself. They blow up a building and it just kind of collapses in on itself. That's what's happening. And Sheila calls it gold. Yeah. Like I said, I admit, officer of the court, I am outraged, but it's pretty fun, pretty good stuff to watch. And again, we're lucky that nobody was murdered in this case. It was purely an assault with some injury, if true. We're just not sure if all of that's true, right? Okay, so I'm going to leave you with that. We'll check back in later. Don't forget, Neil Rockind will be here. We'll start at 6 o'clock, and we'll pop in. Depending on what happens, the court could end early today. If they don't have a few witnesses stacked up, they could end early today. If that's the case, Neil and I will be on from 6 to 7. We'll just kind of figure out what the heck is happening. He is an amazing defense attorney. I can't wait to get his take on some of these folks. Injurious personalities. Why did they not go the route of grand jury instead of the prelim? That's an interesting question. Some jurisdictions don't do grand juries. And California doesn't really use them very often. It's kind of an antiquated concept, to be honest with you. The more modern, traditional approach now, traditional, modern, dummy, that's the opposite. But the more modern approach is by a criminal complaint being filed. So no indictments from the grand jury. California just doesn't do that thing. So, and then they could waive a preliminary if they wanted, but because sometimes folks say, well, a prelim is just showing your hand, and that's why the defense at a prelim kind of lays down a little bit. In this case, though, and again, with Joey Tacopina's use of the transcript, it's clear he made a little more of a healthy defense at the prelim stage, probably because he thought it might not survive a prelim. And that's such a low standard. But him, he's not tipping his hand entirely. And we've seen in this trial, he's had, as I used to say when I was in court trying bigger cases, a surprise a day. That was always my plan. A surprise a day. In this case, it's been a surprise a day, but it's been a surprise to Relli at the hands of Joe Tacopina. Okay, I'm going to leave you alone unless you wander around with your thoughts. We'll be back at 6 o'clock with Neil Rockind. Any questions you think up in the interim or you pick up this afternoon when I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to feel like after Relli leaves, it's going to get a little slower than it has been, but maybe that's good. We'll see who shows up this afternoon for the afternoon session. And we'll be streaming it here, so please stick around. We'll see you in just a little. Well,
Hi,
Well,
Michael
well.
Bryant. Hi. Yeah, you've
Hey.
been traveling. You're back in Connecticut.
I'm
You
back
were
in the
starred
home
in
studio.
Connecticut. You were in Massachusetts. You were doing all sorts of videos, and here you are back where you started.
Yes. Yeah. Funny how
Welcome.
that works. Thank you. Thanks for holding down the fort while we were out there just having some fun with the local folks. We'll talk about Karen Reed in a second. Let's talk about, what we've just seen. I'm not so sure this is the best Q&A for the redirect by the prosecution to leave with this jury as they head off for the weekend. I'm not so sure that Paulie P expected to get the answer to that question. The question was your text about wanting to get some money from the defendant after the shooting or before the shooting? I think he wanted to hear before the shooting. So
right.
He said, no, it was after. It was after.
Right.
So, and then I'm thinking, well, even if he'd said it was before, then my mind would shift to, well, was that part of him creating, this plan to get money, and it involved this shooting and this injury? But I didn't have to go that far because it said it happened after the shooting.
Yeah, and that would make sense if it was before that, because then he deleted the 4 texts too. That the whole plan, that the idea this was all planned out. Well, there was a lot of things that happened today, and our viewers have questions, I know, but a lot of things happened while you were on the road. First of all, there was, I thought Joe Tacopina did a fabulous job. Now, apparently there was a little bit of a ruckus in the courtroom. The judge really had to really step on Lewin, in my opinion. Because Lewin was constantly, doing the objections, doing the speaking, and then constantly going back. And the judge was like, stop. And we've got that clip somewhere. We'll probably play it next week.
I have something. I don't know what it is.
That's
to be honest with you.
I think
is that the one? So bear with me
it.
for a second here. Let me see if I can find it. It's
Okay,
just the only one I had a chance to grab.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. I got it. Here we go.
68 of the trial transcript.
Proper question with comments.
There's no question pending. Go ahead and read the
Page
question.
68, line 7 to line 6.
Stop it!
He's telling the jury.
Stop
talking
it.
about,
I
was
don't
objected
want
to,
you to be-
it's not appropriate. You can't say
Stop
it.
Mr. Lewin, stop it.
Page 68.
That's it.
You're going to be in timeout, Mr. Lewin. You're in timeout.
And when you heard, and the judge, I had to give the judge credit because he really had control of that courtroom when he was on the bench. He just says, "Stop it," But
the thing is,
but there was one more thing I want to tell you before you go, okay? And then I'm going to let you roam free. There's a clip we're going to have to find over the weekend, and what it was starting that Joe was really getting under the skin of Relli, right? And at one point when they talked about the relationship with the lawyers and all, he said, "You Tacopina," and the judge said, "It is Mr. Tacopina to you. Mr. Tacopina doesn't call you Ephron. He calls you Mr. Ephron. You give him the same respect." And this is all in front of the jury.
Yeah.
And that was the beginning of how the day really then started. Now, I wouldn't say off the rails, but it had a potential to go off the rails, and it got nasty at the end.
And I did hear that exchange. I don't know if anybody timestamped it, but if so, then maybe I can find it and we can pull it. But yeah, it was. That's not the kind of stuff you want to play out in front of the jury. I don't think anybody wants that to play out in front of the jury. Not the witness. Even the attorneys are not really comfortable with that kind of exchange. But with this guy, I mean, he is just out of control. And I'm not talking about Lewin this time. I'm talking about Relli. He plays this rope-a-dope kind of game where when he feels like anything he says is going to hurt him, he just doesn't know. I don't know.
I don't remember.
He just plays dumb, which can work. And I mean, as I would tell clients, I don't know is a perfectly acceptable answer, but it needs to come genuinely, like right after a question is asked, not after you have fumbled to answer it 2 or 3 times, and then you end up defaulting to, I don't know. Then it just looks like you're hiding something.
Yeah.
And that happened a lot.
That was a lot in there. And then the well-respected attorney Ben Chu and Ms. Vasquez represent Relli. I don't know for how long.
I don't either, man.
In a civil case, but they sort of apparently Joe Tacopina said had words with Vasquez, right? And then apparently, according to what's been reported, Ben Shu is certainly a gentleman, said, something about his ethics or his performance or something to him, 2 words, right? I didn't take it down because it wasn't on camera, but it's being reported and you can all look it up. So that happened there. And I will remind you all that both Joe Tacopina and Ben Shu are friends of mine. We teach, the 3 of us at Harvard together, trial advocacy workshop. Now, the judge also didn't let Relli talk about extortion, but Joe ended on the thing that we had the exclusive on, Michael Bryant, I'm proud to say, the $30 million and $30 million cash, and he would just disappear to an island where the prosecution would not find him. And when confronted with whether or not he said that to Wally, I don't know how you spell Wally, whether it's W-A-L-L-E, W-A-L-E, whatever it is, but it sounded like Wally, right? He first of all, he says it didn't sound like him. And Joe said, you just listened to the tape for 3 seconds. He said, it doesn't sound like me.
Yeah.
And so actually he says, how do you know it's 3 seconds? And Joe said, because I counted 1,
2, 3. Yeah.
3.
Yeah.
And
I'm
so
a genius. I counted to 3.
I assume there's 1 or 2 things that happen. Either Wally's going to testify, or the jury can listen to the tape and you can kind of hear whether it's him. They've had him on the stand now for 2 days. But $30 million twice, once for cash.
Yeah. And so I did put those 2 questions in our poll. So if you go to our community page at some point, one of them is basically, do you think extortion was committed? And then the second is, if you think it was, should Relli have been charged with a crime? So.
Well, that's the interesting issue here. The prosecution just, they took Relli's word, and yet there was you heard in the cross-examination, like the 4 times or so today, and I think you were on doing the interviews then, that he went through the police asking him, well, if you were so scared of him, he had a gun, why did you follow him? And it was different police officers at different times. Why did you follow him? He said, you're scared of him? You followed him? And that didn't make any sense. And then the other thing was the girlfriend. This is your favorite part, the ghost girlfriend.
Yeah, the ghost girlfriend, and she will be testifying. But before we move on to her, I did make some notes about that. Were you afraid? Because what JT did was he said, "Were you afraid?" And when you followed, was that after the shooting? Yes, it was. Were you afraid? And he said, "Well, yeah, because I had just been shot at." Which still doesn't make sense. Well, why are you following the dude if you're afraid because you've just been shot at? So that on its face makes no sense. But you compare that with his preliminary hearing testimony from November of 2023, which Tacopina pulled out. Today on the stand, he was afraid because he'd just been shot at, he says. But in the prelim, nope, I wasn't afraid.
Right.
So that makes logical sense. Well, if you're not afraid, you would follow them, even if your fear or lack of fear was irrational, because hey, if the guy really did shoot at you, you're kind of weird if you're not a little afraid, right?
Right.
But the fact is, he can't keep a story straight.
Yeah, right. He can't keep the story straight. And then he went to then he got the lawyers. He said at one point, I think in the preliminary hearing, that he had went back to the scene to collect the shell casings. And we've talked about this because that was mentioned in the opening statements on the night of the shooting, right? But he didn't know the police had already gone there, and there had been videos of it, and pictures of them looking at them. There's nothing there. And then he said, he confirmed today, however, he didn't talk to a lawyer until like the next day. And the day after, then he was told to go back to the scene. And then he flew apparently to New York, where he went to Metropolitan Hospital up there on the upper east side, Metropolitan Hospital. And I doubt there's going to be a doctor coming in and saying those things are bullet wounds.
Probably not. You can clear this up for me, because I'm not sure when he acquired various attorneys, as you mentioned, Ben Chu, Camille Vasquez currently, but I don't think that's who he spoke to initially, right?
Right. And the names don't mean anything to me, who he spoke to initially.
So he spoke to somebody.
Ben, but it wasn't, it wasn't Ben Chu, but it wasn't Ben Chu.
I thought it was a different person. So it became clear that this person he spoke to suggested, hey, if you think you got a shot at a civil case, you better get a criminal complaint filed. I mean, that was the clear message, even though Relli was all kind of mushy on it, and I don't know who said what or when, but JT was able to hit that a few times, And that's important. I mean, what's the motivation for filing the criminal complaint? Is it because you think a crime was committed? No, because I think it'll help my civil case.
Right. And the civil case that he's put a whole nice theory out there that this was planned because he needed money. I mean, he needed money. He had a lifestyle that needed money. And then there was a really interesting thing, and maybe you can clear this up for me, because at some point he said, with cameras went off today because he was showing a picture on his Instagram account. And the judge just asked him, well, do you think if you show a picture on an Instagram account, you will be in danger? And he said, yes. He said, that's it. And everyone Judge Tacopina, I think, wanted to inquire, but because he said he was going to be fearful, the cameras went off, and whatever it was they were talking about, whatever the picture was, I have no idea, because they did show other pictures later on of him flexing his fingers on his Instagram account. So I have no idea.
And they showed the pictures of him in front of fancy cars, and on redirect there was an attempt to clean that up. Doesn't mean you have those cars. Doesn't mean you want those cars. Well, what the hell does it mean? You either have them or you want them. You're not just standing there in front of these cars just because they happen to be there and you're there. There's something going on inside to motivate that. And we know a lot of youngsters, and I say young, this guy's 36. A lot of younger people, love to do that kind of flashy type Instagram, Insta, and they'll post it because they think they look cool because they're with something. Well, down deep, it's because they want one.
Yeah.
So,
well, if I thought I looked cool and next to a car, I'd be out there too. Yeah.
Why not? It's fun. It's just fun.
Fun, right? It's fun. I put two.
But there's a little. I wish I had one going on underneath. Right.
Yeah, on this one, this is clear. Now, Phoebe Purvis is the young lady, Joe's assistant, which she also be a lawyer. Well, there's two women at the table. One is Sarah Kaplan. She's the local counsel. That's
the blonde woman kind of facing us at the end of the table.
She's at the end of the table, and she used to work with Robert Shapiro initially in the O.J. Simpson case, and she was tangentially involved in Spectre for not as an attorney, but for something different. And then there's another woman who is doing a lot of the computer stuff, something that I usually end up doing when I've got attorneys with me, going up to the court bench with, I do not know whether she's a lawyer or not. The other male lawyer sitting at the table is definitely from Joe's office in New York. He's a criminal defense lawyer, and he's on their website, but I didn't see anybody else but three men on his website. But that doesn't mean he doesn't employ more, or that doesn't mean she's not a lawyer. Yeah,
she could be a baby attorney that also is a tech whiz, but having a tech person a la from Atlanta. What was his name? We had him on, Mr. Kokomo.
Oh, it was the Kokomo.
He was the tech whiz in that case. And he was a non-attorney. Now we know he's going on to become an attorney.
Right.
So yeah, she could be an attorney. She could be a law clerk. She could be a paralegal. Clearly somebody that has the tech skills that the other folks don't have.
Yeah, well, that's clear with a lot of us getting in trial.
Well, the thing is, it's so nice to have somebody else to do that.
Right.
Because the tech, it's like I can barely do this, with the different things we're doing. When you've got something a little more important on the line, like a client, it's nice to be able to have somebody do the tech stuff, and you can just ask to call this up, call that up. Because if you're a one-man band, I can tell you, I've done trials where I'm a one-man band. It's painful, you lose your thought process on a cross-examination or whatever it is. It's far more important than, can we get the right slide up, please?
Right. No, it was very difficult. So we did have that crescendo. Now, as you remember, the judge said that Mr. Tacopina, Joe, was not allowed to say the words extortion. And by the way, at one point today, because those texts all had the N word in it, usually ending with A, there was a ruling by the court, and everyone was saying in the courtroom, I thought I was like, whoa, remember we talked about that.
Joe said it in his opening.
He said in his opening, and he ruled that no one in the courtroom could say it. They had to say the N word. So that was actually kind of refreshing a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, I have, as a lover of words, that word we've talked about before, it's despicable, it's horrible, what it means, but it is just a word. And if it's being used in the context that Joe was using it, because it's important for his case, it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I think he let him do it, but then it said, and that's enough now. Now
he didn't overuse it. That's true. He did it once.
But so we had that, and then we had apparently, and I think Missy had posted it up when we were doing it, and I didn't see it, and I actually didn't hear about it. I know, right? At one point, but there was some tit for tat going on with Lewin and well, with Lewin and Joe. And what it was is apparently they got into a bit of a fight, and then Lewin said to Joe, "Why don't you take more steroids?" And then Joe said to Lewin, "Why don't you go visit Durst's house again?" And that's because apparently, and there's a New Jersey article we put up there. There you go. Well, here's what happened. This is from Afi, who was in the courtroom. Lewin said the prop gun garbage. Tacopina leans over and shouts at the DA and points two fingers because they're sitting right next to each other.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, very close.
Very close. And then actually Rocky, except Rocky had to step in between them. And Lewin goes, "Time for more steroids." And Joe goes, "Go to the Durst house again." And that's because Durst was married to Deborah Charatan, if you recall, even though she was living with somebody else, and
it was an interesting relationship.
But it was a relationship, and she was covered by privilege. And her lawyer actually lived in my building here, right here where we are, for about 10 years when we were here. And he and I talked about him representing her at one point because we had to share the dog elevator going down with our dogs. But this is a while ago. This is when I got Valjean, actually, before Tubi. And so apparently most people didn't know this, but then Lewin took a vacation with his daughter at Robert Durst's wife's house.
I think, well, the article I read was May of last summer, but was it before that time or was it just that recent?
No, I think it was that reason. I think it was that reason, but we still went. And so that's where Joe said, go to the, so there they got into it.
Maybe that was some fees he was getting for some consulting work.
He's a PA. I don't know how he can
I don't know what arrangements he's got. I have no idea.
I know. So that was apparently a site that we didn't see, and it wasn't on. There was no cameras rolling, and as you know, you can't photograph with your iPhone in a courtroom in California. There are rules against it, and you will go into the host gal. Your phone will be taken from you, and the photographs deleted, and maybe a contempt. So that also was going on, and. I have to answer this. Jenny says, "Linda, please tell me you live in the only murders in the building."
Oh gosh.
I don't. Those are on the Upper West Side. That building is up in the Upper West Side that they film or they use as the role model for the only murders in the building. I actually live in a more modern building than that. But boy, I tell you, we do. We had a house up in the Catskills, and if you recall, about 3 years ago, there was a man who killed a New Jersey federal court judge, and he drove to the Catskills and like the next town, a couple towns over. And it was during the pandemic. I took everybody up, and we actually filmed for Court TV where he had killed off himself. He had ran and he had offed himself in a couple towns over, and all because he had summers in the Catskills. So my other house was close to a murder, and of course,
what is that starting to tell you?
I don't know. It told me it was like I don't want to. Like I was like, I don't want to buy a house right in this block because maybe it'll be haunted later on. I'm Italian. I believe in ghosts.
Yeah, you never know. Okay, let me look at. We got a few questions from earlier today that have been kind of maybe lost in the shuffle. Let me see if I can bring one on here. Oh, this is a good question. All the stuff he is reading and not showing the public goes back with a jury question mark. It depends. The short answer, it depends. If it's used to refresh recollection or somehow use it for foundational information, probably not. But if it's admitted as evidence, then in all likelihood, it'll go back with all the other evidence. So I don't know specifically which of those things we're talking about. There were text messages that were shown, a few other things that were used, some to refresh recollection. So generally, those would not go back.
Right, and we needed a lot of refreshing of the recollection,
or just making it up, or
whatever. There was, it's funny because I had starred the "Not Afraid to Follow" as one of the big things for today, and then the injury.
Oh, the injury. Let's talk about that hospital visit.
Right. Well, because another number of things. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say he went on the 9th, which was because remember the injury. If it occurred that night, was on the 6th in the evening. So it was 2 days plus, wasn't a full 3 days, 2 days plus before he comes back east and ultimately goes to the hospital to have it checked out. I don't know what people will think of that. It just seems that if it was significant enough, you get it looked at immediately. If it's something you're using to bolster a case, civil or criminal, maybe you forget to do it as quickly as you should, and maybe you're reminded that you ought to go have that checked out. It reminds me of, I've done a number of personal injury cases, and there's always that claim. And my brother-in-law is a chiropractor, so I'm not putting down chiropractors in general, but there was a certain system you could see develop after most personal injury cases, and that is the attorney would send them to a chiropractor who would immediately issue orders for 3 adjustments per week for 12 weeks or whatever it was. And why do they do that? Because then they take that number, and in the PI world, generally 3 times your medical expenses can be used as a measure of damages. Okay. So you send somebody to the chiro to churn up, medical bills, and then you multiply that and say, here's what we want. So when I saw this, 2-day plus delay in getting the hospital to look at his injuries, first thing I thought was, that's what you do when you're jacking up a claim. You're just trying to support it as best you can, whether you need the treatment or not.
And at one point, I did 4 stars if I could read my writing. Joe got him to admit that at some point he said, well, the injury could have been from a bullet. It could have been from a bullet coming off a floor. Doesn't know what caused the injury, or it could have been from something else. So he made 4 different claims all over the time about what the injuries to the knuckles are. And I think we do have a picture of those knuckle injuries somewhere, and I think what Joe was saying, that he smacked somebody, he had a picture of somebody's face and he smacked somebody, right?
And there was was his name Illy? I know I'm probably missing.
Yeah.
Or Isaiah or something like that.
Right. Yeah, and he smacked it, but you only took a picture of half the face. So it was all over, but it was all leading up to the crescendo. Yeah, and I think that's why things got testy. There's the knuckles now.
And do we know what day that was? Was that the one at the hospital?
Well, here's an interesting question, because when Joe showed him the picture, that's why I took a screenshot of it. He says, it's not date stamped. I don't know when this is from. Okay. And Joe said, well, didn't you take this photograph? He said, well, but I don't know when it's from because it's not date stamped. And they went round and round in that. Okay. That's why I screenshotted it when it happened, because that was the answer. So the same question you're asking me, I don't know, because he didn't know.
He doesn't know. And then he says, they're talking about the first 2 knuckles and then the third one having maybe just a slight mark of some sort. And he's asking, can you see the injuries on that photo? And Relli was like, well, I can't see them that well, and maybe because of the screen or the quality of the photo. But he said, you can still see them on my knuckles now, 3 years later. Oh, I want to see that. That's what I want to see. If you've got 3-year-old scarring from, I think that supports your case. Why aren't we seeing that?
Yeah, I know. I know, exactly. Right, because that would be something pretty bad that went through. Although, I've got scarring from when I was a kid still. My dog bites.
Yeah, let's start sharing our scars again.
Share scars again. So I think as things got to the crescendo, because Lewin wasn't able to play the game he's normally play. He tried really hard this afternoon with the objection, and the judge told him to sit down. And so Joe was heading towards the crescendo. Normally he tries to stop that. I think normally he has his way in the courtroom, and he didn't have his way. And it came in. I'm certainly Joe would have liked it to come in more like, and you try to extort, right? I mean, that's why the judge said you can't use those words. But it came in. $30 million? $30 million? Anyone who tries a case knows you got to be, for $30 million, you better be dead.
Yeah, that's some serious pain and suffering or disability that goes on and on and on. But maybe those punitive damages. Obviously, firing a gun at somebody is an intentional act, and that's punitive damages normally. So who knows? I mean, it's a rubber number. But the fact that he asked for it ahead of time and as part of a lawsuit to reinforce that request, they just don't look good.
Right. The first one was ahead of time, and the second one was like, and if you pay it through the lawsuit, you can funnel it through the lawsuit. That's basically was the intent. Okay, you funnel through the law, and they'll never find. That's not paid. Not just settle the case. they'll never find me again, right? They'll never find me. The prosecution won't be able to find me because I'm going to be at an island, and they're going to have to go through Rocky, and they'll never find me if you pay me that money. That's I think that's the coup de grace. That's what I think. It's because it's one thing to say settle the case with $30 million, that's what you owe me. It's another thing to say,
But I'll go away,
"Hey,
and
I'm going to go away." You know, and that sounds like extortion. It's either bribery or extortion.
This guy was squirming, no doubt about it. And when he said, "I just want this to be over," I think he meant it. That was one of the truest things I think I heard him say. And I think it will be. There'll be a touch more of this redirect. Trying to, as I call it, clean up on aisle 5. It is quite a mess that he's left behind. And then Joe will have another shot at in recross to do a little something and leave one more impression with this jury.
Yeah, although Paulie P is very, it seems very honest. Just do this, do that. I mean, he brings it down a notch. He seems extremely honest. I mean, if they get anything on this, it's because of him, not because of John Lewin, in my opinion. Just because he seemed like he was just putting it out there, putting what he had, trying to let the jury find the truth. And here it is. And here, but the problem is that you got a lot of problems here. You got a lot of problems. So what do you think the girlfriend's going to say? She's got to testify, right?
Well, I guess it depends on what they say to one another this weekend. She's got to testify. And thanks to Miss Shorty from Down Under for shouting us out there. She's shared some of our stuff in the past, which we really appreciate. So I think there may be another, get together to kind of talk about the story and what to expect. And we still have that one piece of video that it's kind of damning, because it's the video that Relli says shows him at the scene at or about the time he found the bullet casings, right? And you can't see her. So I guess, was she in the car? Was she hiding around the corner? I mean, how are they going to handle that? They got to come up with something. And I'm counting on them coming up with something.
Yeah. He said, I think she may be off to the side. That's what he said. Maybe she's off. There's cameras everywhere.
And it's not a tight shot. It's not like she can be like where you are and I'm right here and you're cut out. No, it's a wide shot. So they'll come up with something.
Teddy is a good thing. It's not me. They lied. It's fake. I don't know if that's my girlfriend. That was another thing. He said, one of the things, one of the videos, I don't know if it's me. I think it may be AI.
Well, it's not the first time he's not sure who he is on video. That's happened at least twice now, that he's just not sure who it is. And I'll give him some credit. The quality is horrible. But still, in that area, in that context, you would know. You would know if it's you or not.
Tina points out, and he missed this too, I think the judge asked so many questions during the cross. He felt that he was doing the cross. And yes, there was one period of time. But I think what it was is the judge, by the way, had this he kind of had this affect. He was clear control, but Relli wasn't answering Joe's questions, and he didn't want to waste time with him not answering. So he said, look at me. He's trying to ask you this, and now the next question is this, and the next question is this, and the next question is this, and he went through like 7 of them, and he said, "Then, Mr. Tacopina, you can continue." And I think Relli got the message that he had to answer the questions. That's what.
Yeah, and quite often they were yes or no questions. But yes or no is not an answer that Relli likes to give. I've used my watch analogy. What time is it? Well, you got these parts over here on the side, and then click onto this. He's off. He's off and running. Even after sometimes he stops, right, as if he's answered the question, and then he just starts talking again, and the judge will have to say, "There's no question. There's no question pending. Just sit." And it gets back to what I said yesterday. That this is not their comfortable place, right?
Right.
For anybody, but folks who are kind of in a culture that freedom of expression and being a little outrageous is rewarded. This is really confining, and it's tough for them to do it. And I don't blame them. I get it.
Missy, could you put Relli's Instagram up in the chat? Let's see. Relli, here was Relli's Instagram, and the most amazing thing, that's his Instagram, and it's Relli Boss. I don't know what there that he was fearful of. I mean, he's on TV. He's bringing a claim. He's asking for $30 million, right? But that's his Instagram. He wants all these followers.
Stuff? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is, but he wants all these followers, and why he was fearful that if his Instagram went up, it would not be good. It'd be bad for his safety. It's a public page. Anyone can go to it. Hey, look, you just Google it, Relli. You go to Instagram, put on Relli. Up it comes.
Well,
so.
you're not a record producer because you would have shunned him.
Well,
You are.
I don't know. The judge does kind of look like Geppetto, doesn't he? He does a little. At one point, he was off the bench there too, looking at the screen. He really has no problem controlling his courtroom. I really like him, actually. I think
he's doing as well as he can with the big personalities involved, and it's primarily Lewin because Joe can be boisterous and a big personality too, but he seems to know when to dial it down and act appropriately. Lewin doesn't. He just has no idea how not to talk. It's not that difficult. Objection, irrelevant. That's it. You're done. He just can't stop. He just has a narrative form. That's just how he talks.
Yeah. And he was speaking constantly. He was constantly doing speaking objections constantly. Now, the judge kept saying, as we played that clip, he told him to sit down. Basically, it was like your papa saying, "Sit down and shut up."
Yes, I'm waiting for him to.
I was waiting for that.
Wrap him across the knuckles with a ruler.
But he and then he got warned, and then he just wouldn't stop. He just couldn't control himself because he wasn't winning. Miss Love would have gotten away with all that with Judge Glanville. Yes, Jenny. Miss Love would have gotten away with all that. There's no doubt about that.
Judge Arnold is no Judge Glanville. I think that's safe to say.
No, I think he's really doing a good job.
Yeah, I think you got a tough witness. You have 1.5 tough attorneys, and I'm giving Joe a bit of a break here because I think he knows he's winning. So it's easier when you're winning to be a little more low key. Lewin knows he's losing. So he's going over the top. Right.
He's definitely going over the top, and he's not used to. I don't think he's used to having this happen in a high-profile case. Clearly, I think they would have been better with Paulie P. The whole thing. Paulie P. It looks like he's. I'm going to say it again, earnest, and he's trying to do the right thing. And you could say it's earnest, but you still got to deal with the fact that really deleted texts. Really's girlfriend's not there. The shell casings were not there when the police came. He didn't go to the hospital until after he hired attorneys. And he says today he says he's not permanently injured, but in the lawsuit he says he is permanently injured.
And we know, a lot of those lawsuits, because especially state actions, they aren't verified as a federal complaint. Federal complaint is verified, which means you are attesting to every fact as if it's a perjury is hanging over your head. Right. State law, most of the cases, you talk in fluffier language, and you always have some permanent disfigurement. A lot of it is puffery to help you, get a little more money in the case. I also mentioned in California, you don't normally mention the amount of the claim. Unless you're trying to strong arm somebody.
Unless you're trying to strong arm, that's the issue. Now, the question to have, though, is if this come out, he looks like he really is a liar. And I don't, what does the prosecution do? We already know that they decided they chose their warrior, right? They chose Relli to be on Relli's side, not on ASAP Rocky's side. But you have two very good attorneys, very ethical attorneys with Ben Shue and Camille Vasquez who've chosen Relli now, and they know that tape is out there with the 30 million. So,
I know. I find that very interesting. Yeah. And if there is no conviction here, that is going to be one tough mother of a civil case. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah. It's going to be fought. At that point, maybe it hasn't happened that Relli had to go to doctors and all. Maybe the civil case has stayed a little bit and pending criminal action and all. But that's not going to. It may end up being that there be some minuscule settlement just to let it go away, and minuscule for ASAP Rocky could be $300,000, but there was no way he was paying that 30 million because what could happen then? He could get arrested because he was trying to buy a witness, right? What would the prosecution do if he did pay it or paid any money to settle that case? They'd say, you're trying to buy a witness, you're tampering with evidence, you're tampering with a witness, you're going to jail, we're indicting you.
Yeah, so be glad you weren't successful.
Yeah.
So anyway. And before we talk a little bit about Karen Reed, just remind folks what this jury was left with. Did you make the demand for money before or after the shooting? After the shooting. Okay. Thank you very much. Damn it. I wish you hadn't said that. That's what they get to go home and think about. Okay, Karen Reed. So we know that was kind of fun today. And I now have in my hot little hand. Wait, hold on a second. I think I have. I hold on. Don't move. I think I got something for you here. Stand by just a second. All right, the hearing was just today, and remember, Bev, among other things, was going to take into to her little chambers there the determination of whether to have
Judge Bev.
What's that, Judge Bev?
Judge Bev to you.
I tried to use her last name when I was in the courtroom or courthouse yesterday to get to her court, and I mispronounced it, which is why I'm sticking with Judge Bev. Anyway, she wasn't sure whether she needed a what hearing?
Dahlberg.
On the issue of
Dahlberg Lanigan, right.
Mr.
Lanigan.
Green and his opinions on the deletion or lack thereof of the Haas Long in the snow, those searches that were done on the phone attributed to Jen McCabe, who says she didn't do it and didn't delete them at 2 a.m., that it happened at 6 after they found the body. That's the crux of his testimony.
Now I owe you a Carvel ice cream cone.
That's right, because we talked about it earlier. You said for sure she'd want this hearing. I said, I don't think so. So she has ruled not going to have a hearing, which means next week will be very short. I'm not sure it's worth going up for next week. We'll figure it out. So she will.
It'll be Friday now instead of they said Friday, I think, right? Instead of Thursday.
Yeah,
it's actually Dahlberg. We've had this discussion with Michael. I appeared on a panel with it early
on.
Here
we go.
The plaintiff. And he's on, his attorney's on there saying everyone mispronounced it because everyone was saying Dahlberg. It's Dahlberg.
I think I was the only one saying it like that, but.
No. For years, people were saying everyone had a.
Well, I think that's like
now people are more saying. Now people are more saying Dahlberg.
En français, I would have to go to France and see how they pronounce it by somebody who spells it the same, like Michael here, Michel in français. So it could be a regional thing. Anyway,
Michel is here. Hey Siri, call Michael Bryant.
Calling Michelle Bryant.
Mais oui, très bénéfique. Okay, so she decided she doesn't need that, but she is going to still make a decision on whether he's in or not. So the decision that there is no hearing needed is not a decision that he stays. Now, to me, logic says she let him in before. She doesn't think there needs to be an evidentiary hearing again. I think he's coming in. That's, do you want to double down on that bet?
No, I know you could. No, I'm concerned because she said, I think I can decide this without having a hearing. That was her thing today. She said, I would let you know by Monday, but then decided she should have said, let him come in. So I'm concerned that she's going to strike parts of his testimony.
Okay. Well, I don't know if I'll give you half credit for that. It's either all in or all out. If she does strike some of it, that's a tie.
That's a tie. Okay. All right. Then we'll just go have an ice cream together. That's all.
There you go. Okay. So we have the schedule here. This is pretty close to what I had scribbled down and we talked about earlier today. So the next matter is on the 5th. They still list both the 5th and 6th here, but we think that's going to be pared down to just one of those 2 days, probably Friday. Then the filing for the motion to dismiss, if there is going to be one by the defense, that deadline is the 11th. Valentine's Day is the deadline for the Commonwealth to file their opposition to any motion to dismiss, if there is one. And then on the 18th is the hearing on the motion to dismiss, if there is one. And on the 21st, it is the filing of all other evidentiary motions. It's not a court date. It's just that's the deadline to file this stuff because we're going April 1st. And then the hearing of those, if there are any, 2 days set aside at the moment, 4th and 5th of March. That could change. 1 day may be enough. And then the 7th would be a pretrial hearing for whatever is left and motions in limine. So there you have it, heading all towards steamrolling toward the April 1st deadline. That came out just today.
A really stupid question.
You don't have any of those, but go ahead.
Why are we doing this if there is the head top court which hasn't decided the issue of whether or not there's going to be double?
Well, there's no stay. There's no stay in place. Do you think they'll ask for a stay if the court doesn't rule?
No, it sounds like the defense wants to go forward.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I think so too. I think they've resigned themselves to the timing of those jury affidavits and the way that all got so sloppy and messy. They probably just think the appellate court is not going to disrupt this second trial date and everything that's been going on to prepare for that. Because what would they do? What would be another remedy? To have the jurors come in, have the lower court reconvene some sort of investigation, some sort of evidentiary hearing on the jurors?
That should have been the remedy to begin with. They should have been brought in to begin with.
If they'd done it right away. But now every day
No.
that passes makes it just sloppy. So I have a feeling that all the parties have said, look, that's a snowball in hell. It ain't going to happen. Let's just go forward. Be nice if they did rule before, because then it's not that big matzo ball hanging out there. Just get it done, deny it, go on with the second trial, and there you go.
Well, you saw her today, and one of the questions I think I asked you earlier is how did she look? Did she look worried? Did her team look worried?
Oh no, you didn't mean that. She didn't. She looked like she's having a great time. Like she was at a receiving line at a wedding or something. Yeah, she looks like I got nothing to bother me. And I mentioned it to you earlier. If you had won, as she did, in my opinion, as she won, her team won, they spanked the prosecution. You got to be emboldened by that, because nothing that has happened since, even their desperate attempts to get rid of Dr. Russell, Mr. Green, is he a doctor? No, he's an engineer of some sort. No, their attempts to get rid of those key players, unsuccessful at this point, just look like they're desperate, and that's got to make her feel even better.
What's the thing about the ARCA, the ARCCA?
She was going to hold off on that.
I forgot to put the R in when I tweeted about it today, but ARCCA.
That's a good question. She decided to put that off, and I have a feeling that's going to be returned through next week. And that's remember the federal experts who determined in their investigation that the car never hit John O'Keefe. That was their ultimate conclusion. Well, that's great stuff for the defense. And so, of course, the prosecution wants that out. And I think they're trying to get it out based on some notice issues. I think that's the Rule 14 that they're kind of hanging their hat on. I think that's a loser too. But those kind of
they only had a case where they testified already.
That's what makes it even more bizarre. If they hadn't testified, who knows? Anything could happen. But for the judge to have allowed them and their reports, and then now all of a sudden say, I kind of screwed that up. They're out. What are the chances? I just don't see it.
I don't understand it. When do you think, when do you think, this is a great question from Michelle Duffy, the SJC, the Supreme Court, the top court, I'm going to call it the Supreme Court, the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts, is going to have a ruling, Michael?
Who knows? I would think it's either going to be like a pocket veto, meaning they just ignore it, just don't do anything, or they'll do it at some point in the next 2 months. How do we know? Something's going on internally. It's not like they don't know what's happening as this case ramps up. And I think Judge Bev also knows that it's going to happen. So let's just get this thing going. We got our April Fool's Day trial date. Let's just go. Let's just do it. So
and then
a lot of unsaid is what I think is going on. It's just like people aren't telling the whole story because they kind of know the whole story.
You know what I would like to know? I'd like to know if the defense, because they had the contact with the jurors, talked to them about what was important and what they think they should do in the second trial, and whether the defense is really, those jurors really become like jury consultants to the defense, just like in this case you have a formal jury consultant in the California case.
I haven't looked at it lately, but I think Turtle Boy interviewed a couple of the jurors. And I don't remember if they were alts or if they were actually in the box, but I recall there was something out there about him. I didn't ask him about it today. We didn't have a lot of time, but maybe next time I go up there, he's a regular celebrity up there. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, you interviewed him a little bit. You got
just briefly.
He wanted to know where you were from.
Well, I always say Michael Bryant with Justice Serve TV, and that's when people have a glazed look, And so sometimes they'll say formerly Long Crime, formerly Court TV, and no, all right. And then some folks called up our site while we were there because I said, well, we're streaming it too. And then they're like, oh, there you are. Like, yeah, that's me.
Thanks to Missy and Dizzy. And Missy, they really
exactly.
We're holding it down. But no, he was good. He said he felt good. He sits in the jury box when he's
he's in the cadre of Karen Reed supporters, obviously.
Karen Reed, okay. All right, so he gets a seat in the jury box. And then you interviewed somebody else, my favorite interview of the day.
Yeah, it wasn't as much an interview as it was a a shout out to LKB about how he loves you so much. And that was Mr. Jackson. And it was kind of weird when they left. I caught them as they were coming down. It was he and his client, Karen Reed, and they walk by shoulder to shoulder, and I do that little exchange where tell Linda I love her. Just tell her I love her. I said, you love her? Okay. And then as they got down to the corner, it was like they were misdirected, and they had to walk back again in front of the courthouse and go the other direction. It was just kind of kind of weird, like they made their grand departure, and then they had to come back.
I'm sorry. I'm still coy on the fact that you're confused and maybe somebody could love me.
No, I just thought it was I thought it was an odd on the street kind of greeting, because I was just saying, hey, my co-host is Linda Kenny Baden. You know her. It's, oh, I love Linda. Tell Linda I love her. So, okay. Got it.
As you all know, for people who don't know, Alan Jackson and I were on opposite sides of the first Phil Spector case. And so we spent like almost 6 months in a courtroom together separately. And I think we had a great respect for each other. He's an excellent attorney. For some reason, I don't know, all these cases we're doing, I seem to have ties to people.
I know. Good
for you.
The
jury consultant in the jury consultant in the ASAP Rocky case, and then tried a case against Alan Jackson, and Alex Spiro's out there. I mean, it's like, and I'm here. You see what's important to me? I'm here with you and the podcast.
Well, you make it sound like that's a consolation prize.
No. I just said what's important to me is doing this, because I think that if we don't talk to people for what we know and what we learn, and there's so much misinformation out there, if you and I don't do something like this, Michael Bryant, and take over,
there are definitely less avenues for it. There really are.
There are, yeah, but it's important, and you see the questions, and everybody, hopefully everybody appreciates it, except for the one woman who wrote to me and just hated me. She,
the one that thinks you were drinking, or something.
No, that was the other guy.
That was somebody else.
Yeah, you remember she wrote to me, and I had said something about Luigi, but it was really complimentary. It was bad about the Mayor Adams. It looks like he's going to be pardoned, by the way, by the president.
Looks like it, yeah. Or
right?
charges,
and the charges being dropped or whatever. And so, and then I said, you absolutely misconstruing everything that I've said, blah blah blah. And then she said, I knew you were a phony with your glamour shots, and I'm thinking, my glamour shots. I'm exhausted every day. I'm on the air with you. It's like
she's
I have makeup. I hardly have glamour shots.
A bitter woman. Okay, I got to run, but I want one more question before we get out of here.
Alan Jackson, by the way, was Rocky's attorney, Jenny, at the start of the case. You're absolutely right. Okay.
Injurious personalities, that frightens me, but okay. Did you know Sacco and Vanzetti were tried in that courtroom? That's that tiny courtroom I've been complaining about. Somebody told me that today from the steps of that courthouse, because they've become historians, and docents for this place they hang out at a lot. And I thought it was an interesting little tip. So yes, I didn't know it until today. So now I know it.
Remember, we talked about Sacco and Vanzetti on this show with one of the situations that people thought they were guilty, right? And it turns out that at least one of them was probably innocent.
Which one?
I forget whether Sacco or Vanzetti.
Okay, then here we are. I'm in my normal spot here in Canton, Ohio. I'm in Canton. What state am I in? Canton, Massachusetts. I'm in the street. Of course I am. I'm just hanging out in the street. Behind me, of course, the courthouse where the Karen Reed hearing took place earlier this morning. Finished up about half an hour, 45 minutes ago. Michael Bryant here. Linda Kenny Baden, how are you?
I'm trying to keep up with you. I've been trying to post. I've been trying to keep up with what was in the courtroom. We had so many people on the chat this morning watching. That I've been like shell shocked. I've been shell shocked, and I haven't even been able to post your last little segment that people are going to want, because it's an exclusive interview with two people.
Yeah, it's like a drive-by, one of those drive-by interviews.
Well, except that one of them involves me, and I'm I want everyone to see it.
Of course, people will. It's kind of like when I was back at Extra, and you're doing the reception line, and then people are just going by, and you're just shouting at them. So that was fun. So what'd you think about today's activities?
Well, first of all, it was clear to me that Judge Bev would like a new hearing. She wants a Daubert hearing. For some reason, she wants to limit Richard Green's testimony. I really got that impression. I posted that. I thought that was an absolute vibe for her. So when she said, well, I have to see whether I need a hearing to decide whether I need a hearing. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
And yeah, we got to do
was-
it quickly. We got to do it quickly because we have a trial date. So she wants to limit it, and she knows that she let him in already, and that unless he's absolutely right, it's not your opinion. Daubert doesn't have to go with the opinions; it has to go with the methodology and all that other stuff that he quoted.
And that she's already passed him on, so she has to
Right.
find some extraordinary reason to now decide he no longer qualifies. And if you want, we can have a bet if you want, because you think she wants a Daubert hearing. I think she does not.
Daubert. Wait a second. If
I said Daubert.
Daubert hearing. Daubert hearing. Daubert hearing.
Yeah.
But then she should have just denied this motion today. She says she may need a hearing
She
to decide
doesn't
whether
do-
she needs a hearing.
She doesn't do anything from the bench. She does nothing from the bench.
Yeah,
The
but why would
simplest
you
of
need
decisions.
a hearing to decide if you need a hearing? Okay.
Well, that's what they did today. That's what today's
But
hearing was. Today
she said no
was
at
the
the
hearing to
very
decide
end.
if they need a hearing.
At the very end, she said, I'll think about it over the weekend. I'll let you know whether I need a hearing to decide whether I need a hearing.
Yeah,
Those
she's
were her
going to
words.
decide on Monday. She's going to decide
Right.
whether or not there needs to be a Daubert hearing. And if there
Right.
doesn't, then he's in, I'm assuming.
I'm assuming,
Right?
right? I'm assuming.
Right.
And then everything is a rush. But our viewers have noted, again, a lot to this morning. And, if I can get the site back up, because I think I closed it down, that the Supreme Court of Massachusetts, the top court, it's not called the Supreme Court, but their top court, has not decided the issue of the double
know.
jeopardy yet, right?
Yeah, it's very odd that she's just plowing ahead, assuming it's going to be resolved by then. And if not, sounds like she's just going to move on. April 1st, we're having a trial.
Right, we'll try a trial, and let's bring everybody in. And how many? I lost count. Perhaps you counted them. How many appearances and hearings do we have to have before April 1st? These people have to get ready for a new trial.
Here's
Look at this. Okay, let's go through it.
my
Come on,
notes.
talk to
This is
me.
the best understanding that I've got. Next week they have both Thursday and Friday blocked off to use for hearings. But if on Monday she decides there does not need to be further hearing on the Green testimony, then one of those days will go away.
Right.
And one of those will go away and they'll just meet on Friday. Okay, so that's key, because there's just some housekeeping she wants to do with this motion for expenses. Remember that motion made by
I
the
don't understand
defense?
that. What was that about?
They
I
had to
thought it
get
was
another
maybe
expert. They got another expert, and they paid about $12,000 for that expert's expertise. And they're basically saying that because the prosecution didn't advise us of certain things that we needed to prepare for, we now had to do this last minute, and it was a rush, and here's what it cost us, and we should never have had to do that. So
okay, so
she's looking that over.
She's looking that over. So now you had that there, but also I thought I heard that the prosecution has not turned over two things: a neurologist report and then some other report. And they expect to have that by Wednesday. But the main thing was a neurologist report, and they expect, and then based on that, apparently there's going to also be a motion. The defense has to get a counter expert, from what I gathered, and also there has to be a motion to dismiss the defense wants to make, and she wants it by Friday. But they said we can't do it by Friday until we have all the information. So then she wants it by Monday.
And so here are the dates as I crossed out and rewrote, because I think I got this straight now. There's a cell phone expert / report that also needs to be provided. That is also supposed to be done by Wednesday. So by Wednesday, the defense in theory will have all of the things that have been gathering with the Commonwealth. So that'll be next Wednesday. And none of that's going to be heard next week, except for the strays that didn't get heard today, which includes that motion for the expert fees. So that means you move on into the following week. And she has Tuesday the 11th is when the defense, Tuesday the 11th is when they need to file that motion to dismiss if they're going to file one. Okay. Opposition has to be filed by February 14th. Hey, Valentine's Day, here's your opposition. So those are dates on the calendar now. Those are non-court appearances. Those are just filing dates, right? Those are all set for a hearing to take place if the motion to dismiss occurs on February 21st. That will be when they hear all evidentiary motions and not the motion to dismiss. Okay, not the motion to dismiss,
Right.
just any leftover evidentiary motions. The hearing
Right.
on any motion to dismiss, again, assuming the defense files one, that's going to be heard on February 18th. So, and then
That's
I
the
can go.
day.
I can go.
Is that the day after the holiday?
Which holiday we have now? Veterans Day. I don't know what holiday's coming
No,
up.
you know, it's called President's Day.
Oh, is that what it's called?
Pre-
Yeah, President's Day.
Yeah.
Is that the 17th?
It's been around for a while. It's been around for a while.
The
It
17th?
has to be the 17th because it's not the. It's
Okay,
not
so-
the 9th is I don't know. I'm fine because you know why both the defense attorneys said they have young kids and that's the week off from school.
I did. I heard
remember.
that.
Right.
So let's move on into March. On the 4th or
Okay.
5th, there will be the balance of any motions. That's on March 4th or 5th. And then on the 7th of March, final trial pre-conference, pre-trial conference. And then at some point between March 7th and April 1st, start of trial, start of jury selection, a couple of days will be set aside for motions in limine. So other than that, not much happening.
And what motions in limited did they have did you have any inclination from that?
No, not at this point. And I have a feeling it's going to depend a lot on some of these underlying motions, If
Right.
some of these evidentiary motions go to in the favor of one party or the other, the losing party is going to bring it up again as a motion in limine. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
Okay, so there was
otherwise-
a lot of posturing and discussion in court today. What did you get the interaction? Was there any interaction between Mr. Brennan and Mr. Alessi that you noticed? Michael's frozen. Michael's frozen in time.
Oh, hey, I think we're back.
There you go. You were frozen in time for a second.
I know. So I'm blaming Elon Musk. We're actually not in the best location. There are some trees along this side, but I wanted to have a sense of the court.
Don't blame him because our mini Starlink is doing great. You
It's
are
great.
there.
Hey.
You've been there all yesterday and today doing all the reports on our mini Starlink.
Guess what I saw? I saw two other outlets that have minis, have Starlink minis. I saw them, they just plop it on the roof like I plopped it on the roof of the vehicle here. Anyway, what were we talking about? Oh, interaction.
You're freezing again. You're not in the
one I was
best.
in.
You're frozen again. Hold on, Michael.
Frozen
Before
again.
you go.
Yeah. Okay. Well, how about now? Am I still frozen?
Okay.
Are you hearing audio?
Now I'm hearing audio.
So the court that I was in yesterday is the one they used. It's courtroom 25, and it's the one I mentioned as a dot. It's just tiny. So I think they do that on purpose. It limits any of the public, really limits everybody. So that's where they were. They have a bigger courtroom. They have used. No indication yet whether that's going to be used for the actual trial, but we'll see how that plays out. So the only interaction I saw was, and I posted some of it. I'll post some more of it. The folks out front, and I spoke with a lot of them. I'm now buddies with all of these folks who are more upset at the system and what they believe is the corrupt nature of the system than being pro Karen Reed, if that makes sense. She happens to be the figurehead for the bigger picture that these people believe is a problem, and that is corruption from the top down, from the governor on down to the DA, etc. So those are the folks that are gathering outside. Well, you know what that means. When anybody from the defense comes along, Karen Reed, her cadre, yay, free Karen Reed, all of that typical yelling. When the prosecutor...
Okay, you're frozen again, Michael. I think that you're too close to the trees with our mini Starlink. When you do a mini Starlink, it has an app, and it tells you whether or not you're in a perfect position or not. And
okay, I think we're back.
There you go. You're back. Okay.
If we go in and out, I'll just wait. So these prosecutors, Lally first, and they have all these not nice names for these folks. Sally Lally and Sally Port Lally, which we of course we know relates to the video in the Sally Port that seems to be, I don't know, reversed. And then Hank Brennan. These guys just trickle in on their own, and they have a lot of boos and hisses and downright let's just say not nice things to say about each of these folks as they make their way into the courthouse from, it's not a side entrance. It's really the handicapped entrance. So it's kind of a ramp back and forth instead of the stairs. They don't go up the gauntlet. They purposely do not go up the gauntlet. So, and then when, like Alessi or any of the other, Alan Jackson, any of those folks, it's like they're going through a ticker tape parade.
Got it. And it's all on one side. It's all on one side. It's all for the defense. Do you find any? Is it like a wedding where you find the bride and the groom on one side?
Well, when you get in the courtroom, again, out front, it's all defense. There is nobody cheering on the prosecution outside. When you get in the courtroom, they have taken some sort of strap or dividing mechanism and put it right down the middle of the 2 or 3 pews they allow for the 2 sides to be represented, 10 on each. Remember, that's all 10 people here, 10 people there.
Right.
If Karen Reed's family and friends all show up, which includes Turtle Boy, he's brought into that mix. They all take that whole one side, and then the little kind of, it's like a strap that you'd use on your luggage, kind of like that. They just use that to separate the 2 benches, and the prosecution-friendly side, attorneys, law enforcement, whatever, they're on the other side. So not a real physical barrier, but they are segregated.
Okay. And then do you see any who's in the first row? I mean, there's only 2 rows from what I could see in that courtroom.
Yeah, you can, from the feed, you can see, this is, of course, Massachusetts, and we've talked many times about which courts allow you to see the gallery and which don't. Well, this one, I can't even imagine how you would do it without showing the gallery, because it's sort of like theater in the round. It would be very difficult to carve out the gallery. So you see everybody. We saw the first folks who arrived were the Reeds, the parents, and they get the rousing cheer as well. And then it's the supporters seem to have come in mass. There's probably like 8 or so of them, and they all come up. Everybody here, all the troopers, all the stadies, everybody knows everybody, and they welcome them along. They've been through this process many times, and it's just a bizarre vibe for what is effectively a murder trial. It's way too friendly. It's way too jovial. When you think about, John O'Keefe's dead, and the underlying reason we're all here, not so jovial, but it is an interesting environment.
So you have all that going on. The public didn't get into the courtroom today, from what I gather.
Correct.
And that was because the seats were all taken by the family members on each side.
Correct.
Or the supporters on each side. Okay.
That is correct. Yeah.
So is this the same courtroom the case was tried in? Yeah.
The first time, yeah, but they've had hearings in a bigger courtroom, and at that time they've allowed a number of members from the public, and in this case, really, members of the public are these supporters for Karen Reed, the ones with the signs and the screaming and the yelling out in front of the courthouse. They're technically in line. If somebody ever allowed them in, they're in line.
That's really, really interesting. So let me ask you one further question. You yesterday went to the McCarthy's. You went to the Waterfall Bar. You actually went inside the Waterfall Bar. You went to 34 Fairview. And now today you've spent the day at the courthouse. So yesterday when you were in Canton, I didn't see much activity. But today at the courthouse, there is a lot of activity. Karen Reed, she was in the courtroom. Did you see her face when she came out? How did she look? Did she look confident?
Okay.
What
I'm back. Are you back?
Yes. Did you hear my question?
I heard nothing. I saw was black screen.
Okay. So you were, let me parse it down, because yesterday you were at McCarthy's, the Waterfall Bar, and 34 Fairview. Today, and it was kind of quiet. Today at the courthouse, not so quiet. Lots of activity there. But I think the most important thing, besides the interview you did with Alan Jackson for personal reasons, I'm going to mention, and we have posted, and I will retweet it, which you have to look for it, is Karen Reed. She is the defendant again. How did she look? I'm not going to ask you what she was dressed in, because people always ask, what was the defendant wearing? And especially they ask it.
I'm telling you, not unlike Days at Extra, you expect somebody to yell, "Karen, who are you wearing?" But they did not. But
Thank goodness.
she's very. I thought about it just because kind of the environment, but she's very affable, congenial. You see the video, even the one I posted. I think that one's already posted. She's smiling and waving and glad handing people that she has clearly seen before in support of her cause. So
no indication of worry, just indication of trust in her attorneys and the process.
I think so. And let's face it, this is like, if I could use a sports analogy, if you just kick the crap out of a team and now you got a rematch, you're going to go into it kind of confident, right? And I think that's how she feels, that, we beat these bastards once and we'll do it again.
Now, we know from the motions that were filed that jurors have contacted the defense in some manner of form, right? But aside from what's been in those affidavits, and the prosecution, to be fair, aside from what's been in those, but the prosecution chose not to talk to people, from what I remember someone saying in the past. But aside from what's been in the affidavits, that there's a double jeopardy, that the jury found her not guilty of the top count here. Do you think, as an attorney, the defense has an advantage now going in, knowing what the weak spots are, because the state's going to go against her again on that top count at this point?
Yeah, I know. And that's why I thought, I gave them a lot of credit. I thought maybe they're going to take a step back. They're going to say, look, this jury, if we believe these unknowns who have, made statements that have now been, reduced to writing in the form of declarations, if these jurors really found, as it suggests, maybe we got to rethink whether we try her on counts 1 and 3, the top counts. Maybe we just go after count 2, or maybe even better, we work out a deal on count 2. But for those who think that the prosecution here and even the larger government as a whole is just corrupt, and they have their own way of pursuing things, whether there's a logical reason or not, it reinforces that thinking that, how could you not take a step back, look at your case, look at the Proctor factor? I mean, do you need to know much more than that about the system that is being used against Karen Read? I don't know. And I'm looking at it objectively. I didn't come into this being a Karen Read supporter or a prosecution supporter. We watched this unfold, and we kept saying, really? There are some problems. But to not take a look back at the case after being thumped, and I'm sorry, you get, whether it's a mistrial or not guilty on 1 and 3 and a mistrial on 2, that's a loss for the prosecution. But they don't take a step back and rethink it. They're just barreling ahead. And we can see that by these motions. They want to get rid of every expert, everybody that hurts the prosecution's case. They're trying to get rid of before trial. Green testified in the first trial. Let's get rid of him. Dr. Russell testified in the first trial. Let's get rid of her. Just smells like desperation.
And when I was listening to the argument that was made by the special prosecutor, it seemed to me that he gave the defense a roadmap of where he's going to go on his cross-examination if Mr. Green is allowed in. I mean, that's the roadmap. I mean, talk about giving your strategy away.
And we saw the exact same thing with Dr. Russell, the dog bite expert. It was a hardcore cross, a lot of which will never see the light of day in trial, talking about, did you go find the dog, Chloe, we now believe has been rehomed in Vermont. Did you go find the dog? Do you know that we did? You know that we did a mold of the dog's teeth? I mean, none of that stuff's coming in. The defense was not involved in any of that. If it happened, I don't know. He wasn't under oath when he was asking these questions, but he was doing it to intimidate this witness. So a lot of that's not coming in, but maybe the goal was to intimidate the witness.
Mm-hmm. Right. So let them be fearful by coming back for a third time. Speaking about the Proctor factor, which is what you've named, Mr. Trooper Proctor, any mention of him in court today, whether or not he is going to have to testify, being barred from testifying, any mention at all?
Nope, not a mention. And we know since we were last in this courtroom, there was another hearing, a disciplinary hearing, kind of like a court-martial hearing. And I don't know that those results have been made public. I'd ask our very wise audience if they've heard or sniffed out what happened at that hearing. But it was effectively a hearing to drum him out of the corps, as it were, as a trooper. We know he'd been removed from duty. But this was a more final type hearing, internal, nothing that was going to be broadcast from that.
My recollection is it has to come back to a day 2, and that's February 5th, if I recall off the top of my head, but don't hold me to that actual date. But that he has to come back for a second day of a hearing, which is not public. But you know what?
Yeah.
It's going to have to be, because didn't Judge Bev rule that the defense gets some of the stuff that's in this hearing as part of the discovery?
I think so. And I think, she'll probably have to have another hearing about it. And maybe an in-camera review to see if she believes it's appropriate. But yeah, if I'm the defense,
And you know my feeling. Yeah, you know my feeling. My feeling is that this was already going on in, here's a separate folder. It's not a personnel folder, but here's a separate folder in the state police. No, we have things that just don't pop up the day after a trial ends, 2 days after a trial ends, and that they didn't give it to the defense. And if they didn't give it to the defense, I think that's a Brady violation. But that's something that maybe the defense knows more than we do on it. Maybe they did have some of it, but there was an agreement not to go after it because it hadn't been finalized.
Yeah. You know what I did find interesting in talking to these folks? They're becoming, we know that the true crime audience is very smart and they know more than a lot of lawyers. These folks out here are so fascinated by the system. And, they're starting to quote me rules. Well, Rule 14, and I'm like, whoa, this is, because Rule 14 here ain't Rule 14 everywhere. I know in this particular case, it involves deadlines for giving notice. And it's once there
you are. You have to wait to come back.
Okay.
Now you're back. Now you're back. Oh, now you're gone. Now you're back. Now you're gone. Michael. I think we're losing Michael. He's done such an incredible job. If you go to our page, he's had all.
Hey, am I back?
You keep going. You're back. So I'm going to have to ask you a wrap-up question, because I know you need to get on the road, because we're going to start going to, in a half an hour, we're also going to have stream the what is that little case?
Back to ASAP Rocky.
That little one with a man in the middle of cross-examine on the stand, Relli. Now, somebody in our chat this morning said they heard that Relli's testimony overnight, something happened and some of it's been stricken. Now, I don't find anything on the internet about it. There's a gag order, so I can't call up the hello, the 911, not 911, but hey.
Maybe you should call 911.
Maybe I should call 911.
I think Relli should have called 911.
He didn't, right? He didn't, and all. And so, we'll find out, I guess, when we go in. But if not, Joe Tacopina is at the. I wouldn't even say he's in the middle of his cross-examination. I'd say he's maybe a third of the way through. I think this is all going to go all day today, and we're going to head up. Oh my gosh, Rose Miller, you got it. Yes. Alan Jackson said he loves me. I like that. Adversaries with great respect.
That is correct.
We're going to carve that out a little bit.
And I was like, dude, what about me? I'm right here. Come on, dude. No, it was very sweet that he gave me the shout out. No, I've never met the guy in my life. No, never met the man in my life.
Yeah. And as I said, and I've always said that he was a worthy adversary. I think he thought that of me. We were always prepared. We were at it every single day. And then when I went back to watch this Phil Spector's second closing, of course, we had some cordial words, and he does a great job. I mean, there's no doubt it. He's a great attorney. Does a great job. Gets people. If I were in trouble in these days, he'd be one of the people I'd go to, because he's also not afraid of getting people to deal with issues. Like he went out and got Leslie, who had, apparently his firm had a dog bite case, the dog bite case in the country. They said,
okay.
So,
it all starts to make sense. Yeah.
Yes, it certainly does.
Okay, so I
can tell you though, I can tell you just one thing before you go. I want to say again, everyone should go back and watch your videos. You've done such an incredible job the past 2 days. Just amazing. And I think that you should get on the road in the rain, drive slow, drive carefully, don't get into any accidents, and then we'll see you hopefully around 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Let's see what time is it. Barring some sort of crash on the interstate, it should be okay. So
3 hours to get home. Okay.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Okay, LKB,
Michael,
we'll talk to you then.
Thank you all for watching. We'll be back. We're going to
filing dates, right? Those are all set for a hearing to take place if the motion to dismiss occurs on February 21st. That will be when they hear all. Okay, then, here we are. They're just filing dates, right? Those are all set for Waterfall Bar. There it is. And I'm just going to do this in real time, give you a sense of at least the journey through the town here of Canton. About a 5-minute drive, many different routes you can take. And I think it's less than clear, to say the least, exactly what the route was that night, because as I mentioned, folks had to ask for directions to get there, and I guess depending on whether they used Waze or some other direction device, maybe they were sent the same way, maybe they weren't. But just give you a sense of the drive, how far it is, and everything else that's kind of in the area there. You can see, this is just like a regular folks type community. 24,000 people here, utility, road work, rampant. What a surprise, especially in the Northeast. Snow wreaks havoc on roadways. Hi guys, good luck. So we're heading kind of, I guess this is slightly north. Basically a bedroom community of Boston. You can hop on the train, maybe 30 minutes for the quickie train. It's a little more than 20 miles just north of us to get to Boston proper. Cops guarding that utility site. Canton's finest at work. This is the train station, the Canton train station, again, not too far south of the big city of Boston. So a lot of folks with, let's be honest, lesser means might desire to live just south of town, and maybe because they just don't want to live in the big city either. That's possible. Lots of little waterways up here as well. I'll call them rivulets. I don't know if that's a real word or not, but just kind of small rivers. There's Legion. You might remember the name of that street. A lot of these streets, the name has, become synonymous with this Karen Reed case, because people on the witness stand were describing, where they were, how they got where they got. And here's Fairview Road, turning left on Fairview, and as you can tell, you can only turn left on Fairview. And then it's about a half a mile down. There's one Fairview Road. We're on our way to 34. So again, if you look side to side, these homes are all pretty basic, pretty much the same. Looks like 2,000 square footish. Acreage looks like maybe half an acre per lot at the most. So not densely packed, but certainly not sprawling properties either. And there's the obligatory neighborhood walker jogger. So as we make our way around the turn here, about halfway to where the house is, There's Old Ridge Road. Again, some of these roads are going to sound familiar to you because of the witness testimony in trial number 1. There's Carriage Lane. Here's 30 Fairview, 32 Fairview, and here we're coming up on 34 Fairview. A couple of cars in the drive. There's the flagpole, if you might remember the flagpole discussion, because very near there is where John O'Keefe's body was ultimately found. So far less snow on this day than there was on the day his body was found. But that's 34 Fairview, and that's the route. Hey, welcome to Canton, Massachusetts. It's a cute little town here. Kind of reminds me a little bit of South Lake Tahoe. You know, small shops, restaurants, things along the main street here. Also here, as you might have noticed, is C.J. McCarthy's. We thought with the Karen Reed retrial coming up and some of the more important hearings, it'd be nice to just kind of check things out here and give you a sense of the relationship between locations and some of the events that came up in trial number 1, which probably will come up in trial number 2. So it was almost exactly 3 years ago at C.K. McCarthy's. That's when that evening began. That was January 28th of that year, 3 years ago. John O'Keefe was already here that evening. Sometime after 7 or 8, he arrived with a friend and a couple of family members. They were actually celebrating that a couple of the kids had gotten into a prestigious school. So at about 8:58, Karen Reed joins John O'Keefe here at McCarthy's. Now, I'm going to just keep talking to you as I walk toward the waterfall because I think it's important to see the spatial orientation of the two. And I'm going to walk across the street here and try not to get hit. So when she gets there at 8:58, she orders a drink. And between 8:58 and 10:30, she has, or at least orders, 5 drinks. To what degree she consumed those drinks, that's not exactly clear, but ordered them. At about 10:30, she leaves with John O'Keefe. Now, in the meantime, down here at the waterfall, which we're going to see is right down the street here, Brian Higgins is already there. A couple of other folks are already there from the McCabe, Higgins, all of that clan, and they're hanging out at the waterfall. So at 10:30, when John O'Keefe and Karen Reed leave and head toward the waterfall, these guys are already there hanging out, having their own party of some sort. So, and let me turn around so you can see it as I'm heading toward it. Up here off my right shoulder, called the Waterfall Grill. So it took, for some reason, 24 minutes for them to get here from the time they left McCarthy's to the time they got to the waterfall. Obviously, I just walked it in about, 2 minutes maybe. So they're here, and that's, they weren't here all that long. They're here from about 11 to just after 12 o'clock. So they're here, they're hanging out. People start to leave, the McCabes leave, Higgins, and at 12:10, that's when Karen Reed leaves, and about a minute after, maybe less, John O'Keefe leaves. They get in their respective vehicles, and there's this gathering that's going to continue at 34 Fairview. Some folks know where it is, some folks don't know where it is, including Karen Reed. She has to be given some extra information along the way. She has to kind of get further directions. Not very far from here, about 5 minutes by car. So they leave. Remember, John O'Keefe left glass in hand. Important because the cops say that was accounted for by the contact with the vehicle when Karen Reed allegedly ran into him. That broke the glass. That accounted for some of the glass at the scene. So there we are. That's the end of the evening as far as most are concerned. Let's head over to 34 Fairview. Karen Reed, Canton. Hey, welcome to Canton, Massachusetts. It's a cute little town here. Kind of reminds me a little bit of South Lake Tahoe. Small shops, restaurants, things along the main street here. Also Okay, so here we are at 34 Fairview. You can see the fire hydrant behind me. You can see the flagpole. You know, those are critical markers from that night 3 years ago when they found John O'Keefe's body in the yard. So some of the bigger questions are not just, you know, the timing of the arrivals and who left when, but, you know, the very interesting information about John O'Keefe's travels based on his Apple Watch and other markers. You know, there's some indication that at some point he traveled up and down 3 flights of stairs. Well, you know, the prosecution's story is he never even went in the house. That's what the McAlberts say. He never even went in the house. Well, if that's true, why would that weird information be collected? And you know, I'm no Apple fan, but I would trust them over some of the other information that's being provided in this trial. So it's going to be a critical issue in the second trial. Can the defense bolster their defense that he did go in the house and that maybe whatever happened to him started in the house and had nothing to do with Karen Reed, nothing to do with her bumping into him, if at all, and that she's totally, I'm not going to use the word framed, let's just say that the evidence does not point to guilt. That's why the jury was hung the first time, in my opinion. We'll see if anything is different the second time around. But again, 34 Fairview is literally the scene of the crime. Okay, let's just take that drive, shall we? Here's the Waterfall Bar.
Your phone, on your mobile. Okay. All right. Neil Rockind, I just sent you a link. It's on your phone. Okay. You can sign in. It's StreamYard, sign in, and you'll go backstage, and then we'll put you on stage. Okay. Because Neil and I have been talking about this. All right. Okay. All right. There we go. A bunny suit. Yes, it was a bunny suit. Yeah, it was a bunny suit. Okay. All right. Neil, let me know if you got it. It says delivered. It says delivered. While we wait for him to hopefully get on, but he is a great defense attorney. There he is. I hear the bump that he's there. Okay, you ready to go on stage?
Yeah,
Neil,
sure.
here we go.
Let's do it.
Put him on, Diz. There you go. Neil and I have been talking about this. Neil, we have Michael Bryant was on initially, but he's in Canton, Massachusetts, getting ready for Karen Reed. So there's a lot of questions here. So let's get to them. Right? You know.
I hope your guests realize how fortunate they are to be talking directly to you. When I first got the chance for you to appear on my podcast, I thought that was like, there's no way Linda's gonna, there's no way. I mean, she's like a big time lawyer in New York. There's no way she's gonna ever appear on my podcast. And here you are.
Jumped right
fame,
on.
fortune, you know,
I love talking to everybody. Look,
So-
if we can't tell people what we know, and
Right.
you know, our viewers have been with us now for a while. They've been sometimes when we run this again, like we'll have 40 here, but then we'll have thousands that'll look. They've been with us for a while. They've gotten to know me. They know that I'm kind of open and I kind of tell them everything I can and all. But Neil's also a great lawyer, so let's go with it, Sheila.
So you must feel good though, seeing Joe Tacopina from New York out there, just, you know, moving about in California. Must bring back memories.
Yeah. Well, first, before we do that, tell them who your law firm is, where you are.
So my law firm is in Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. So I'm a criminal defense lawyer. Started off as a prosecutor for about 4 years here in Michigan. Jerry Spence, who I know you know well, once told me I need to make amends for that. So I'm still making amends. I enjoyed being a prosecutor for a short time. I like doing this a lot better and a lot more. So, and just watching you, you know, mix it up and discuss the case and discuss John, prosecutor, whose last name we
Lewin.
can't mention.
We're going to mention it, John Lewin. We're going to mention it because
John
he's gonna call me. I think I showed you.
Yes.
I didn't show the text, but I showed you the fact that he called me. You know.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. So
this is all I do. We only do criminal defense cases. I now have my handful in a couple of civil rights cases that relate to you know, police misconduct. In some cases, we have a horrible case in which somebody was actually paralyzed. I mean, on body cam. Thank God that their police were required to wear body cams and that they were on. But actually, you know, did like a hip check, and it was to be a totally legal move in MMA. Flipped the guy. You can see his neck crack, and then they of course handcuff him because, you know, a person whose neck is broken would of course be a threat. So they have to handcuff him, and it's brutal. It's a horrible case, and so we have cases like that, and it's just you know, so that's kind of where the state of my practice currently.
yeah,
So
but he's a great criminal defense attorney. So let's
appreciate that.
ask away. So Sheila, I don't know. Let's see. Did I answer the question? This was the question. So I asked if Judge Dyer did Ms. Linda answer. I'll go back and replay it if she did. Okay. What was the question again? Because I've answered so many questions, I think I've forgotten what I've answered. I hope that's not a beginning of anything that says like dementia or anything like that. I'm just kidding.
I don't think so.
Where did you attend school, Neil?
I went to the University of Michigan for my undergraduate degree, and I attended Wayne State University Law School here in Detroit.
Okay. And Wayne State, you're near a great museum there near Wayne State. I used to speak at the Dr. Warner Spitz is the medical examiner, used to have a conference there. And it has actually the chair that President Lincoln was assassinated in right there. And it has the actual original Emancipation Proclamation also, right?
We have we have the Wright Museum of African American History, which is here in Detroit, and we also have the DAA, which has been recognized as one of the leading. It's a really phenomenal art museum here in metropolitan Detroit. So we're pretty fortunate.
Okay, this is a really good question. This is a question that Michael Bryant and I had. How odd is it there's no starter pistol? And I'll say prop because the starter pistol can actually fire. So they're saying it's a prop gun. Just changing your question just a little bit, Kay Schmidt, I hope you don't mind, is an obstacle to this because the defense said they're not, what they were bringing in, they said, no, they're not bringing in the gun. Michael Bryant thinks if there's any problem with defense is that they don't bring in that prop gun. What are your thoughts about that?
I'm not particularly troubled by it. Remember, the defense doesn't have any burden of proof. They don't have any obligation to present evidence. Of course, good lawyers are going to present evidence if they have it to support their theory of the case. It's our job to attempt to demonstrate that if we choose to, we don't have to. We could sit on our hands and play Sudoku the entire time and do nothing and allow the state to fall apart, which certainly seems like a viable defense in this case to allow Relli and the prosecution to put on a totally uncompelling, unmoving, disappointing case. But if you decide that you're going to present evidence,
If more was taken out, okay, but there's some things that I definitely don't want the jury to hear. On the 3-minute call, between 1 minute and 55 seconds and 2 minutes and 22 seconds, there's discussion about what Relli thinks Rocky was on Rocky's rap sheet, and then he assumes that Rocky has a rap sheet. And also that Rocky buys people off. I don't want the jury hearing anything.
I did take that out.
Good.
Do you know, you say the 3 minutes, do you know what the numbers were?
1 minute and 55 seconds to 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Then, that's all my concern on that one. Then there's the one, I think it's the longest one. It's 7094. It's where, well, it's between 5 minutes and 25 seconds and 6 minutes. Relli's talking about the potential sentence. I don't want the jury hearing that. And then beginning at 8 minutes and 15 seconds. Sorry, beginning 8 minutes and 15 seconds. There's discussion about the white people will see what Rocky knows and doesn't know, what Rocky knows and doesn't know, and then there's also his feelings about Rocky. I especially don't want the jury to hear about about the white people. Race, no role in this whatsoever. The rest of that tape is pretty innocuous.
Hold on, Your Honor. He's checking to see.
I just want to verify all that out. We can't unring this now before it's happened.
Yeah, I want to know that that's
So,
taken out.
I can be sure the white people comment was taken out.
Good. What about the potential sentence?
Do you have an example?
5 minutes and 25 seconds to 6 minutes.
I think what he's asking, Your Honor, is because the times are changed, because he's had an edit, what he's asking for, if you know.
Oh, it changed.
It changed like 19 years, something like that.
I think he said something about, a minimum of this and a maximum of 25 years.
Okay, yeah.
He also mentions that attempted murder, and, it's not attempted murder.
You're saying you're looking at anywhere from 14 to like 20-something years?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Is there a mention of attempted murder?
I might have let it in.
It's not attempted murder. If you can't find it,
I took out the 20-something, years ago. Do you want me to sit with them and show them?
That would be comforting.
okay. That's really all I was concerned about.
Just on those two transcripts?
He talks about his, on the third transcript, he talks about his feelings about Jabari, he talks about his calls and his texts that were exchanged prior to the incident. I think it's pretty innocuous.
I'm definitely not trying to ring bells that can't be unrung. If they want to sit down, I can show them exactly what I redacted.
All right, go ahead.
Just gonna take a second.
And Your Honor, I don't think this was put on the record. I think I said it in court, but it has been discussed in the media, not by Mr. Tacopina, but simply by commentators who have said that this defendant is convicted, he's looking at getting 24 years. That's absurd. The people have always said that we would not be seeking, and we would have no grounds for seeking the maximum sentence in this case. What we have said is we talked about a sentence originally, or we're willing to give probation and the suspended time. If he's convicted, what we're going to be asking for is probably going to be about 8 years in state prison. So we will not be looking at that. As the court's aware, he would serve about 2/3 of that. I just want to make sure that we don't have this misinformation being spread, because it's not accurate.
Now, can you tell the jury as usual, or
Yes, sir.
taking care of logistic,
Yes, sir.
logistic issues? All right, so we're going to take a witness out of what is here.
Yes, he is.
Oh, APD, oh, okay.
Just a couple. No, let me just finish it. How's that?
It's white.
Are there more problems? Yes?
Yes, one.
All right, why don't the two of you discuss it? If you can come to an agreement, then I don't need to get involved. Let me ask you, I hate to have the jurors wait outside. Can you give me an idea how much longer it might be before?
So I just highlighted all the changes that I made in this one. I can bring it up. The court wants to. Did you take the one that I highlighted? Oh, I have it. You want to approach so you can see?
Why don't you come on up and show me what's been taken out and what is still objectionable?
Wes, do you have the highlighter? Or he has it?
Yeah, up here is.
See that?
okay? Again, I don't apologize for being late. Is that all right?
I'm sorry? What was that?
I was going to say, is it okay if I don't apologize again? Tell you what, just assume I'm apologizing. Pretend I'm apologizing.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, hold on.
People agree with that?
Yes.
All right. All right. Defense, call your witness. Tacopina.
Okay. Nora, Mr. Mayers calls Wally Sajemi. Sajemi. Go ahead.
If you don't mind, just raise your right hand for us. Thank you. Okay. Please have me state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending for this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. May you please take a seat on the witness stand. Just making sure you have your gun right. You can please state and spell your name for the record.
Wally Sajemi, Wally Sajimi.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Good afternoon, Mrs. Day. What do you, so what do you do for a living?
I run a technology software agency where we build website software for clients, musicians, creatives, brands, direct-to-consumer brands, yeah.
And have you done work in that capacity for Rocky?
Yes.
Okay. Have you also, and by the way, do you work for Rocky?
No, I have my own business.
Okay. So you do consulting work?
Yes, consulting.
Did an individual that you know as Relli also ask you to do work for him?
Yes.
And same capacity as a consultant as well?
Correct.
All right. Now, do you have any, just let's get this out of the way. Do you have any personal knowledge of the facts of this case one way or another?
No.
Okay. After Rocky's arrest in this case, and fair to say you're friends with Rocky, right?
Yes.
Okay. After Rocky's arrest in this case, did Relli ask you to do anything for him?
Yes, he did.
What did he ask you to do?
A number of things, but he really wanted to boost his social media presence with certain articles from this case.
Okay. In particular, do you remember any?
It was a long list, but they were high publications. TMZ, Rolling Stone, High Society, Complex, so on and so on.
So, Mr. Ephron, obviously, contacted you and asked you to promote these articles for his social media presence?
Yes, for his further, to boost his social media as well, yeah.
And that was articles about this case?
Correct.
Okay. When did, just to refer to as Relli for the purpose of this conversation, when did Relli, that's how you know him, by the way, right?
Correct.
When did Relli last call you?
Just last week on my birthday when I was in Paris, Thursday.
Thursday, the January 30th?
Yeah, around 9 p.m. in Paris, so if I do the math, it's probably 12 noon here.
Okay. And have you been following this case?
Yeah, I've been watching it.
Okay. And on that day, on that Thursday, did you see anything particular about this case on Thursday when you watched?
Yeah, just my name being brought up against lies, fabrication, just not the truth. So,
well, what in particular did you hear, and who did you hear from?
Relli specifically.
What did he say?
Recordings were fake. Recordings were not him, not I. And I'm a pretty private person, so when people lie on my name, it kind of gets me upset. So yeah.
Okay. Now, did Relli send you any articles about this case in the last 6 months?
Yes.
And on October 17th of 2024, did he send you an article about Judge Arnold?
Yes.
On December 24th, 2024, did he send you a Daily Mail article entitled Rihanna Fears Heartbreaking Consequence of A$AP Rocky's Trial with a
Yeah, I
Smiley
don't
Face?
understand the relevance of these questions about specific.
We asked that. December 27, 2024, did Relli send you an article from the Daily Mail entitled Rihanna Fears Heartbreaking Consequences of A$AP Rocky's Trial with a smiley face next to it?
Yes.
To be here today, so where are you coming from?
Paris, France.
Okay. And what were you doing in Paris, France?
Grabbing meetings, doing business deals, trying to invest in this new tech startup.
Okay. So you're there for work?
Yes.
You don't live?
No.
Okay. You live where?
New Jersey.
When did you get here in Los Angeles, sir?
Last night late.
Okay. And why did you come here?
Really clear my name, tell the truth. Again, I just hated seeing my name tied to, lies and untruthful words.
And did it concern you as far as your professional reputation that this guy was accusing you of doctoring and making up recordings?
Yes.
Would you ever do that?
No, never. I'm not there yet with the technology, I would say. So yeah.
But even if you were there, would you?
Yeah, no, I would never. It's not honest, right? Yeah.
Did you make recordings of conversations with Relli?
Yes.
How many recordings did you make?
2. About in 2022, I believe the dates were, I forget the April date, but mid-April and then August 15th-ish. Yeah.
And you said that's based on your recollection, right?
Yeah.
I think the metadata may actually say May, but around April, May
Yeah,
of 2022?
Yep.
Okay. And then August of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And those were the 2 conversations you recorded?
Yes.
Okay. Did you give those recordings to Rocky?
Yes.
Okay. And first of all, why did you give them to Rocky?
I think it was just conversations he needed to hear.
And why did you think he needed to hear them?
Because they're about him, and a lot of it seemed just suspicious, talking about monetary things.
And when did you send them to Rocky?
As soon as I finished the conversation.
Now, when you sent those recordings, did one of the 2 recordings, did you have to split one of them into 2 files because of the size?
Yeah, you can't really send certain data, or if the file size is too big, you gotta cut it down to send it. So.
Sir, how did you get here today?
I took a plane, commercial plane.
Last night?
Yes.
From Paris?
Yes.
And are you going back later today?
Yeah, a few hours.
Okay. So that's a 1-day turnaround?
Yeah,
just to be here?
Yeah.
Okay. Who paid for the cost of your ticket?
Damien Granderson.
Damien Granderson, that's Rocky's entertainment attorney?
Lawyer, yeah.
And that means Rocky probably paid for the cost of your ticket, correct?
Possibly.
Yeah. And did you meet us, myself, Mr. Siegel, Kaplan, any people in the United States, Mr. Zoning, us for the first time ever this morning?
Prior to this, no.
No. When,
This morning, yes.
This
This
morning
morning, yes.
was the first time you've ever met any of us?
Correct.
Okay. Did we ever speak before this morning?
No.
Okay. This morning, did we play recordings?
Correct. Yes.
And what were those recordings?
They were the recordings that I took.
And by the way, let's step back for a second. You mentioned Damien Granderson, Rocky's entertainment attorney. What was the first time you ever heard from him?
Just recently while I was watching the case.
Was it when this individual Relli was testifying about you document tapes?
Correct. He wasn't the only one contacting me about just a lot of things. But yeah.
Non-responsive,
Sustain.
Okay. Was when he called you from George.
You want some water? Oh, you have one?
Sorry.
You have enough in there?
I have one.
You're okay? Sure?
I think it was severe, but it's complicated with allergies.
Yep.
Air vents.
The air vents, I think, are on with the allergies. Let's want to give those seconds.
Yeah.
I do the path then.
You want to, you okay? Do you want to go in the back and then?
Is it okay?
you get rid of the cough?
No, we got,
Oh, we have cough drops too. We have to give cough.
Would you like a cough drop from both the prosecution and the defense?
Ours are better.
I have a cough drop. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Got water as well. I took a lot of medication as well.
No, you have nothing to be sorry about.
I'd like to sit down for a second, please.
What's that?
Could I sit down for a second?
Of course.
That way you can slide.
Oh, you want to step out?
Yes, please.
Alex? Oh, Alex, okay. Go to the door there, Alex. You'll be out. Go ahead and cut the camera while we're waiting.
It's off.
I have my water on. Okay, sure.
I wasn't
concerned. I know. Mrs. Jemmy, so you said, Mr. Grant and Damien, payment order for the first time on Thursday.
Correct.
After what you saw on TV occurred in this case.
Correct. The past few days.
You were accused of making a false statement.
Correct.
Before that, have you heard of it? Anyone from Rocky's defense team?
No.
Okay. And no one ever told you to be intended on calling, correct?
No.
But then you saw on television, you were accused of doctoring up tapes, correct?
Correct. I am one of them.
And I don't object on any legal question, but I'm just asking if counsel point out.
Yeah, that's right, it's leading, it's the same.
A little less, I'll try not to. That would be appreciated.
So, the recordings, I think I asked this, I'm not sure, before we broke. Did we play for you the recordings this morning?
Correct.
Yes, okay. And what were those two recordings?
Conversations with Relli and I.
Okay. The May 2022
Yes,
and August
in
2022? And by the way, where were you when you made those recordings?
In New Jersey, my apartment.
Okay, and did Relli say where he was?
In New York.
And I'm going to show you the three recordings, to show you the screen of three. By the way, when I said I'm going to show you the three recordings, did you videotape the recordings?
Yes.
Okay. So you audio recorded the recordings, but you videotaped?
Yeah, I believe video is just better than capitalize on, or just capture everything. Okay. Get video with audio, it's hard to falsify, I guess.
Okay. So we'll show you. Will you show?
Just the next exhibit.
Yes, Your Honor.
Q's and Queen. Is there a transcript?
Three recordings, but you only need two incidents, but you mentioned three, but one of them is a combination.
It's a split.
A split. I just want to make sure it's clear. We're only talking about two recordings.
May and August.
Yes.
2022.
Is there a transcript of the first?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm just identifying them first. I'm not playing. I just want to make sure we identify them. Okay. So take a look at that one. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's my recording of my conversation with Relli and I.
The first one from May of 2022?
Correct.
Okay. That is, we have it marked as exhibit
Q.
Q. All right. I'm going to show you another one, another video screenshot.
Yes, same exact thing. Conversation with him and I.
And is that the one from August?
Correct.
And by the way, what makes you know that that's the one that you had with Relli from looking at it?
How I save people's numbers. I usually put your entire government name and your nickname as well, so I can remember.
And that's what you have on that screen there?
Correct.
Okay. That would be, what is that? R. Okay. That's the defense R.
All right, if you're marking that now, are you going to play Q?
Snippets of it. Yeah.
All right. The part that you're going to play of Q, the transcript of that should be R.
Okay.
The August call
Yes.
should be S's and Sam.
Okay. First August call, because again, there's one August call that was sent to Rocky in two files. So first one will be S's and Sam, the one he just identified. And the transcript portion of that would be,
T's and Tom.
okay. And then the third one, which is again the same call from August 2022, is that the screenshot of that, sir?
Yes.
And again, same thing?
Correct. Same thing. I videoed it between Relli and I.
Whose name is on the screenshot?
Terrell Ephron.
And that's that's the same call as the call before. It's part of the August 2022 call, but that's a second
Correct.
file.
Yes.
The
Same
full
file.
So that would be
That's you.
you, Your Honor. and the transcript
All
for
right, that's the August 22nd call?
second portion.
Second half. That's you as a union? The transcript, V as in Victor? Yeah.
Okay. Now, you recognize the records on the screen. I'm going to play snippet. Before I play the snippet for the jury room, I want him, Mr. Sajini, to identify the voices. Okay?
Sure.
That's the right way to do it. So listen to the recordings of voices and tell us if you recognize the voices. First, second, and third.
Yes, myself and Relli.
That's the first one. This is the second one. Go ahead.
Yes, that's the second one, same thing. Yes, same thing. Identifying myself and Terrell Ephron on the conversation.
Okay. You played all three? So you've identified all three of those tapes that we've identified as?
It is the tapes Q, S, and U.
Defense Q, S, and U. You've identified all three as recorded conversations that you made in May of 2022 and August of 2022 of you and Terrell Ephron.
Yes.
Okay. And you said you watched this proceeding. Are those the ones you said were fake?
Yes.
Were they fake?
No, they're real.
You can't prove them in any way?
No.
Are those recordings true and accurate recording of your conversation with Relli those 2 days?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone ask you to make these recordings, by the way?
No, I did it myself.
Why did you do it?
Really to protect myself and just document our conversations because he kept calling me numerous times, so I kind of felt unsafe or I just wanted to protect myself.
And when he kept calling you numerous times, why did you feel the need to record these conversations? Was he giving you an impression?
Well, it was just weird, to be honest. I just felt uncomfortable.
But you were not involved in this incident directly?
No, I was just, I was not involved at all. I just wanted to really just mediate the situation, honestly.
But you were friends with both?
Correct.
And you didn't take a side, did you? No.
It is leading, it is sustained.
Okay. Were you friends with both of them?
Yes.
Did you take a side?
No.
All right, now I'm going to play you a few snippets here from the recordings. And again, these are questions that were asked.
Which, are you going to play Q, S, or U first?
Yes. I'm going to play Q, S, or U first. I'm going to play a snippet of S first, Your Honor. And again, these are short snippets. They're directly related to the question I asked Mr. Ephron.
All right, let's, Alex, can you distribute the transcript, which is T as in Tom?
Yes.
You have two, Your Honor, by chance, so the same? I'm sorry.
I have a, yeah, I did have it. you have an extra for, this is Jamie? Sure, yeah.
Yes, okay. So we're gonna play a snippet from that defense exhibit
This is S.
S. And again, by the way, before we play that, who called whom in these two calls?
He called me, and then I would call him back.
And when you recorded these calls, were you calling him back?
Correct.
Go ahead.
This is a later call, correct?
Yo, what's good, nigga? What's going on? Shit, man, where you at? Crib. What you want? Shit, man. I just hopped on the computer and shit. I was gonna submit them links and shit. You know which links you want to do, or you want me to just pick them shits?
Yeah, it's shit ton. You probably need the one from Rolling Stone, all those other publications.
Just pick the top ones, probably, right? Like TMZ, Rolling Stone shit.
Mm-hmm. And then when I get it, I know I'm gonna play the side.
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna just try to get that shit through, you feel me? Cause you got...
Okay. That was yourself and Mr. Ephron?
Yes.
Okay. Who's the one that was saying Rolling Stone? No.
Terrell.
And you respond saying just pick the top one, something to that effect?
Yes.
And then after asking you to promote these articles on social media regarding this case, did he say he was going to throw you something?
Yes.
What did he say?
When I get it, you know, I'm gonna throw you something.
When I get it, I'm going to throw you something?
Yes.
Where did you take that from me?
I'm not sure. Maybe whenever he gets some type of money.
I'm going to call for speculation, motion to strike.
Speculation, sustain.
I guess we're going to move on now to the second. From which recording is this?
It's from S also.
Exhibit S also. So on the same exhibit, same transcript. Is there a page we should direct us on?
Page 10.
Page 10? Page 10. You can flip to page 10.
Does the jury have it?
Yes, you want. Page 10, page 10. All right. Listen to this, please, and go ahead.
Like, who gets caught after somebody firing on you 5 times, bro?
Okay. Is that Mr. Ephron saying who gets schooled after someone firing on you 5 times?
Yes.
I think you missed it. It's who gives school, not who gets school.
Okay. Who gives school? Gives school?
That's what the transcript
Whatever it says. The part I was really focused on was the someone firing on you 5 times. But he said that?
Yeah.
You? Okay, let's go on to the next one, which is a different exhibit.
Exhibit Q.
Different exhibit.
Hey guys, thanks for joining. Thanks for hanging around here. We're going to try and do a little something during this testimony while they're in a bit of a pause. As you know, this is the famous Wally that was talked about by Mr. Relli, and what we're hearing now with these phone calls, which could not be foundationally supported by Relli because he said, that ain't me. This is the other guy on the line. Joining me to talk about this case and maybe even Karen Reed if we get into it because we do have some pending questions He is one of 100 America's best criminal attorneys. He is in the Detroit area, Bloomfield officially. He's known as the Rockweiler to his buddies, and he also does the Killer Cross-Exam podcast. Neil Rockind joins me now. It is good to have you on here, Neil. I know you're there. You are. Thank you, sir, for joining. I appreciate it. How are you today?
It's great to be here. I have never watched a train wreck live, so this is a new experience for me.
Yeah, I know. I feel like some of us are tied to the tracks.
We might actually need a not legal experts or lawyers, but we might need a national transfer, was it the NTRSB, to come in and tell us how this thing is going.
Yeah, maybe Medevac. Yeah. Well, we're going to talk in some detail about it. Let's see if they get back to Wally, we'll jump back into that. But, you know, this guy is important. He's a defense witness. It was hard to tell because they were in a break and they weren't showing the camera. I thought, well, maybe the prosecution rested because we came out of that break and JT, Mr. Tacopina, was calling a defense witness. It apparently is a witness out of order, but a key witness here. What do you think about Wally?
This is a really brilliant tactical move that sends a couple different messages. Wally's impeaching the heck out of Relli, and typically the defense would have had to wait for weeks until Relli testified. But they've got him on the stand right after. This is the kind of impeachment that you just can't set up any better than this. Look, you never want a witness, as a prosecutor, you never want a witness to deny that a recording voice was his, say it was AI. That's like blaming the transcript.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
The stenographer got it wrong.
Do you think Joe Tacopina didn't know it was him before he asked that question? I'm guessing the answer that no, it wasn't me or it was AI was icing on the cake.
Yes. And maybe Wally just is unavailable for the next 2 weeks, and so Tacopina's. There are some real subtle little signs that I think that is important for people to watch. You can see the judge and Joe Tacopina have
hold on a second, Neil. Let's listen to this one, which is now over. Go ahead.
They have a different relationship when the case started. They're joking about cough drops with the jury, and the judge is. I mean, Judge, hold on a minute, wait. This was Sunday, not last Friday. You'll catch up, Judge. And the judge goes, oh, okay. They have if you're watching, they have a different relationship. Joe was running this courtroom.
It would have surprised Lewin.
And
chatting.
Lewin's back, and you know,
he's in Lewin mode.
Lewin's back, and he's got some orange cones he wants to throw in there to. You know, what do you think the jury's doing right now? You know, the jury's
hate Lewin, I'll tell you that.
Probably thinking the smoothest this case went was the half an hour that Lewin was gone. Right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know, what do you think about our exclusive? We reported today that the judge approached the prosecution and suggested maybe it's unethical to continue this prosecution. Have you ever heard that before?
I have not, and it is the sort of thing that if you're a prosecutor, it would send shivers. I have been a prosecutor. I was a prosecutor for about 3.5, 4 years back in the 90s. It's a thing that would send shivers down your spine. The hair in the back of your neck would stand up, because when someone says, well, you're proceeding potentially maybe unethically, it means you're putting on a liar on the witness stand. You can't build a case around this guy.
Right. And the point is, I mean, the judge has to almost believe that the prosecution knew he was going to be untruthful.
And knew he was going to be impeached, and he was just unprepared, and he was argumentative. On a break, I have the I have the jury instruction that I wanted to send you for California witnesses on credibility in criminal cases. I mean, it's might as well be called the Relli instruction. It's that bad.
Page 5, continue on page 6.
He's gonna have to deal with that and his political ties and everything else. Because once I walk away, when I get my cash, the case is way weaker. It's just like a domestic violence case. If you was to hit your bitch and your bitch was to keep on going through with the situation, you go down. But if you're not there, then you're going against the state and it's way weaker.
Okay. Whose voice was that, sir? And what did you understand what he was saying to you there?
Objection's going to call for speculation. It's also irrelevant what he understood. His thought is not.
Michael, do you think that this is such a different look for us with Lewin than it was during the Durst trial?
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I think even Lewin knows that case was slam dunk comparatively, right? And he had worked that case for 10 years. He knew that case better than he knew his own life.
And every exhibit they had.
And I'm not there. If he paid me out via my lawsuit, I'll walk away. Basically, it's going to be home for the day because I'll be on another island just relaxing. You get what I'm saying? They're going to be scrambling to find me because now they have to go against Rocky, the state. And they have evidence in this and the third, but it's not going to be the same when we present it to a jury and you don't have a complaining witness.
Mr. Stephen, whose voice was it on that recording that said it's going to be hard for the DA to find me because I'll be going to another island just relaxing? Terrell Ephron, Relli.
Now remember, just a few moments ago, he testified that he never said that.
Yep. Yeah, this, I mean, if Relli didn't shoot himself in the foot, this witness shoots him in the other foot too.
Let me ask you a question. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I'm willing to try that hat on for a minute. Is there a chance that the judge said, Paul, that the judge and the prosecutor and Tacopina said, this guy's going to testify to that. Let's not wait. He's just going to directly impeach Relli. Let's not wait this long. I'm curious.
I don't know. I mean, that almost puts the judge at the defense table. I mean, if there's not another reason to have him testify out of order, because it just reinforces Relli's lies. It makes him look, if possible, even worse.
I'm just going back to the conversation, the exclusive, the tip that you got, that the judge is basically saying this is unethical. I mean, I just thought that up on the fly. About how
What do you think of this? Once the prosecution does officially rest, has the judge tipped his hand as to whether he would entertain a directed verdict?
No.
With the defense?
I work with a lot of people, a lot of brands, a lot of celebrities.
Directed verdict motions are
yes.
easier to win than a preliminary exam as a prosecutor. But for the people who are listening, because the burden, I mean, you've done criminal and civil cases, and the burden on a directed verdict is what? It's if viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the non-moving parties, so it would be the prosecutor. Is there any chance, any evidence viewing it in the prosecutor's best light to make the case against Relli or against ACE?
You said you're estimating your income at 20 grand.
I mean, it would be hard to. What if the judge does grant a directed verdict and says, I don't believe him beyond a reasonable doubt? No juror could believe him.
Yeah.
Grants a directed verdict of acquittal. That's the end of the case.
Hey, of course, that's why it's so rare, if ever done, because it takes the case out of the hands of the jury. But the judge, if he truly has ethical concerns, he might actually be doing the prosecution a favor.
Yes.
He's a substantial bit of income for you.
For me personally or my business?
For you personally.
No.
So the interesting thing for me here is John Lewin had every card in the deck available to him. Everybody wanted him to have whatever card he wanted. The judge in the Durst case gave him wide
So in the end,
berth.
does the money go back to you?
Right?
Not all of it. I have employees.
Oh, yeah.
So
In here,
No, and you know, and Judge Arnold is doing his best, but Lewin is a slippery devil to you know, get a handle on.
How close of a friend?
Speak time to time, not often. Sometimes I don't hear from him.
How often do you talk to him?
Once every other month, possibly.
Once or so you're aware, and I just want to back up.
This is
You're
Lewin
saying
cross-examining,
that
in case anybody
is
realizes
a
where we are.
Pretty big person within the rap world entertainment industry.
You can say that.
Well, I'm not asking. If I'd say it, would you agree with it?
Sure.
And would you agree that his girlfriend, significant other, she's even bigger than he is, right?
Sure.
For someone like you, would you agree that being in a good relationship with people like A$AP Rocky and Rihanna, that is a positive for your career, is that right?
Well, I only do business with him. I don't do business with his significant
That
other.
wasn't my question, those were striking answers. Listen to my question.
Sure.
My question.
Translation, I didn't like the answer.
Pyrrhic victory.
That people like A$AP Rocky and Rihanna, given the business you're in, that getting in good with them is positive for your future business.
Sure.
And in fact, that's why as soon as, according to your testimony, as soon as you finish that call with A$AP Relli, you called the defendant, right?
Correct.
And in fact, it's fair to say, you did this call because you wanted to set up Relli to see what you could figure out, what might end up helping A$AP Rocky with this case, correct?
No.
So when you set this up, you said you wanted to video, you wanted to audio record. That sounds like you got some planning involved, correct?
I didn't set anything up. I was there to mediate the situation.
So you just decided that you were going to call him up, chat him up, and then immediately after that call, even though you only talked to him like every other month, you're like, yeah, I think I'll call A$AP Rocky up.
Well, he was calling me numerous times first.
Who was calling you, A$AP Rocky?
Really?
That's not what I asked you. Most of us, right?
I mean,
Yeah, you know what?
Oh, wait a minute, he misunderstood.
basically, don't you have
Ask the
a
question again.
What I'm asking you is,
the response to this?
you rarely talk to A$AP Rocky.
I thought that
Maybe every other
A$AP
month,
Rocky
right?
was being
But as soon
essentially
as
set
you
up
spoke with
by.
Relli, the first
by
thing
Relli.
you do is call him up and let him know, hey, here's what
I let him know.
right?
Correct. It's a situation between them two.
And you were looking to parlay your calling Relli to see if you can help A$AP Rocky and ingratiate yourself with him, correct?
No.
Well, let me ask you something. As you sit here today, would you agree that if A$AP Rocky is convicted, that very likely that's probably not going to be a positive for you and your income with respect to him?
No, I'll be fine.
That's not what I asked you. Listen to my question. If A$AP Rocky is convicted, you would agree that you might not be getting that 20 grand a year that you estimate you're making from him going forward, correct?
Objecting.
Grounds?
Thank you, sir. The first question was, it wouldn't be positive if you answered that.
That's not a legal objection.
Just state the
Wait, did we just hear grounds from Lewin? Like,
Yes.
like Daryl?
Yes.
What was his name?
Not a legal objection.
From
Quarterly.
the Wisconsin Thanksgiving Christmas
Oh,
parade.
We don't have a
Daryl
legal objection.
Brooks.
Daryl
Daryl Brooks. Daryl Brooks.
See, real lawyers do apparently say grounds.
First question that is a question.
That's not an objection, Ron. It's not
Well,
a
they
legal
just did.
objection.
Objection misleading. There it
That's
is.
not a legal count.
Both of you stop. Both of you be quiet. Wait a question. Add the answer.
Lewin is just so smug.
Question, let me ask you something. As you sit here today, would you agree that if A$AP Rocky is convicted, that very likely that's probably not going to be a positive for you and your income with respect to him? Answer, no, I'll be fine. Question, that's not what I asked. Listen to my question. If A$AP Rocky is convicted, you would agree that you might not be getting the 20 grand a year that you estimate you're making from him going forward. That's when there was an objection.
It's a fair question.
You understand the question?
Objection's overruled.
Can you ask it again?
Sure. You testify that you're making approximately 20 grand a year You said your income is $85,000 a year. I'm just asking, you would agree that if he gets convicted, you would agree that probably does not portend well for you with respect to continuing to get 20 grand a year from you, correct?
Sure.
Sure, is that a yes?
Yes.
So,
Technically, yes.
you would agree that no matter what actually happened in this incident, your motivation, your goal, as you sit here, is you don't want your friend to get convicted, correct?
No, my goal is to tell the truth.
That's not what I asked you. Do you agree that as you
Pretty good
sit
answer.
here right now, that whether or not the defendant committed this crime or not, you don't want him to be convicted?
Technically, no, I don't want anyone to go to jail, so no.
So what you're saying is that even if it is proven that the defendant assaulted the victim in this case with a firearm, you agree that you do not want him to be convicted, correct?
Objection.
Grounds.
That's a fair question.
He doesn't just says objection.
It's a fair question.
Well,
It is a fair
in
question.
any grounds, it's overruled. So,
Okay.
So the question can be asked.
Ask again?
Please read the question back.
I mean, I think Lewin has taken a great tact with this guy. I mean, that's what you got to do. You got to, you know,
Try to
show he has a
establish
motive
bias.
to lie.
You do not
Yeah.
want him to be convicted, correct?
No.
So a moment ago, you just said you don't want anybody to get convicted and go to jail. Now I've just asked you whether you want the defendant to be convicted, even if he committed a crime. You said, no, I don't agree that I don't want him convicted. Which is it?
If he committed a crime, sure. Justice, right, needs to be served, so.
So as you sit here today, your position is you're just an unbiased person coming in here to do your civic duty.
Correct, I was friends with both of them, so.
Well, you weren't really good friends with Relli, correct? You're much closer to the defendant.
I was friends with him.
Well, you were much closer to the defendant, correct?
Correct.
You said you flew out here, is that right?
Correct.
I assume was that first class or business?
It was business?
Nice lie flat seats, I assume?
Sure.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't there. So does sure mean that's what happened? What does sure mean?
Sure means yes.
Okay, if you can answer yes or no, but just make it easier with my question.
No problem.
Okay. So you flew out yesterday on a lie flat seat at the expense of the defendant and his lawyer, is that correct?
Correct.
And you came here not because you have any financial motivation, but because you simply want the truth to come out, is that right?
Correct. Because someone said the audio recordings weren't real.
So let me ask you something.
It's a bad habit Lewin has, by the way.
Those were snippets from
What's that?
approximately
Well, let me ask you something.
30
Yeah.
minutes of conversation.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you something. That's just preface to everything.
And during those 30 minutes of conversation, at any point in time, did Relli ever tell you that the shooting did not happen?
No.
Did he ever tell you at any point in time, you know what? Yeah, I'm trying to get his money, but I made the whole thing up.
No.
In fact, isn't it true that what he was telling you was that that man shot him and Relli wanted to make sure that he got his for what happened? Is that correct?
That's what Relli said.
And you weren't there, is that correct?
No.
It's a pretty good line across.
Correct?
Yeah, I think he's doing a good
I
job.
think
You
I
weren't
think he
there.
tied it up pretty well with some.
And you don't have any
Pretty cleanly.
idea whether or not this incident happened or didn't happen.
No.
So here's my, did you ever ask Relli? Hey, I'm sorry, did you ever ask the defendant, hey, listen, this guy's saying you shot at him. You ever ask him what happened?
Objection relevance.
You ever ask him what happened?
I don't recall.
So you are having conversations with Relli, which you're taping, and then immediately calling the defendant to report what happened, and you're telling me you've never asked the man, hey, did you cap 2 rounds at him?
Said I don't recall.
Well, is that something you think you remember?
3 years ago, I don't recall.
So you're telling, I just want to make sure I understand this. Your testimony is, yeah, I'm recording him and I'm well aware of this situation that happened. And I've talked to the defendant about it. I talk to him every couple of months. But I've never asked him, hey, Relli's accusing you of shooting him. Did you do it? You never asked him that.
I don't recall, no.
Well, isn't it true? You didn't ask him that because you don't want to know the answer.
Objection, Your Honor. The state's testimony, it doesn't recall.
It's cross-examination.
Yeah, it's a fair question, a question.
Isn't it true that you didn't ask him that question because you don't want to know the answer?
Like I said, I don't recall, but I might have asked him.
So now you're saying you might
You know,
have
what's interesting is,
if you shot Relli, but you don't remember the answer.
it's a pretty good line of cross.
Me asking him that question.
You can tell the witnesses get uncomfortable
So,
when they're,
let me be clear.
and some of the
I
stuff
wanna
that
know,
Lewin is doing is at
has the
least are
defendant
things that they're
ever
going to be able to
discussed
argue.
anything about
They're
this?
similar answers in a way to
No.
what Relli gave. Maybe not as bad.
So,
They're going to blame the passage of time. I don't remember. Maybe changing an answer here or there.
No, correct?
Sure, correct, so.
Convenient
Then why
amnesia.
isn't a moment ago you just said, I don't know?
I think the biggest
I
problem
don't remember.
that Relli has
Because I don't
is
recall.
that
Do you understand the difference between
he
no and
pretended
I
it
don't
wasn't him
recall?
on the recording.
Yes.
So you have this
no,
guy's
you agree
motivated
he
perhaps to help
absolutely never mentioned
the
anything.
defendant,
And I don't recall
but
it being,
Relli's
I'm not
trying to
sure.
take himself out of the entire
Would you agree with
conversation.
that, those definitions?
We can agree to that.
And my
And I,
question
and I
is,
think the part about the
don't you
phone
think
call,
that as you're
it
taking
was just it's an
Relli
absurd answer.
for somewhere
I mean,
between
yes,
20
Lewin's
and 30
trying to
minutes,
set up that there's a motive or a bias on this witness's part.
this incident,
But they do have
and
those
about what he
recordings
intends
that
to
are,
do, and then calling
some ways
the defendant
indisputable.
back immediately to report what happened, that you might have had a conversation with him about, hey, dude, what actually happened? Did you shoot the guy? You're saying that didn't happen, you never asked?
Never asked.
Are you curious?
No.
So you don't have any interest at all as to whether or not the defendant actually shot at Relli?
Doesn't make an irrelevancy objection again.
Sergeant Manager. Go on to another subject.
it's also interesting because,
So,
you know, this witness is not going to come across as unlikable
your
as
position
Relli. And
is that
I think Lewin has to be careful. I mean, he's made his point.
to Relli,
Question is he
telling you about what he intends
going to push it too far, which
in
is,
terms of getting money from the defendant. Would you agree?
Yes.
Did you ever say to Relli during any of these calls that you recorded, hey Relli, how come you're getting money from him if the shooting never happened?
Never asked that.
plus this is not
Don't you think
realistic.
that would be a
This is not how
legitimate question
people
to
talk
ask
to
him?
each other.
Right.
No, I was just
They don't,
saying it sounded-
hey, did you really do
In
it,
fact, you
Rocky?
would agree
Did
that
you
there
really,
is nothing
is some truth to it?
that Terrell has
Not how
ever
people,
said
you
to
wouldn't even say that to a friend. You would
Nothing.
just, you're in the middle and you would just,
that in any way indicates
Yeah.
guy saying he's going to go to an island and he's going to get
Did not
money and be
agree?
absent from a prosecution,
Would
you
you
would think,
also
I
agree
think I
that
ought to tell my friend
whatever
about that.
efforts Relli makes after the shooting, however much money he asks for, whatever calls he makes, does that change what happened during the incident?
Objection. Improper question.
What's that?
Sergeant Manager.
Well, let me ask you something. I'm asking you. You're taping him and you're reporting that conversation to the defendant. I'm asking you, is there anything about Relli's statements about suing the defendant, trying to get $30 million, is there anything about those statements that you are aware of that changes what actually happened the night of the incident?
No, I think I answered that.
So would you agree that whether or not Relli sues for $1, 20 million, 100 million, 20 gajillion dollars, that in the end, either the shooting happened or it didn't? Would you agree?
Yes.
And it's your further testimony, that despite all that, you've never had one conversation or asked him one question, the defendant, about what actually transpired?
But objection asked.
How many calls in total did you record?
2.
2 calls? Now, you said that you were upset because the idea that Relli was coming into court, you said you were offended by his line. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you were taping his calls, did he know you were taping?
No.
Do you think that friends tape other friends' phone calls?
Sometimes they can.
I'm asking you. I'm not asking you physically. I assume, sir, that if somebody wants to record a call, I didn't ask whether it's technically possible. I'm asking you, do you think that a friend records their friend's phone calls when that person doesn't know it?
Objection, he gave an answer.
That's not a legal objection. It's not
Yes,
what
and
it's
yes,
an
and
objection.
yes.
It's speculation. What friends do is irrelevant. Ask another question.
You called Terrell a friend of yours, correct?
Yes.
Do you think that it was being a friend of his to tape his phone calls without his knowledge?
Yes.
How was that being a friend to Terrell?
Sometimes friends do things like that.
You mean sometimes friends betray friends by taping their calls and then calling other people to report what they found? Is that what you mean?
That's more than called betrayal.
Argumentative.
So, when is the last time that you had spoken to the
Judge has had
defendant
enough.
prior to immediately calling him after the May 2022 phone call?
I didn't talk to him.
What's that?
I said I didn't talk to him prior to Relli calling me.
No, so, well, you talked to him before, so I'm asking the last time. When did the last time been?
I'm not sure.
When is the first time? So, when did you first find out about the whole incident, the shooting? When did you find out?
From
about it?
Relli in 2022.
No, I'm not asking when you found out from Relli. When did you first hear about the shooting?
When Relli told me.
So you're saying you had never heard about this shooting that happened to your friend, ASAP Rocky, until May of 2022?
Correct.
So you're saying you speak to him every other month. You're aware that that shooting, that incident happened in November 2021, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that even though your friend was involved in a shooting, lead shooting, ASAP Rocky, you didn't hear about it for 5 months?
I heard about it from Relli first.
And you said the first time you heard about it from Relli was in May of 2022. That's what you just testified to, correct?
Yes.
So when's the first time you talked to Relli after November of 2021?
I'm not sure.
Well, give me an estimate of when the last time you spoke to him was.
I said I'm not sure.
Well, here's my question. You would agree that the shooting involving ASAP Rocky, that was a big media event. Would you agree?
Yes.
Didn't you say, wait, what do you do for a living? Well, let me just get this right. You basically work on people's boosting their media profile, correct?
It's not what I do for a living.
What do you do for a living?
I'm not sure if you heard, but I run a technology agency and we build websites, software for brands, creatives, artists, musicians.
Right, and you testified, quote,
And part of that, if you want me to get into it, sometimes people offer things like Relli did to help with their social media.
you are very involved in the rap and entertainment world, correct?
The
No, I'm not. I'm not a rapper. I don't make music. I don't produce.
comparison, the juxtaposition between the way
Are you involved in the world
Wally
of
comes
music,
across versus how
music, rap, and entertainment?
Relli came across is really stark.
Yeah.
10%, 20% of my client
Even
base.
if they're able to ding him a
10%
couple
or
of
20%
just with a couple of contradictions or that he had a bias. But the reality is that he's very composed. He has his legs sitting very relaxed. He's keeping his voice calm.
You said, is my client as rappers or in the music industry? Big question.
So here's what I'm asking you. You're telling me you've never heard of this incident until May of 2022.
Until Relli told me.
You're telling me that Relli is contacting you saying he wants you to lose.
You ever heard of the phrase, Michael, gilding the lily when it comes to cross-examining witnesses?
Sure.
Get some good information, and then you can't leave it alone. You want to drive it home, and then you sort of undo it.
That you're talking to.
No, it's not my job.
You feel like Lewin's done a decent job of cross-examination, but he could take it too far.
Yeah, and he's reaching the point of diminished returns.
Exactly. With the judge flipping his pencil.
Yeah.
Like, okay, you heard what there is about this guy.
Does that sound reasonable?
Yes.
So let me ask you something on the sidebar. This doesn't be on the record.
Oh, goody. Okay, so let's talk about this real quick, Neil. It seems to me, the big takeaway here is I don't care if Lewin is able to chip away at this guy because he was maybe a better friend of Rocky than Relli, and he relied to some degree on Rocky's business. Okay, you can't take Relli's voice off those calls and the things that he said about disappearing if he gets the money. That is what it is. And he says it wasn't me.
You got it. The case is we're also talking about two different standards, right? The state has to prove that Relli is believable beyond a reasonable doubt. The defense doesn't have to prove that Wally is equally as credible. They just have to show that there's doubt about Relli's account of things. And there was doubt when Relli testified, and there's even more doubt now when we hear the recordings.
Yes. Because before we couldn't. Remember, they just allowed Relli to hear them long enough to say, no, that ain't me.
That was AI.
AI. Hey, let's shift gears real quick while we got a moment. Here's a question I want to get to. This is from the other Karen. Sorry if already asked. I'm coming in late. The question, thoughts on the defamation lawsuit by Camila Vasquez. As you know, Camila Vasquez and Ben Chu are representing Relli in a defamation action. We played with it earlier today. I just got a copy of their answer to the first amended complaint. What's your thoughts representing Mr. Relli in a civil matter?
Different burdens. You'll get more discovery. You'll have an opportunity to question Rocky, assuming you'll get deposition and you'll get interrogatories. I'm never gonna say that Ben Chu and Camila Vasquez don't have tremendous talent and a winning track record, but sometimes hitching yourself to a wagon like Relli may have seemed like a good idea at the time, but maybe now once he's testified and you see him as a witness and as a plaintiff, as a protagonist, does he still have that same value? And I tend to think no. I tend to think when he was testifying, maybe on paper it seemed like a great case to bring against a wealthy defendant, but now that you've seen him, we can't unsee this. We can't unring that bell.
I have to assume they're having some second thoughts. I did send an email to both of their offices just to ask them the question I asked you. Not that they would respond, but have you considered the impact of what we're hearing and seeing in this criminal matter on your civil case? Okay, they're back at it. Let's go back in there.
One of you has a commitment. I don't want to interfere with your lives. If Mr. Sajimi wasn't fine, you go back to Paris?
Missy, can you get us back in there?
6:30 tonight? 6:30 p.m.? That might be a lot better. All right. Again, I apologize to you all, but I want to get finished. We all want, yes.
Can I just
039.
make a quick phone call for my rights?
I can't hear you.
Can I just make a quick
Of
phone
course.
call?
Why don't we take a break now? Kathy, you all can stretch your legs. If you want to make a phone call, make a phone call. Let's resume at 10 minutes to 4.
Your Honor, could the JA inquire just privately? I'm guessing it might be difficult for the jurors to. I'm just hoping that we inquire in a more private setting so they're able to.
If you can't do it, can you please let me know? It's okay. I know this is a big ask. Don't be shy. I'm seeing no hands. I'm going to assume that everybody
They're going
is
to stay late to finish Waller's testimony.
10 to 4, folks.
Okay, so that'll be interesting. I mean, obviously the judge thinks maybe they're getting close to winding down. I don't know with this witness. It's hard to tell because we haven't really heard all of the cross. So I don't know.
Well, I think you hit on something really important, which is, you can bang away at bias and motive and who's connected to which party and who knows who better. But the reality is, I mean, the recordings are the meat of the evidence here. They're the meat of his testimony. I mean,
I was trying to think, how could he have made it, I should say less, you could make it better, but less worse, less bad. If he had admitted it was him, if Relli said, yeah, that's me, I was mad, I was not getting the attention from Rocky that I thought I should get, that he could somehow water down what was said on those recordings. But by just flat ass denying that it's him, he's handcuffed.
Yes.
There's not a thing he can do.
Agreed. 1,000%. What a terrific point. There's so many things that a witness could say in that circumstance. And, the one thing you can't say if you're Relli is it's not me. And the one thing you can't add to that is somebody else used some type of technology to manufacture or mimic my voice, because you don't give yourself an out.
Yeah.
As you said, the out would be, I was upset. I'm just riffing, I was just talking to a friend and just kind of complaining. Look, even if you look at all of it, I never once said that it never happened. I talked about I was a critical witness for the state. Why was I a critical witness? Because it happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Relli is an interesting dude. I've talked about it before in the terms of how uncomfortable he was on the stand, maybe because he's making the whole thing up, maybe he's exaggerating, but from his lifestyle, of braggadocio and machismo and saying things to impress people and doing things to impress people, sometimes violent. This is as far from his reality, sitting in a witness box, as he's ever been. And, clearly the way he would not shut up, he would challenge Tacopina. He would ask him questions.
Call him Tacopina.
And, you got admonished by the judge many times. I just think that he was that combination of all the worst things you want in a witness, out of control and so out of his element,
I've never seen a judge, I've never seen a judge react to, I was making notes about that. I've never seen a judge react to a witness almost unsolicited, unprovoked as the judge was to Relli. I've just tried a lot of cases in my day. There are times we've waited for a judge to scold or admonish a complainant or a witness. Have you ever seen that where it just stop? I mean, at one point I was looking where he yelled, stop! Don't insult him. Don't call him a liar. Don't call if the law, I don't care who's asking you the question, you tell the truth. There's no question before you. I mean, if you closed your eyes after a while, it almost sounded like my dad was talking to me as a kid. Stop talking back to your mom. Stop yelling at your mother.
Yeah. Wait till your dad gets home. So the one thing he didn't do, and maybe because he felt like if Arnold said it, he'd have to follow through, and that was the threat of some sort of contempt. He never threw that out there. And I think some judges get in trouble because they threaten it, but they keep trying to do everything they can, but impose it, and it makes them look kind of weak. You know, in this case, Judge Arnold just saying, "No, stop talking." You know,
Well, why? And he doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to do sidebars. You can tell that. He's made it pretty clear. He doesn't want speaking objections. I am curious. What do you make of the? Why is John Lewin on this case? I'm curious why he's on this case.
Yeah, we talked about that early on, and we did it really kind of in sympathy for Paulie P. I can't pronounce his last name, so I call him Paulie P. You know, here he is. He's got the case going. He's got it teed up. They are within weeks of trial. And oh, by the way, John Lewin's going to parachute in. And technically, he's second chair. He's identified as second chair, but nobody watching this trial thinks John Lewin is second chair. So I have to believe that and perhaps it's because the new DA is in town. Remember, this happened after Hochman was sworn in December 1st. About a month later, Lewin comes in. Maybe his team, the DA's team, was looking things over and said, you know, it's going to be a tough one. And we need a guy that's a little more of a bulldog, because clearly this Paulie P is a pretty affable guy. You know, seems like and I think Linda uses the word earnest. You know, like he's just in there. Like he's doing his job.
Working man.
Yeah.
He's working the case.
Exactly. And maybe somebody at the top said, we need something else in here. We need a Spitfire.
Can I tell you some of the things that I'm noticing from some of the, just comments here and there about the case, and I think to myself, you know, if we were jurors, we might think that what Lewin did with Wally was, you know, impactful. But by the time we're lawyers, so we're kind of analyzing it from that perspective. But if you're on the jury, as Relli was testifying, you're moving further and further away from the prosecutor. You're starting. This guy's just too argumentative. He's too difficult. He's too, you know, he's been impeached. He's been contradicted. He's talking back to the lawyers. I mean, he got caught in a couple significant untruths, it appears, or at least, you know, got jammed up in that way. What do you do then? And I'm thinking, if you're a juror and you're thinking that, when Wally gets up there, remember, you're not back to center, or you already have kind of a little bit of a you know, you were moved a little bit off of the 50-yard line. You're now closer to one of the goal lines or not. I'm wondering, do you look at Wally and think, well, now I'm starting to reshape my opinion back towards the state, or do you think this is overkill? I mean, you know, I wonder. Relli was just so bad. I mean, he was that bad.
You know, if I'm looking at a teeter-totter, right, it starts here. After Relli, it was bottomed out. I mean, it could not go any lower, right?
He's a zero.
So maybe you put Wally on this end of the teeter-totter, and, you know, he has some weaknesses in terms of maybe perhaps bias or motive. Okay, so maybe it comes off the ground slightly. I'm telling you, it's still, to me, common sense, just trying to look at it. Yeah, it's still near the bottom. It's almost touching the ground.
Right,
still.
I agree. So when I'm analyzing it, I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, so if you could give a witness a score of 0 to 100, or let's say we have to give it a 1 to 100. Like an incredible witness is 100, moves the ball all the way down the field, and a 1 moves the ball, you know, I mean,
barely
backwards to the 1 yard line.
It's the brotherly shove. It's very short.
So if we were to assign the testimony of Relli a score, what do people think it is? They think it was a 1? Is it a 2? Is it a, you know?
Well, let's
can
assume
can you come back from a 1?
Everybody, you know, will have their own variations on, but I think overall it's bad. So maybe somebody gives him a 5, somebody gives him an 8, still bad.
But can you come back when you're the only witness? That's the only witness. I mean, that's the principal witness. Can you come back from a 1 or a 5? Can you come back?
No. And I think it's even more important in this case, Neil, because we seldom hear from victims or alleged victims because they're usually dead. You know, we're covering more serious cases than an assault. So here you have not just the importance of an eyewitness, a potential alleged victim, But the only other person there, yeah, we know there are a couple of strays wandering around, which we've not heard from yet. We may or may not. We don't know. But it's really becomes the defendant versus this alleged victim. And the more you hear with Relli, the less you think Rocky needs to testify.
See, and what's interesting is I think that I think jurors expect defense lawyers to be aggressive and to be zealous. I think that we expect defense lawyers to do that, and they have to have a certain, showmanship and charisma. But you also expect prosecutors to be right. I mean, you want prosecutors to sort of be clinical and to be. And I don't want to, and likable. I mean, you're representing the state.
Yeah.
I don't like the grounds thing. I don't, I just didn't,
it's so Lewin, it is so Lewin that he is just so arrogant that he thinks he's, why don't you just rule on them as well while you're talking about them, I'm sorry, Mr. Lewin, we'll defer to you, says the judge. Or whatever. What do you think? Yeah,
and he has some skills. I mean, look
at
his cross-examination skills. You could see there. I mean, they're good. They're pretty solid. I mean, he's able to string together, but he doesn't have in the Durst case, he had witnesses that were reviled by the jury, including Durst, including witnesses who had. So he had carte blanche in a way to just go to town on these witnesses. You really think the jury wants anybody to go to town on Wally? Like there's a line you have to, right? I mean, that you've tried cases.
And he made the points. He made some very good points.
And then get out.
Yes. Yeah.
And then leave it.
Hey, let me ask you, got another question here for you. First of all, thanks to Kay Schmidt gifting 5 Justice Serve memberships. We appreciate that. This one is from Rayette. The internet investigators are saying Relli has 2 outstanding warrants in the New Jersey area, being that it wasn't mentioned in court. Can we assume that this information will have no impact on the case? My short answer is you are correct. Go ahead and explain why that would be.
I agree. So you're allowed to cross-examine a particular a witness. You're allowed to raise information about a witness only in other acts or convictions, only under certain circumstances. One can only potentially raise convictions, and 2, you can only raise convictions if they touch upon moral turpitude or they touch upon dishonesty or perjury. And when we started the trial, the judge was very clear that he didn't want witnesses, didn't want the lawyers and the defense to explore. He kept asking for Relli's rap sheet. I want to see his rap sheet. I want to see what's on it. And then the prosecutor said that he doesn't have a rap sheet. And so the judge says, well, then that solves it. That ends it. There's not going to be any questioning about, any matters that did not result in a conviction and didn't touch upon moral turpitude. So 2 outstanding warrants wouldn't come in.
That's a few steps. Yeah, that's a few steps removed from any chance at all of getting that in. Let me put this up here just so we can officially show. There it is, Kay Schmidt gifting the memberships. Thank you so much.
I did want you to know that if the California jury instruction on witnesses is California criminal crim number 226, and this is what the jurors will be told. You alone must judge the credibility or believability of the witnesses. In deciding whether witness testimony is true and accurate, use your common sense and experience. And then they go on, in evaluating the witness's testimony, you may consider anything that reasonably tends to prove or disprove the truth or accuracy of the testimony. And then it goes on to, how was the witness's behavior while testifying? Did the witness understand the questions and answer them directly? What was the witness's attitude about the case or about testifying? Did the witness make a statement in the past that is consistent or inconsistent with his or her testimony? How reasonable is the testimony when you consider all the other evidence in the case? Most of those do not help Relli with the way in the state's case. I'm not trying to stand on the top of Relli's head. I just think as a witness, he just came across so bad.
I've never seen a witness that bad.
Yeah.
I've seen witnesses that will have a flare up but on balance, they're okay. They're controlled, whether you
Yes.
believe them or not. But just again and again and again, being so inappropriate, so defensive,
Yes.
and it just makes you
It
not
doesn't
just
mean that the event
just
didn't happen.
no, not at all.
Or that he's not being truthful. It just means that his appearance, his approach, his style, the willingness to receive his testimony and accept it as true is really, really compromised, in my view, by what how he's testifying. I mean, if he came to the door and tried to sell you something and that was his demeanor, you would close the door and say, like,
Yes.
we're not buying anything from that guy.
Yes, yeah, and everybody in every setting is a salesperson to some degree. You're selling a story, or whatever it may be. He's not selling a story that anybody's buying. That's kind of the bottom line, I think. And the real question to me is, and let me know what you think, what else can the prosecution do other than go after Wally to try to rehabilitate their entire case?
I was wondering that. I was thinking about that because I don't know. I don't know what would take 2 or 3. I don't know what would take 2 or 3 weeks to try. We've just heard from the principal witness. We heard from the police officer that responded, who said they didn't find anything. We heard from Relli, who, I mean, if Relli was a terrific witness, the case, would be advanced. When you start with your complainant, the alleged victim, the case is either gonna rest on that witness or it's gonna sink.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I don't know. I mean, who else is there? I mean,
well, maybe the girlfriend, but there's some laundry there that would have to be, probably talked about outside.
You have the videos where the guy misidentified himself and said that that was him, and then that wasn't him, and the girlfriend's not there, and then maybe she was off. Oh, she might have been off screen and off. I mean, and then you have this whole where he was he denied that he'd been to a gun range.
And he not just denied it, but that definitely did not happen. I mean,
yes.
and then here it is in your face, exactly when it did happen. And then, I don't know if you noticed how today started, but it was the redirect with Polly P. First thing he says, again, Relli's still on the stand, he says, we talked yesterday, right? Meaning Sunday. You had to correct some of your testimony from last week.
I did make a note of that. That is
go into the revisionist history of this whole gun range episode. So
I like to whenever we're talking about these things, I like to go back that remember, what other evidence is there besides? I mean, the state has really put in. It had a day and a half of full direct of Relli. I mean, and that was designed to be impactful. And remember how the direct examination of Relli ended with the prosecutor impeaching Relli in an argument about whether or not that was impeachment or whether it was contradiction. I don't know, Michael. I tend to think at some point that if you're a prosecutor and this is the case, that you might, I don't want to say this, but you might say to yourself, we can't proceed with this case given the evidence that we have. And maybe you'll get some credibility down the line in other cases where you decide you're going to forge ahead in spite of some. Relli was just that.
He was that bad. He was
just not a convincing witness.
He was a nuclear weapon in the prosecution's case. I'll tell you one thing for sure. They didn't do much pre-interviewing of this guy or testing him or putting him in some room and grilling him. Here's what you're going to see in court, and then at least they may have had a chance to tamp him down a little bit. But it's clear they didn't do any of that.
It's this was a very interesting case because we're, as you said, we have a lot of cases where we've talked about them, where you guys cover them, where we don't have a live victim who's able to take the stand and testify. And some of the times we don't have a lawyer who's obviously put in the time to develop the cross-examination that Joe did. And we don't have a judge who's willing to let the lawyers kind of go. And this is that kind of environment. I mean, who else could there be? Evidence techs? They already call it an evidence tech.
Yeah, I mean, there's very little
ballistics
forensics.
guy. What are the ballistics person's going to say? What? I mean, people that were other friends that happened to be there.
I guess they could say, those casings, that were found allegedly by Relli in the spot where the shooting took place. They're going to, confirm what weapon or what ammo they are from and what weapon would use those. And then they'll suggest that, well, that's, Rocky has that weapon. They found those type of bullets at Rocky's house, but I believe they're going to find out that the ones found at the scene don't match the ones like he had at his house. They're the same type, but otherwise didn't match. So I think they're going to go there just because what else they got. I just don't think there's anything to get over the hurdle unless Rocky jumps up. Rocky jumps up in a Perry Mason moment and says,
"I'm sorry,
I can't take it anymore. I did it. That's about all I could see."
One of the interesting things that in the real world, I'm curious, would someone like Relli or Wally, would he ever ask Rocky? Would you ask him, hey, I know that was a big piece of John's cross, but would you ask, hey, did you do it? Did you shoot him? I can't imagine somebody would ask that. I just don't think that somebody would ask that question.
No, I don't think it. And again, as buddies or as those that deal in, they're all in the rap world, right? And it's all, there's a lot of violence, sometimes fictitious, sometimes real. And yeah, I think you're right. I don't think he's going to ask him, so crazy story. Did it happen? Did you really do that? Did you pull a gun? I don't see that either. It just doesn't. And
we don't do that in our job. We don't go to our clients and say, okay, come on, tell me everything. Tell me
just you and me. Go ahead. Tell me the story. Yeah. I don't see that happening. Well, I think, this case is a perfect example of why people are so enamored by the legal practice, the way it plays out in court, because you never know what is going to happen. And going into this case, a lot of people were like, "Oh, who cares? It's a scratch, even if it happened. Big deal." And now people, are riveted by the dynamics in that courtroom. So that's why they watch.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, I appreciate you being here to do that. I'd like to stick around for their overtime, but I can't either.
I had some big shoes to fill.
Are you wearing a Chanel or
I didn't say expensive shoes. I just said big.
All right. Well, don't miss it. How often is your podcast on?
So we were doing it once. We had it going. We were once every couple of weeks. So we're going to be kicking it off again soon. I hope to have. I was actually going to reach out and talk to you about appearing on it and just get your.
That'd be fun. Have a three-way, as they say. Have a three-way on.
Talk about trials and hear what some of the highlights of the trials you've covered over the years and some of the best and worst moments of cross-examination are. So I know you've seen it all.
I've seen one or two, yeah, and it never gets boring, and it's always something happens. So check out the Killer Cross Exam podcast. Get that to where you get your podcasts. I'm guessing it's out there everywhere.
Yes, sir. Killer Cross Examination. So
very cool, very cool.
All right, man.
Thanks, buddy. We'll see you next time.
Take care, everybody.
Bye. All right, I'm gonna. I got a thing. So even though the court is going overtime, I am not going to be able to do that. I've heard from my sources, and these are not the same sources that told us about the judge and his concern about the unethical prosecution of Rocky, but that LKB is having a wonderful day, and she'll be back tomorrow. Oh, before I forget, tomorrow night we will have Afi will be on. Afi, who was on Law and Crime with us many times. She's out in L.A. She is in the courtroom for the Rocky battle. This is Rocky 5. I don't know. Some of the moments have stacked up to a Rocky movie. So so we'll join you tomorrow. I think we're doing that at 6:30. She'll come on at 7. Afi will. So Linda and I will get to it at 6. Probably catch the very end of the trial and go from there. So everybody have a great evening. Thanks again for joining. Don't forget to do that like thing and the subscribe thing and the notify thing and the comment thing. And we do try to get to the comments as best we can. Sometimes we get bogged down with stuff, but we're reading them, and we really appreciate it. And also the memberships like Kay Schmidt sent out there. So thanks for all that. We will see you next time. I'm Michael Bryant. Hey, try to do the right thing.
Traffic is never better.
It can be worse.
Have you ever been on the Santa Monica Freeway like at midnight? Traffic is never better. All right, we are all parties, jurors, and counsel are present. Mr. Sajidi is on the stand. Mr. Lewin, go ahead.
So, Your Honor, we're going to mark our next exhibit, People's 28. It's a DVD that has 3 audio recordings on it.
Are these the phone call?
Yes.
All right, the DVD is 28.
Okay, and then the first call that we're going to play is the May 12, 2022 call with the court redactions. And so the transcript of that will be 29.
All right.
Your Honor, can the jury be instructed that they are not to try and speculate what was redacted, what wasn't redacted?
Yeah, I had told you earlier that there are things in the transcripts that have been taken out. The things that have been taken out have no bearing on any decision you have to make. So that's why they've been taken out. What is being provided to you is what will assist you in your decision.
Well, now, I'll ask a couple of questions first. Mr. Cheney, have you actually heard the full recordings of what you turned over?
Yes,
When's the last time you heard them?
this morning.
This morning. So you heard them in their entirety, is that correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that what the defense played was a tiny snippet overall, those recordings?
Yes, the recording was 30 minutes, played what, 3 minutes, so yes.
And I just want to be clear. Even on the part of it, whatever part was edited that the jury isn't going to hear, at no point in time did Relli ever say to you, or imply, or infer, that the shooting did not happen. Is that correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that in every interaction you've had with him, however many there are, since the incident occurred, that he has always been very clear in his position that the defendant shot at him and that he was hit?
Yes.
All right, we're going to play these. To make it easy, you would agree that when the defense played you the calls, they started with them out of order. The first snippet they played was from August, and actually your first call was in May. Is that correct?
May, June, July, August is the correct order. Dates correct. Yeah.
Well, when you say May, June, July, August, I thought we only have 2 dates.
I'm giving you the sequence of dates, right?
Okay,
A
no,
month, right? So,
you know, so let me just inquire. I'm a little confused what you just said. So my understanding is there are only 2 calls, one in May
correct.
and one in August. Is that right?
Yes.
But you just said May, June, July, and
Let me
August.
correct myself. I'm giving you, you asked me, was May before August? I said yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
right? So May,
understood.
June, July, August is the
Got it.
sequence of dates.
Oh, understood. So I'm just making clear, we're now going to play this. What we're going to play, you would agree, this is chronologically, meaning this is the first of the recorded calls. Is that right?
Yeah.
And before we start, it's your position that Relli called you and you called him back all ready to record. Is that right?
Yes.
Prior, when he had called you, at that point in time, you didn't know what he was going to say, correct?
No, it was just a lot of calls.
Right, but what I'm saying is at the time he called you, in May, you don't know about the shooting.
No.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the first time you find about the shooting is during the May 2022 call, and because you don't know what he's going to be talking to you about, you have no idea why there's going to be any value in recording you. Is that right?
No, but there was a numerous amount of missed calls. Kept calling him, so.
Here's what I don't understand. Why, if you don't know anything about the incident, anything about the allegations, why are you taping a call with your friend?
Just to protect myself, and just to have just oversight.
Why would you need to protect yourself from a friend when you know nothing about any incident that he was involved in?
Seemed weird.
So you're saying you got repeated calls from somebody, your friend, Relli. You didn't know what it was about, and so your response to getting repeated calls from him was to go, you know what, I'm going to call him back, and I think I'm going to tape him and not tell him. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're saying that was done because you felt you needed to protect yourself. Is that right?
Correct.
What were you protecting yourself from?
Just whatever was said. I mean,
So do you typically, when you get missed calls, do you call people back and you record?
they're being weird, yes.
What is weird about a missed call?
10 missed calls in 2 minutes, weird.
So when you say if someone's being weird, you didn't talk to them, correct?
No, but there might have been text too, but I don't remember.
Mr. Lewin? Time to move on.
All right, let's play. I want you to listen to this. I'm going to ask you questions about it.
And Your Honor, when we get to the last page, it didn't print out, so I will pull it up on my computer.
So there's a page 16?
There is.
Yeah, I don't think any of us have.
No one has it. That's why I said I'll pull it up on my computer.
Right.
Should be on the screen.
All right, I'm going to start the recording. And the file name is IMG_0786 redacted.
This is the May 12, 2022 call?
Yes.
Shit clothes in my bad. I'm in my girl shit bed, so yeah. What happened was, you know, I'm not trying to pick sides. I'm mad at both y'all niggas for letting that shit happen for me.
Did you hear what was just said?
Yes.
You just said, quote, I'm not trying to pick sides and shit. I thought you don't know anything that's happening.
Like I said, there might have been text prior.
No, what you testified to, sir, was that the first time you ever heard anything about that incident was when Terrell called you. And I'm reading this, and it says, quote, you know, I'm not trying to pick sides and shit. So I want you to explain to me, if you didn't know about it before this call, what in the heck is that comment about?
Objection, Judge. Argumentative.
Sustain his brief.
Please explain what you meant by, you know, I'm not trying to pick sides and shit if you did not have any prior knowledge of the incident.
Just trying to mediate the situation, that's what I meant.
How can you mediate a situation that you know nothing about and have never heard of?
Like I told you, I might have received the text. So yeah.
Do you recall me asking you, prior to the break, 3 different times, and again after the break, whether you had heard anything about the incident until you talked to Terrell on May 12, 2022, and you responded each time, no, this was the first time I heard of it. Do you recall responding to that? Sorry, Ron. It's loud because this court knows I can't hear, so my apologies.
Yes, but I thought you were specifically talking to the phone call, so, yeah.
Wait, can you repeat that, please?
You can repeat your question, I'll answer it.
So what I'm asking you is, I asked you 4 different times before the break, and 1 time after the break. I confirmed the first time you had ever heard anything about this shooting incident that happened in November was during the May call, this call, with Relli. And yet the first thing you say is, you know, I'm not trying to pick sides and shit. And then you say, in testimony today, I was trying to mediate. So my question is, how can you be talking about not picking sides and about mediating when you never heard of what happened?
I think I answered this where I think I received texts as well. So, yeah. And what I mean by picking sides is trying to mediate the situation.
So when you say you received texts, so are you now changing your testimony and saying, yes, I knew about this incident beforehand?
Objection.
Repeat the question?
Are you now saying, yes, I was aware of the incident from November of 2021 prior to this phone call?
I'm not sure. 3 years ago.
Well, I want you to take a look. Look at the transcript. I want you to look at page 2, and I want you to read again to yourself, and I want you to read starting at line 8 to line 11, and tell me if now you understand whether or not.
Yeah, I think I get your question, and my answer again is, I believe, I'm not sure if I received, I think I received text messages about the situation, so, yeah.
So you're saying you decided to keep, you recorded these calls. Did you save those text messages?
I'm not sure.
When are you not sure? Do you have those text messages today?
Probably not, and your definition of I'm not sure is?
Mr. Lewin, are you going to play with the rest of the?
I don't know.
I am, but I'm taking them one at a time, and then I'll start playing again.
All right, let's.
I think it's easier to hit each point as it comes up.
You hit this one a lot.
Well, Your Honor, I'm trying to get, he just now said that there were text messages he believes. What do you believe was said in the text messages?
I don't remember.
Well, so obviously, if you knew about it, that would have meant that Relli would have had to have told you what happened in these texts, correct?
Possibly.
Well, when you say possibly, will you at least concede that you knew about the incident, given what you said, prior to you recording the conversation?
Can't confirm that, but I'm not sure.
And let me ask you again, since your memory's a little hazy, is it, as you sit here, maybe you think you might have talked to the defendant about it sometime between November and May?
No.
So what would be your rush, sir, right after you talked to Relli, to call the defendant if that was the first time you ever heard anything about the alleged shooting, the lawsuit? What made you immediately pick up the phone and call Rocky?
I think I answered this. Trying to mediate the situation, so sent it over to him.
All right, couldn't continue playing.
Picking sides, that nigga 100% crazy and wrong. 100% wrong. And he got 12 years, it was mixed up. Bro, I'm not, you gotta understand, Rocky been on his high horse for a very long time, you feel me? Yeah.
Would you agree, sir, that during this little section, that Relli is basically telling you, he is saying that the defendant was 100% wrong, and then he got 12 ills mixed up in it?
Or I'm going to object.
Do you agree that in that section, sir, as you listen to it, as you read it right now, that Relli is telling you that Rocky has basically done it wrong.
Or I'm objecting again.
The words speak for themselves.
Exactly.
What? Keep going. Push the play button.
Your Honor, I'm gonna.
No, push the play button. Let's continue.
Your Honor, but I'll do that, but again, I keep asking, he doesn't give grounds. We're lawyers. Lawyers give grounds. That's how law works in California.
I know how it works in California.
Well, Your Honor, I'm
Stop telling me how it works in California, how it doesn't work. No speaking objections. State of grounds, state objection, and the legal grounds. Push the play button.
Doesn't do what he did. I don't have, he forced my hand, you feel me? I got over 20 missed calls between him and Dills. Why is Rocky going out his way to do anything like that? You get what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure you're gonna hear the story or whatever it is, but you gotta look at it like this. Why is he going out his way to call me 20 times at Dills and 12 you with him? Text messages saying link up, where you at? And all of this is because of I pressed him about Josh, him not doing right by Josh, and he spoke to Josh's mom and lied. You get what I'm saying? So I wrote him about.
Were you aware prior to Relli relating this information to you that there had been a pre-existing issue between Relli and Rocky regarding Josh?
No, I don't know based on that.
Did you know what he was referring to?
Not really, I don't know Josh. I really know Josh.
But you agree that ASAP Relli told you that he, in essence, pressed Rocky about Josh and about him not doing right by Josh and accusing Rocky of lying. That's what he told you, correct?
Yeah, he's telling us side of the story.
All right, please continue.
He hits up Bari later about that, but I'm with Bari. Bari got the phone on speaker. You get what I'm saying? This shit didn't fit well with me. So Rocky talks about me within that conversation because he sees I text him about Josh. You feel me? I told him I'm taking ASAP out my name. This was 7 months ago. I took ASAP out my name. You feel me? Yeah. He's a bitch. So he goes in and says, hey, Bari, because Bari influenced him a whole week later doing that complex car shit. You feel what I'm saying? Just so happened I'm with Bari while Rocky hits her. Rocky says my name. You get what I'm saying? Real Money 12-year Ills is at his house. I hit Real Money the next morning. Terrell.
You would agree that is ASAP Relli telling you that basically he is present for a conversation where ASAP Rocky is talking to Bari and is saying negative things about E. Relli, correct? That's what that means, correct? Well, it's not clear, and I'm asking the witness because the witness understands how they speak to each
You've
other.
already indicated that you want a legal ground. Mr. Tacopina said objection. He's about to state the legal ground.
It's irrelevant what he believes Relli meant. That's the same objection I have.
Sustain.
No, I'm not asking what
The
he
words
means.
speak for themselves. In final argument, you can put your interpretation on what was said. Mr. Tacopina can do the same thing.
Your Honor, am I allowed to inquire the witness since they're speaking in a manner that is not necessarily easy for anybody to understand? I have to inquire him, what does that mean? I'm not asking.
But you're not asking what that means.
What does it mean? What does what you just heard, where Terrell tells you that just basically, and I heard you, but in Rocky head, he looked like a bitch because Barry had him on speaker. Rocky didn't know who else heard that conversation, but I heard him talk about it. And I told Rocky over the years, and if you have a problem with me, let me know. Stop rocking me to sleep. You feel me?
I can't tell you what he means. You need to ask Terrell.
I think it might be helpful if Mrs. Jimmy had.
I have.
Oh, you have it. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're telling me, listening to that, you didn't understand that to mean that there had been a phone call where Rocky had been talking bad about Relli, not knowing Relli could hear it, and that Barry had been involved. That's not what you understood that to mean?
He's telling the side of the story, so sure. Yeah.
No, I didn't ask you whether it was true or not. I asked you, is that what Relli told you?
Yes, I'm on the other side of the phone call.
Okay. All right, keep playing.
Money. I heard Rocky bitch ass tell him I don't fuck with him, woo-de-woo, you feel me? No fighting words, none of that. Just basically, nigga, I heard you. But in Rocky's head, he looked like a bitch because we already had him on speaker. Rocky don't know who else heard that conversation, but he know I heard him talk about me, and I told Rocky over the years, nigga, if you have a problem with me, let me know. Stop rocking me to sleep, you feel me? Yeah, I feel it. Boom, boom. Next thing you know, I guess that was enough for him. He felt like a bitch because he knew I heard that conversation. I was supposed to hear that conversation because Rocky never, ever, I never heard him say curse words or even have that type of energy towards me. You know what I'm saying? So now I know the real him. I tell real money, tell that nigga fuck him. You feel me? Boom, boom, boom. Shit is related to him. Next thing you know, I get over 20, 30 missed calls between him and Ills and Rocky. Text messages. I'm staying at the lodge. I tell him he calls me, I finally answer him some minutes.
Did you take from that, as you heard it, that Relli was now telling you that there was a dispute between he and Rocky that also now was bringing in Ills as well, and that it had resulted in 20 or 30 missed calls between the defendant and Relli?
But I'm objecting again for the same reason I object the court's relevant. What this witness worked with Trent.
Your Honor, you can actually
Stop, both of you. No speaking objections. Don't debate. Do you know what this means?
I can't decipher what somebody, I'm hearing this side of the story, I can't decipher what they actually do.
Okay, all right, go on.
Then, I'm not asking you whether you believe it or whether it's credible. I'm simply asking you, when you were told this, Relli was telling you that this dispute between he and Rocky had resulted in 20 to 30 missed calls between him, which is Relli, Ills, and Rocky. Is that right?
He's telling me that.
Yes. And he's also telling you he's staying at the Lowe's, and he tells you that he finally answers because he's sleeping. Is that right?
He's telling me that.
Now, you said you've been watching this trial, correct?
Correct.
When did you find out you were going to be a witness in this case?
Just recently.
Well, a couple of days ago, correct?
Correct.
And you continue to watch the trial, is that correct?
Correct.
Didn't the defense tell you, hey, listen, you're going to be a witness in this case? You should not be watching the trial?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain. Sustain.
For what grounds, Your Honor?
It's irrelevant. Just ask another question.
When you were watching the trial, you were hearing and listening what witnesses were saying about this case, is that correct?
Yes.
So as you sit here, you know everything that's taken place up to this time in this trial, is that right?
No, I didn't watch every minute of every hour of the case.
Well, you certainly know overall what has been transpiring in this case, correct?
Not overall.
Do you know what...
If I miss some days, how was that overall?
Do you know what the defense is in this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Are you aware that the defense is claiming that it was a prop gun that was used by ASAP Rocky?
Objection, irrelevant.
What's the grounds?
It's not relevant what Mr. Sajimi is aware of as it relates to the defense.
Have you ever seen Rocky with prop gun?
Objection, relevant.
Overruled.
Have you ever seen a prop gun?
No.
And would you agree, I'm just going to ask you, but would you agree that in the world that you're involved in the entertainment world, in the rap world, if somebody is a concern about violence or a home invasion robbery, are you aware in your experience of anybody ever carrying a prop gun to deter that kind of conduct?
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking if he's aware. No speculation, Ron. Okay.
It's asking him to speculate. So,
I'm not in the entertainment world.
No, you don't have to. He said he's not in the rap world. Ask another question.
We can continue playing.
I answered it. He said, "Where you at?" with a slick voice. I'm like, "Huh? Where you at?" Nigga, I'm at the W. I'm not really at the Lowe's. You feel me? million and he blamed at me. I'm no longer on his level. Everybody turned on me. Everybody, bro. Rocky had everybody turn on me.
What did you mean when you said, why take it to, the guys? What did that mean?
The police, I wanted to have them find a resolution outside of legal or police.
Well, would you agree that if Rocky shot him and hit him, isn't that a police matter?
Well, sure, yes.
Well, so why then are you saying, you know what, why are you taking it to the guys?
I think I can answer that.
So have you already decided what side you're on?
No, but I think when you're trying to mitigate the situation, the best solution is not all of this.
You used an interesting, you just said mitigate. Before you said mediate.
Mediate, I'm sorry.
Well, let's back up. You were trying to mitigate this situation for your buddy.
I spoke wrong. I was trying to mediate.
Let me ask my question. Who used the word mitigate?
I did, and I was wrong.
Motion to strike everything after I did as non-responsive. Sustained. You would agree that in using that term, that could certainly, if you could convince Relli to not cooperate with the police or authorities, that could mitigate the situation for your friend A$AP Rocky, correct?
I was trying to mediate the situation.
How exactly were you trying to mediate the situation to help Relli?
Really just hear him out.
Hear him out on a tape call that you could then call your buddy A$AP Rocky about, is that right?
Mediating the situation to me was hearing his frustration.
Hearing his frustration, your friend, so you could report it to the true person that you had interest in protecting, correct?
I think it was right to show the other person or show both sides when you're talking both sides. So, yeah.
How many of your calls with Rocky did you make?
None. We didn't talk on the phone. Never talked on the phone.
Go ahead, continue, play.
Technical problem? Yes. I'm just gonna reopen it and get right back to that.
I'll ask some other questions in the meantime, so we don't waste any time.
Everybody turned on me. Everybody, bro. Rocky had everybody turn on me that day. Plus, what the fuck am I doing? Spin on his block and go shoot him up? With my cripple head, because he's a multi-million, bro. I'm not having nobody shoot at me, but I'm taking it on the chin. And two, I'm not about to spin on Rocky's block. I'm already a millionaire, nigga. You get what I'm saying? So,
At this point, Relli was telling you that Rocky had shot at him, correct? What you just heard.
I don't know what he meant exactly with why wouldn't I, bro? He's a multi-millionaire. Glad at me. No longer his level.
Where he says, or do I cripple him because he's a multimillionaire, bro? I'm not having nobody shoot at me. You didn't understand that to mean he was saying that Rocky shot at him?
If that's what he meant, I can't decipher what he meant, right?
You cannot decipher what he meant by, I'm not having nobody shoot at me. You can't decipher that.
the words speak for themselves. Again, you can comment on them in final argument, or Mr. Zlomek, whoever does the final argument, as can Mr. Tacopina. The words are there. Both of you can put whatever inference you want. Go on to the next question.
But you know how to make ignorant black nigga? Niggas ever been how to get money, how to do this? Do Rocky do that? Do you have a foundation for black people? Do you have a foundation for anybody? No, this nigga's greedy. You get what I'm saying? So I can't stay here and be like, oh, how you meet somebody like that, bro? You take away what they have, drugs. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not doing it on some like this, that, and third, on some police shit. I'm gonna have a guy warrior. I'm just saying it because he weird at me 4 or 5 times. I had to use ills as a shield or I'd be dead.
Did Relli tell you that he had to use bills as a shield or I'd be dead?
He said that.
Keep playing.
I'm trying to, like, you feel me? Not trying to end slash and shit with some paper or something, or what, you know, like.
Bro, it's too late. He told me to suck her dick. Boom, I hit a John the same day. Bro, that's all on him. He had nothing but time. Bro, I got the best lawyer in LA and worry about my business. You feel me? He told John to start contacting me. I sent him the pictures of the bullets, sent him the text messages of him, letting him know how serious this is. You know what he said? Nigga, fuck you.
I feel, bro.
So what am I supposed to do? I accept it.
So, Relli is telling you that the defendant shot at him and then basically told him, F you, I'm not giving you anything. And your response is, he says, you feel me, and you say, yeah. What was the point of your response?
I'm consulting through mediation, so.
So, you're consulting through a mediation. Can you explain what you mean by that, please?
I'm mediating the situation, so I'm hearing him out.
Isn't it true that what you're doing is, you are trying to make Relli think that you are on his side, while at the same time you are taping him, and then immediately contacting the man he is saying shot at him, who is actually your closer friend. Isn't that correct?
No, I'm mediating the situation, so.
Keep playing. So, you also say, this is on, you got it in front of you, you say, you've got to try to squash this shit, get some paper or something, or what? You know, like, you see that? That's on page 8, lines 7 through 9?
Yes.
You're telling him, when you mean get some paper, you're telling him you got to get some money from the defendant, correct?
I'm really just giving him options to mediate the situation, so there's resolution.
Right, and the option you're giving him is you're basically telling him he can go get money from the defendant. That's what that means, correct?
No.
What does it mean when you're saying to go get paper? What does that mean?
I'm giving him options, right? Not just one option, what you're saying.
So listen to me. I didn't ask you how many options you're giving him. Listen to my question.
You said, what does this mean?
What does it...
Let me finish, right?
Sure.
So what does this mean from line 6 to 9?
No, let me...
That's what you asked, right?
No, this is what I asked you.
All right.
Are you ready? What does it mean when you said, get some paper or something? What does that mean?
It can be money.
What's that?
I said it can be money.
Wait, it can mean money or it did mean money?
It can.
What did it mean when you said it?
I said it can mean money.
Listen to my question. Are you the one that said that?
Yeah.
When you said it, did it mean money?
Yeah.
You were telling him you can get some money from Rocky. That's where you're saying you're trying to mediate, correct?
No.
No?
I'm giving options to mediate the situation.
Sir, one of those options is, you're telling him an option would be get some paper or something, correct?
Correct.
Now let me ask you, up until this time in the conversation, has Relli mentioned that he is going to try to be getting a bunch of money from the defendant?
I'm not sure.
Well, would you agree that it looks like you're the person suggesting that he go get some money with this get some paper, correct?
Giving it an option, open mediation.
And that's coming from you, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that's exactly what he did, correct?
I believe so.
Well, you believe so, you're aware, you said you taped him, he went and got a lawyer, and he ended up suing the defendant for money, is that right?
I believe so.
Okay, move on. Okay. Keep playing.
Niggas shooting at me 4 or 5 times where I almost died or killed this man. Now coming with suing, of course, the severity of the case, he tried to kill me. So that's when that's when he got to read. You feel me?
I feel ain't no way niggas could slide, like, you feel me? No paper, no nothing, Rose, like, you feel me? Like,
bro, he's 33 years old. He got other men talking for him. He know what he did. You get what I'm saying? He got more than enough time. This shit happened 7 months later. He was trying to reach out to me. He's still gonna reach out to me.
I feel with the legal shit and pulling out, bro, you know, so.
That's on him. I didn't want to go about that way.
When he said on the top of page 9, he says, now coming with suing, of course, the severity of the case, he tried to kill me. He was referring to the incident with Rocky, right? That's how you took it, is that right?
Objection to what he interpreted, brother. Saying this again, not relevant.
Is that correct?
Can you repeat the question?
So he is saying the severity of this case, and he says, now coming with suing, of course, the severity of the case, he tried to kill me. So that's where he's going to. That's why he got a read. You feel me, and you say, yeah, I feel. Ain't no way ends good like you feel me. No paper, no nothing, Rosie. You're saying at that point, he's telling you he tried to kill me, and you're telling him, hey, get some money, correct? As an option.
Trying to mediate the situation, yes.
That's not the question I asked you. Are you telling him to get some money as an option?
Not directly.
So what does it mean? What is indirect about you mentioning get some paper?
I think it's the way we talk. You really wouldn't understand, but there's a way we talk that puts out options, right? So, yeah.
So you're saying you've indicated that paper is money, and you've admitted that you're telling him to go get some paper, and now you're telling me apparently I can't understand the way you talk. It means something different.
You're just highlighting the word paper.
No, you said the word get some paper.
You're highlighting the word paper, but if you look around it, there's certain ways we talk that I'm giving off different options to mediate the situation.
So you're basically saying that in order for anybody to understand this conversation, we got to ask you to interpret, correct?
No, not necessarily, no.
Well, if you're saying that we can't understand the plain words you're giving, and you're further saying that you understand it and we don't, then it would seem that the only way we could understand would be to ask you to explain it, correct?
No, if I said the dog was red, you can understand the dog is red. With certain terminology in the way we talk, you wouldn't understand it.
I just want to be clear. You've accomplished what you meant to accomplish. Push the play button. All right.
I got a lawyer. When you get a lawyer, that has nothing to do with boys. And Jabari is his friend. He might as well thank him for him not being in a few. But those are allegations. You feel me? He got enough, and you're part of the PR team. He would have had enough people to block that if Jabari didn't say nothing, bro. Those are allegations. Jabari made it official.
Yeah, so what's the next one?
Jabari's getting sued too. Jabari's getting sued for defamation of character.
Cause everybody was bad, bro. I'm just trying to.
He was bad. He did that, bro. I didn't call you. I didn't have a gun. He left this in Hollywood house. Why everybody saying everybody look bad? Why everybody point the finger? Because when I take, bro, I got Hollywood. I got so many people. Niggas hanging. He's in a mansion. Nigga, I pay my way around him every.
not sure, or no, which is,
Relli himself?
did Relli ever tell you during any conversation that during this incident in November 2021 with the defendant, that he, Relli, had a gun or any kind of weapon?
No, he never mentioned that.
In fact, he said, made very clear he didn't have a gun, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever ask the defendant if he had a gun?
No.
Keep playing.
That's him. He uses niggas. He used 12 year ills, nigga. That was the whole joke about the whole shit with Barbie and the whole thing. You get what I'm saying? The nigga asks if Barbie, is he coming to the complex car, nigga? Barbie laughs at him like, nigga, you're not using me. Nigga, the next conversation was about how he got 12 year and ills on a jet or some whole shit. I feel you. Shit wicked, dog. Shit wicked. Fucking niggas grew up together, man. Like, you feel me? Like, I made that nigga. Fuck growing up. I made that nigga. Not no 12, not no, yams. He didn't know yams. Yams popped up at my crib on purple swag. I made that nigga. That's why you feel like that, bro. I've been powerful. I've been that. Jabari never did, bro. I put every last goal in my man. I just know that niggas are kind of end this shit, you know, by he could've.
So when you're saying you just want this shit ended, you want bygones to be bygones, you wanted to mitigate this situation, whether the defendant shot him or not, correct?
I'm saying to mediate the situation.
Did you hear what you were just quoted as saying?
Yes, I can read.
Okay, so my question is, when you're saying, I just want all you ends to kind of end this shit, and you know, bygones be bygones, you are saying you do not care what actually happened, you just want the situation to be over, correct?
No, it's not.
So what did you mean by that?
I think I answered this. When you're mediating, you want to come to a resolution, and yeah.
So I'm gonna ask this question again because you're not answering it. These are your
Sustain.
Sir.
Don't interrupt anybody.
Sir, these are your words. So I'm gonna read these words and I'm gonna ask you specifically what the words meant. You said, I just want you all ends to kind of end this shit, and you know, bygones be bygones. What did you mean when you said that?
I think I just told you to mediate it and find a resolution between each other.
Okay, move on. Move on.
He's not answering the question. He's not
You just did. Move on.
When he shot at me, who ends anything when a nigga shoot at you 4 or 5 times when you gotta grab another member to protect yourself? He called me out my living space. Called me, told me to stop ducking him. He played that. That's called premeditated, bro. You feel what I'm saying? He didn't give me a chance. He didn't tell me I'm coming to a gun battle. I came to link him to see what the fuck the status was about. He pulls out. He tries to chest bump me. He tries to chest bump me and then pull out a gun for self-defense. He's a pussy boy. And me and Ills is standing in between while he's trying to shoot me. He ain't give me no seconds. First shit happened like that. And I got it all on camera. You don't want that, like, trust me. He stupid. He did it all on camera, Cam. So the world looking at me because of Barry's mouth right now, but in a few seconds, if I wanted to do an HBO or do anything, his whole career is fucked. Everybody's looking at me like the man.
So that's what you, I guess it was the end game, bro. Like, you
the end game, I'm suing this shit out of here. That was my game, and regardless, I don't give a fuck about no police, nigga. I'm going against a multi-millionaire that's trying to kill me. So it's really good.
You were played a small clip of this by the defense that only had the I'm suing the shit out of him. That was my game regardless. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Would you agree that that clip alone, just by itself, doesn't put the rest of the conversation in context?
Objection to that.
Still no ground, Your Honor. Objection to that.
The objection is, that's an improper question, but that was an impeachment question, that's what I asked everyone.
That's not a legal objection. Your Honor, I keep asking you.
If you want when the defense is asking questions, if you just want to say objection without a legal ground, I can probably infer what the legal ground is. I want to move the case along.
No, I'm just asking. The court has said they've ordered both sides. We're lawyers.
Right.
I can't respond when he doesn't give a legal ground. The court, it makes me an offer that I don't have to state a legal ground. That's not the rule of court. I state a legal ground because I'm a lawyer. He simply says objection.
So what do you suggest?
He give a legal ground, as you told him.
And if he doesn't?
Then the objection is overruled, according to the evidence code and the rules of court. The court knows that. I'm not telling the court anything the court's not aware of. That's all I'm asking, Judge. Just stay ground. And instead we get along.
I heard you.
Okay.
Proceed.
All right.
Besides suing somebody like that, you feel me? Now he got to face the consequences of that because he wanted to be a gangster and run out his crib like that. That has nothing to do with me. You feel me? I did my part. You look at it on my end. What else am I supposed to do?
I feel, I mean, like, squash that shit in the streets, type shit, like,
In the street, nigga. Bro, what the fuck?
I feel,
you know what?
What did you mean when you said, I mean like squash that shit in the streets type shit? What does that mean?
I think that's another cultural thing that you kind of wouldn't understand that we use, where it's really mediating the situation among ourselves.
Your Honor, can you instruct the witness to answer the question? That's not an answer.
Yeah, and refrain from suggesting to Mr. Lewin or anybody else what they would or would not understand. Just answer the question directly. Ask the question.
It's hard to answer someone.
Do your best.
Okay.
Sir, I'm asking you, listen to my question, what you meant, what you said. I'm not asking you to respond that you were mediating. That's not answering the question. I'm not actually asking you to tell me that I wouldn't understand it. You said the words. What did you mean?
Meant to find a resolution.
What specifically does it mean? Squash that shit in the street type shit. What does that mean?
Keep mentioning what it means, and I'm telling you, within our culture, it needs to find a resolution. You wouldn't understand.
He's answered the question and move on.
And the resolution that you've already advised him of is get some paper, get some money, and keep the
I think I
confidentiality.
answered this. I listed different options as well.
What other option did you list, sir, besides get the money? What other options did you list here?
Have a conversation.
Have a conversation. So you're mediating, and your solution is, after the victim has been shot at, your solution is he should either get some money or have a conversation with the defendant. Is that correct? That's your solution?
There's more solutions, but yes.
Well, I'm asking what solution specifically during this call, other than get some money, did you offer to Relli to solve the situation? Maybe one.
I think just to talk. Mediate the situation, yeah, just to talk.
You're aware that Relli has told you that they went to talk and the defendant pulled a gun on him and then shot at him a couple of minutes later the last time they talked. You're aware of that, correct?
But over time, people's sensitivity and their feelings kind of change, so you can come to a common ground and talk.
So your advice to Relli was sit down with the defendant, whether he shot you or not, because times change, we need to keep the police out of it, and we need to settle this amongst ourselves. That's pretty much your advice?
Trying to mediate the situation so we can talk.
Okay.
So there's a better resolution than a circus.
Wait, a circus, or you mean a lawsuit where the defendant might suffer adverse consequences? Or a criminal case where he might suffer adverse consequences?
I just mean a resolution.
What do you mean when you just said a circus?
Just really high publicity, public things.
Well, and in fact, you had this conversation in May. That was just a short time after it was publicly revealed. You're aware now, you've been watching the trial, you said, a lot of the trial. You're aware that originally when this case happened in November, that Relli was not identified. But in April of 2022, it went all over the media saying that Relli was the guy involved, calling him a snitch, calling him a rat. You're aware of that now, correct?
Time to move on. Were you aware of that?
I was aware when he told me in May.
When did he tell you that?
He told me about the situation on the phone call.
Go ahead, Glenn.
Man, wait, this ain't no street nigga, man. He got 3 or 4 bodyguards, bro. Come on, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. This man riding around with, come on. What street shit do he do, bro? This is a street nigga, you already know what would happen. Everybody know what would happen. We're talking about ASAP Rocky, bro. The case of Dior, like, come on, stop it. I'm saying this street nigga.
Nah, I'm just trying to, cause I fuck with you heavy, bro. Like, it's always right every time, nigga, and I fuck with you.
I'm trying to let people know, and the ones who's close by him, this ain't no, he ain't no gangster, bro, this ain't no gangster. If this was a gangster, this would be handled in the streets.
So how niggas like
got 3 or 4 bodyguards with him 24/7.
like what's next though, bro? Like niggas go to court, you feel me? Like why not just
he's finished. He's finished. He gotta
why not just ask for the bag, or
I try to.
I want the court to understand that I will absolutely finish, Your Honor, by 5:30. I will be done. So I'm just asking the court, because I need to ask these questions, I'm asking the court for the same leeway that the defense got with Relli, who was on the stand for 5 days. So I will be done, I promise, by 5:30. So I'm just asking, as I'm asking these questions, that if there's a legitimate objection to say, when the court is asking me to move on with a legitimate objection.
Because there comes a point where it appears to me that you fully explored the issue, and it is time to move. You are accomplishing what you are intending to accomplish.
Okay.
And there's no reason to keep on that same issue. And again, at the end of the case, when you argue to the jury, when Mr. Tacopina argues to the jury, argue reasonable inferences.
But the problem is I need to confront the witness with what I'm saying. So I'll be done by 5:30, Your Honor. So the court knows that. You have my word. And if I'm not, you can stop me. With no argument, nothing back. So, what did you mean where it says, do you feel me, like, why not squash this shit? What did that mean?
Didn't I answer this? I think it meant to mediate the situation and find a resolution.
It meant to keep this. You then say, right before it, you said, what's next though, bro? Like, ends go to court? You're telling him what's going to happen is this case is going to end up in court, and you're telling him you want to squash it before it gets to court, correct?
I'm asking him what his process was, and he's telling me.
Okay, good.
Bro, and you don't ask for the bag because that's extortion, bro.
Hold on. Sorry. Does everybody understand that you don't have a page 16 in your transcript? It's going to be up on the screen. All right, go ahead.
I can make it a little bigger.
Can everyone see it or no?
No, that's it.
Are you able to eliminate the
Yes.
the picture?
Yes.
Center it. Can you make it bigger?
I can.
Can everyone see it
How
now?
about that?
Also, it's also right behind, to your right. Your Honor, some jurors, if it's easier for them to see, can they stand and see?
Sure, yes.
On, if that's easier. Okay. All right.
When you got somebody that's shooting at you, you ever look like, I'm smart, bro. You gotta understand, I'm not no dumb black nigga, bro. You know what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion. You feel me? You gotta do everything accordingly. Everything accordingly, or it's gonna catch up with you.
I feel, bro, that
And this is right after this call. You called the defendant and told him what it transpired.
I'm trying to think if niggas could like help out.
Correct?
What'd you say?
Right after you finish this call, you call the defendant, you tell him, here's what's going on, here's what Relli said.
Right.
When's the next time you talk to Relli after that?
Didn't we answer that? I think it was August 2022, right?
So what you're saying is now, whenever you call him, you got that tape recorder ready to go, right?
Well, I think you're missing what I'm telling you.
Motion to strike is non-responsive. Listen to my question. So what you're saying is, the next time you call him, you got that tape recorder ready to go, is that right?
He called me multiple times and missed. I called him back.
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
Jimmy, what he's asking you is a yes or no question. Gotcha. So go ahead and ask it again.
The next time you call him in August of 2022, that's the next time you spoke to him, correct?
Correct.
And you had the tape recorder ready to go, correct?
No.
Did you tape him?
Yes.
So you were able, he calls you, I'm sorry, you call him. You made the call, right?
Yes, back.
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
I didn't hear it.
He said back instead of he's answering the question.
Well,
It doesn't
the
matter.
whole answer is non-responsive. It calls for yes or no.
Did you call him back?
Yes.
And when you called him back, you immediately were recording what he was saying, correct?
Yes.
All right, let's play the next call, please.
All right, I'm gonna ask to mark the transcript for the first part of the August 16, 2022 call as equals 30.
Which is the first part? Because there's two August 16th transcripts.
There, the first part is the audio file is IMG_07942. So it ends with a 2.
That's the first, first part?
And so that, the transcript for that audio clip will be 30. And I have copies for the jurors I'll pass out. The staples aren't totally flat, so don't poke yourself on them.
Everywhere. Anybody have a transcript? Okay. All right.
Yo, shit, nigga. Come on, shit, man, where you at? I'm crib now. What you want? Shit, man, I just hopped on the computer and shit. I was gonna submit them links and shit. You know which links you want to do, or you want me to pick them shits? Yeah, it's shit, son. Just pop me the one from the Rolling Stone, all those other publications. Just pick the top ones, probably like TMZ, Rolling Stone shit. And then when I get it, you know, I'm that 30 second. Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna just try to get that shit to you, for me. Cause you got, it's a lot of. Yo, what's your overall thoughts on this shit, though? Like, coming from that, like, with Rocky, like, fuck all that other shit. You think I'm wrong, bro? Bro, like, you feel me? Because niggas don't even know I be talking to you, bro. So, like, real talk, like.
So on page 2, you start off by telling him, you suggest right off the top that you're going to submit those links. Those are links to the media stuff that you and Relli talked about, correct?
Correct.
So you're telling him you're going to get his story out into the media, is that right?
Yes, that's what he wanted.
But in actuality, while you're doing this, you're taping him, and after this call, you're going to tell the defendant exactly what he told you, is that right?
Correct.
And in fact, on page 3, you straight lie to him, and you say, bro, like you feel me, because ends don't even know I've been talking to you, bro. You're talking about, you're saying the defendant doesn't know that you're talking to him, correct?
Niggas doesn't mean the defendant. Niggas can mean people.
Listen to me, I'm not asking you what it can mean, I'm saying what it meant here is you are
I'm
making...
telling you that.
I'm not asking for any education.
Ask him what he meant by it.
What I believe you meant by it, sir, was you are telling him that Rocky does not know that he's talking to you, correct?
I think I just answered that, where niggas another cultural thing.
Motion to strike is
People
non-responsive.
doesn't mean the defendant.
Just a minute.
Listen to my question. Isn't it true that by saying, in this time, during this conversation, not in general, when you say, bro, like you feel me, because ends don't even know I'm talking to you, bro, you are saying to him that the defendant does not know that you are talking to him?
No, and there's also plural there, so defendant is singular.
And right after that, you literally say, so like real talk, like I'm even trying to play both sides. That is referring to Relli and the defendant, correct?
I think I just answered where niggas to me in this.
Motion to strike is non-responsive. Please instruct the juror to answer the question being asked, or you won't go home today.
You mean the witness?
The witness, excuse me, yes, Your Honor. I'm being as patient as I can, but I want my question
It's
answered.
very important that if he asks you a yes or no question, that you ask yes or no, and don't volunteer it.
Sometimes he's not answering.
I understand that.
So I try to get my.
Well, what he's asking is a yes or no.
Can you ask again?
Isn't it true that when you said, bro, like you feel me, because ends don't even know I be talking to you, bro, so like real talk, like I ain't even trying to play both sides. You are saying to him that the defendant does not know that you are talking to Rockind.
No. Just told you.
And that's not what it meant. So you're saying, no, that's not what it meant?
No, because
Objection asked and answered.
I literally just told you.
Stop. The objection sustained. Then ask him what he did mean.
So I want to ask you what you meant specifically by that comment, and I'm not asking for a general statement about mediation. What did you specifically mean by those words in that comment?
People, friends, niggas with an S is plural didn't mean the singular to the defendant.
So what did it mean when immediately after that you say, I ain't even trying to play both sides? What side are you talking about?
Which line are you saying so I can read?
It's directly after what I just read you, page 3.
Yeah.
Lines 8, and it goes through 12.
Yeah, that line doesn't have to do with the first one, right? It's just me saying within the mediation, I'm not trying to take both sides.
And by both sides, you mean the defendant and Terrell, correct? Those are the two sides.
Correct.
So when you are saying, I ain't even trying to take both sides, right after saying that basically ends don't even know that I'm talking to you, bro, you are saying the defendant does not know that I'm talking to you, and I'm not trying to take sides.
Objection asked and answered sustained.
Go ahead.
I ain't even trying to play both sides. I'm just a genuine nigga that means all, you feel me? So, like, I honestly think it just looks like bad on both y'all niggas' names, you feel me? Like, it don't even matter, like, real shit, it don't even matter how, like, what went on, it's like, really what the...
See, I'm not even looking at it like a person's name. I'm looking at the circumstances, you know what I mean? Yeah. Cause I'm still gonna understand. I even still try to reach out to these peoples, to John and all of that, like I could have went straight to the boys and did all that extra shit in the beginning, you know what I mean? Yeah. Nah, really, bro. I just think that his fame and his legacy, and how my lawyers...
What was just played, where Terrell told you that he didn't even reach out to the boys originally, you agree, he's telling you that he didn't reach out to the police originally.
Can you start referring me to the line so I can read what you're reading?
Sure.
Follow you? Thanks.
Sure.
Your Honor, objection lacks foundation, speculation, lacks personal knowledge. He can't speak to what the witness, what the other witness.
Well, Mr. Sajimi just asked to be referred to a line. So do that, Mr. Lewin. Which line are you referring to?
One moment, Your Honor.
And on page 4?
1 second, Your Honor. lines 2 through 5, Your Honor. With respect to the objection, the witness has repeatedly stated that I can't understand what exactly he means in these conversations. So I have to ask him because he refuses to acknowledge the plain words.
You're entitled to ask,
So what did you mean by that?
well, that's Terrell Ephron.
Is it true that what Terrell was telling you was that he tried to keep the police out of it and handle it without their involvement? That's
Your
what
Honor,
you're saying.
again, objection, same objection, speculation, lack of foundation. You can't speak of what's in the.
Overruled.
That's what he said. Can't tell you what he meant.
But the way you took that is he's telling you, hey, I could have went straight to the boys. That means I could have went straight to the police, correct?
Yeah.
Okay? But he says did all that extra shit from the beginning. So he's telling you, I could have done that, but I didn't. That's what he's saying, correct?
That's what he said.
Okay.
I could restart, Your Honor. I think it's supposed to respond.
It froze again?
Things and his legacy, like how my lawyers were saying, it's the fact that it's just my skin color. People thinking that I'm supposed to be at a certain, which is like crash, like people expect black people to be crash test dummies. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, oh, you a hood nigga. Oh, you supposed to be like this. Like, what? Yeah, what you thinking? Like, I think niggas should just resolve that shit peacefully, quietly, like, you feel me? Like, and just like, that's what I tried. I tried. He didn't even reach out to me or nothing. Like, this is nothing. Like, he's still thinking that this shit is a joke. He's gonna find out when he go to preliminary hearing, and that's when his people are gonna try to reach out because they're gonna realize how bad this shit is. How much money you looking for? Like, what you feel me? It's not how much I'm looking for. It's what I'm suing for. What stands in the bracket to what it is. You know what I'm saying? But that comes with a lot. It comes with a lot of different reasons. It's 4 different lawsuits. I feel what you thinking. Wow, how you thinking that shit look though? Like, you feel me? Like, what you mean? Like, just like, you know, from the perspective of just like outside looking in, you feel me? Like, oh, I feel good because I know who this dude is, and I know he never looked down to nobody. He really not who people think they like. When the smoke clears, he's not that person. You get what I'm saying? So if he would have did, you gotta understand. I knew Rocky before anybody. He knew my brother died. He knew I was fucked up. He knew Tacopina was fucked up. He knew a lot of people. He knew everybody's situation. This man is Mr. 6 months. You know what I'm saying? He come around, he tell you, yeah, he gonna fix shit, and you don't even have to put money to fix shit. And then guess what? You're gonna see Rocky for another 6 months. He got new bodyguards, he in new situations. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, he robbed people to sleep so much to how can you even feel sympathy? You get what I'm saying? Because when do I get my sympathy? You get what I'm saying? Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Why you don't just take like a couple eggs and chill? You feel me? Like, it's not to me. That's not the way how it goes. When you do a lawsuit, I try to do it that way. You see what he said when I sent you that? What you call it? Yeah, I feel. But how about now? You feel me? How about now? Though, you feel me? It's true. It's too late. It's too late. My lawsuit is still there already with the niggas. When I went to the lawyers filed the police the evidence, but you can't sue somebody with circumstances like that without criminal actions because it's such a heinous crime. So there's no way you can like withdraw the lawsuit type of shit and then, you know, or just settle type of shit, you feel me? No, he would settle, and then that means that I would go to court or wouldn't do anything, and he have to go against the state, and it would be way less. Yeah, man. So that's attempt murder. That's not like me He told me fuck off, go to the police. He told me this type of shit. If I was to put that out, when I sent you, if I was to put that out to the world, bro, they would laugh at him. I'm not the toughest nigga in the world. I don't know too many gangster niggas that's gonna come at Rocky. He's a millionaire, bro. That shit can come from anywhere. He decided to firearm me. That was the worst thing ever. He should have had somebody who did that, because when you do that, that means not only are you jeopardizing your career, you're jeopardizing yourself and everybody you're around. So you gotta take that threat out, because that's the only way I would think. Yeah, man. Shit. Like, who gets cool after somebody firing on you 5 times, bro? Nobody. Yeah, even if niggas like settle, you feel me? Like, then none of that could come out. None of that could come out then, because I can put it up, but then that's what I'm signing the NDA for, and that's what my lawsuit takes in place. You get what I'm saying? So why don't niggas just do that? Like, if you gonna be trying to get waiting, bro, he's waiting to go to the hearing because he don't know. Rocky don't even know the shit I sent you like that. I mean, I would probably talk to him and shit and figure out, you know, like, some. I don't even want to know message relayed like that, because he had over years to reach out to me, bro. I'm not the hardest person to reach. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. He chose to do that. Like, when you see what I just sent you the other day, how he reacted off of me hitting up John to try to figure out what we're gonna do here before I even get up a lawyer or anything. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, he don't want to hear nothing from nobody, bro. Like, like, some people is like that. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, to the shit. And I don't want to jeopardize what you have going on, anything that you spoke to me. Like, don't ever put yourself involved in this shit, bro. Plus, I feel, man. My people start looking at you funny, and I don't need you feeling like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. It just trickled down to everyone, you feel me? Like, even if you didn't do it, you feel me?
Transcript as People's 31.
All right, this is what's, the audio is IMG0794.
Roughly, yes.
All right, so the last transcript is 31.
And it is a much shorter call. That was part 2. This one's 07942. This one's 07942. Oh, yeah. Yes.
This is part of the August 16th call?
Yes. I think it's, as he said, the end of the call, we had to cut it up. This one?
I'm trying to think if niggas could like help out and like try to talk to the nigga. He's going to say, bro, he's not even a trouble person, bro. I'm gonna be honest, especially with this type of state of mind. He got 2 more days to go to court. I mean, I would probably talk to him and shit and figure out, you know, like some. I don't even want no message relayed like that, because he had over years to reach out to me, bro. I'm not the hardest person to reach. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. He chose to do that. Like, when you see what I just sent you the other day, how he reacted off of me hitting up John to try to figure out what we're gonna do here before I even get up a lawyer or anything. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, he don't want to hear nothing from nobody, bro. And to like, some people is like that. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, to the shit. And I don't want to jeopardize what you have going on, anything that you spoke to me. Like, don't even put yourself involved in this shit, bro. Plus, I feel, man. My people start looking at you funny, and I don't need you feeling like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. It just trickled down to everyone, you feel me? Like, even if you didn't do it, you feel me? Like, everybody's career who worked for him. You feel me? So everybody who worked for him, but he did that because he's stingy, bro. I can't not do what I'm doing and think about everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Because I gotta worry about myself and worry about what the fuck happened to me. He wasn't thinking about nobody. Everybody's thinking like that, but then when it comes unforgivable, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, this ain't something like, if it's a fight, you punch me, I can sue you, you don't go to jail, bro, you fired on me. Man, niggas not trying to go to jail, that's what I'm saying. Like, niggas can find some resolution. If they thinking about how much you want to get and shit, you don't even know. I already know. I'm getting 30 M's. Yeah. That's crazy, son. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm getting 30 M's. That's why I'm not like, you feel me? I'm a smart nigga, bro. What the cops gonna say? What the cops gonna say? You feel me? Because niggas are trying to go to jail type shit. Like, he's gonna have to deal with that and his political ties and everything else. Because once I walk away, when I get my cash, the case is way weaker. It's just like a domestic violence case. If you was to hit your bitch and your bitch wants to keep on going through with the situation, you go down. But if you're not there, then you're going against the state and it's way weaker. But at the question, what's going on at court? You feel me? Like the just against the state type of shit. If I'm not there, if he pays me out through my lawsuit, I'll walk away. And then it's gonna be the case behind me because I'm trying another highway to relax. You get what I'm saying? They're gonna be scrambling to find me because now they have to go against Rocky, the state, and they have evidence in San Antonio, but it's not going to be the same when you present it to a jury and you don't have a complaining witness. You get what I'm saying? So now they're going to have to offer him a deal.
You repeatedly, during this conversation, kept going back to saying things like, and could drop the shit, meaning the lawsuit, correct?
Yes, and given how odd to mediate the situation.
Would you agree that with what I just played to you, there are approximately 10 different times where you suggest to Relli that he could drop this shit, drop the lawsuit? Would you agree?
It was an option to mediate the situation, right?
Would you agree that in what I just played you a moment ago, this is on page 4 of the last transcript, he says, like, this ain't something like it was a fight and punching you. I could sue you. You're going to jail, bro. You're fired on me. And you respond, yeah. Ends not trying to go to jail, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, ends could find some resolution. You are saying to him that ASAP Rocky doesn't want to go to jail, and you are saying you want to find a resolution that involves money, correct?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
I'm saying when people are charged with things, if they're not guilty or if they're guilty, sometimes the repercussion is jail. And let me finish. And I personally don't like seeing people go to jail. So.
Do you have a problem with people going to jail if they shoot at somebody?
No.
You don't want them to go to jail even for that, correct?
No, if you're guilty of a crime, you should go to jail within the justice system, right?
So your position is, I just want to be clear because you said both. Your position is that if ASAP Rocky is guilty, if he did this, then he should be convicted.
Objection.
He's already said he said previously that he did not want anybody convicted of any crime where they went to jail. This goes to that was the first 5 minutes of his examination. I then clarified. So this goes to his bias and
Stop. Read the questions I give you again.
Which question?
The last.
Can I just re-ask? Make it faster?
Yes, definitely.
Isn't it true that whether he committed this crime or not, you do not want him to be convicted?
Objection.
Let's go to bias.
I think I answered this. If you're committed of a crime, there's repercussions, guilty and not guilty.
You're not answering the question.
Listen to my question.
Okay.
If he committed this crime, isn't it true that even if that's correct, even if he committed the crime, you do not want him to be convicted?
If he committed a crime, then he should be convicted.
And you're saying that's what you want. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You said that you were here to mediate, right?
I think I said it 10 times now.
Yeah. And mediate means you talk to both sides, right?
Yes.
So when you tried to mediate with Terrell on May 12th, and then you called the defendant, tell me about the conversation you had with him where you were mediating.
Who's him?
Rocky. Tell me about that conversation.
It's argumentative, and he's yelling at me.
Oh, no.
Well, the conversation is I'm hearing his side.
And what was his side? What did he say?
He really just said it was really just an argument, and they felt differences between situations.
He admitted to you that he had shot at Relli, correct?
Incorrect.
Did he ever tell you during that conversation, hey, listen, it was a prop gun? Did he ever say that?
No.
Well, if you're trying to mediate and you're trying to figure out a resolution, and you talk to one party and you've heard what they have to say, then don't you have to go back to ASAP Rocky and say, hey, listen, Relli is saying you shot him. Did you not say that to him?
Mediating sometimes is hearing both sides and giving some options.
So what was the side he gave to you for what happened? What did Rocky tell you happened?
I just told you.
No, I want to know specifically, what exactly did he say happened?
Excuse me, objection. Is there a reason he's yelling at the witness?
What exactly did he tell you happened?
I don't recall the specifics. I just told you the general overview.
You don't recall the specifics of whether ASAP Rocky told you whether he shot the defendant or not? Sorry, the victim or not? You don't recall that?
No.
Yes, answer.
What? So he might have told you that he shot the victim, you just don't remember. Is that correct?
Incorrect.
Well, so you just said you don't remember. Now you're saying, no, he didn't tell me that he shot him. So if you don't remember, how do you know that's not what he said?
Well, I don't want to be wrong.
Well, so that's what I just told you.
Fair question.
As you sit here, sir, you said you were trying to mediate this dispute between Rocky and Relli. You talked to Relli, and Relli gave you a lengthy version of what happened on that November night, correct?
Correct.
So my question to you is, if you're going to mediate, you have to have asked Rocky what happened, correct?
Correct.
So what you're saying is, I asked him what happened, but I don't remember what he said, correct?
Correct. I said I don't remember the details.
And let me ask you, if he would have told you, hey, I shot him with a prop gun, you would sure as heck remember that, wouldn't you?
Not necessarily.
So you would not remember if ASAP Rocky was saying, hey, everything Relli said is not true, I shot him with a prop gun.
I don't recall specifics.
So as you sit here, you would agree that you understand, as I'm asking this question, that if you admit that ASAP Rocky either told you he shot Relli or admitted that it wasn't a prop gun, you understand that will be very bad.
Objection to relevancy of what this witness understands is bad for Rocky. Your Honor, you want to let that question go?
That's not.
No speaking objection.
Oh, okay.
The question
Read that question back.
The question goes to bias. Bias
That's
is...
not about bias.
What's that?
It's not about bias. Listen to the question. It's asking for his opinion of what happens to him.
Your Honor, this is the long speaking objection.
The question is designed to elicit an answer, and the answer could go to bias and interest in the result of the trial.
The question you write back.
Yes.
So as you sit here, you would agree that you understand, as I'm asking this question, that if you admit that ASAP Rocky either told you he shot Relli or admitted that it wasn't a prop gun, you understand that will be very bad for you.
It's a fair question.
Yes, I understand.
Is it still your testimony that as you sit here, that you have testified as an unbiased witness? Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You said that you don't recall specifically what ASAP Rocky told you during this mediation, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you something. Do you believe, as you sit here, whether it's true or not, do you believe that it is reasonable that you can have a mediation with ASAP Rocky about what happened during this incident, and you have no memory of what he told you? Does that sound reasonable to you?
Yes.
That sounds reasonable.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Was this a formal mediation, sir? Were you a mediator?
This is leading, this is direct examination.
Was this a formal, you just asked a million questions about this mediation. Were you performing a formal mediation?
No.
Okay. Now, let's get back to something. Sir, you were brought in here by the defense to authenticate 2 tapes, nothing more.
Objection, this is leading.
Why were you brought in here by the defense?
To
That's going to
verify.
call for speculation.
Overruled.
Speculation.
To verify.
Overruled.
To verify audio that was said by the victim that wasn't me or him.
Okay. That you heard Mr. Ephron say was fake?
Correct.
That's why you brought here?
Yes.
You were cross-examined for 2+ hours.
Objection, that's argumentative already.
Sustained.
So all those questions that you just asked for, how many minutes it was, sir?
Objection, argumentative question can't be said.
The question hasn't been asked. The question hasn't been asked yet. It's premature.
Okay.
All the questions you just asked by Mr. Lewin, did he once ask you?
Objection, argumentative.
Did he ask the question?
You've got to let him finish the question.
Good.
You've got to let him finish the question.
You all right?
No, don't talk to each other.
Here's the question. Mr. Lewin asked you once if you fabricated those tapes, like Mr. Ephron swore to the jury.
Objection.
No.
Objection, it's irrelevant, it's also outside the scope.
Overruled.
No, he never asked me.
Never asked you that. There's 2 things, by the way, on these transcripts that were played that I would like to just ask you about. I'm not going to replay them because I want to get dry here in 5 minutes, okay? On page 7 of the transcript prepared by the district attorney, which was the May 12, 2022 transcript. If you find that, let me know, sir. So you have 1 second for that. It's May 20.
May 12, 2022, page 7,
Yes, sir. On the top,
line
226.
what does it say?
Where Mr. Ephron says, and this was played right for you in the jury, whether I cripple him because he's a multimillionaire, bro, I'm not having nobody shoot at me where I'm taking it on the chin, and 2, I'm not about to spin on Rocky's block. I'm already a millionaire. And then you say N-word. See that?
Yes.
Okay. So there he's telling you he's a millionaire,
Yes.
Mr. Ephron. Are you aware that he testified in this courtroom that what he told you was not true there?
Objection, relevance, it's also improper.
Sustained.
On page 13 of the August 16, 2022 transcript, and it's the 974-2, like this. 974-2, it's August 16, 2022.
Which page were you at?
Page 13. Again, so this was played for you in the jury, and it's not played again, but I'm just going to read it. The top attribution to Mr. Ephron, lines 2 through 6. Mr. Ephron said to you in this recorded call, he chose to do that, like, and you've seen what I just sent you the other day, how he reacted off of me hitting up John, trying to figure out what we're going to do here before I even hit up the lawyer or anything. Did you see that?
Yes.
Did you hear that?
Yes.
And who do you understand John to be?
Rocky's old manager.
Okay. And he's saying here he hit up John before he even hit up a lawyer, right?
Yes.
Okay. The first question I asked you, one of the snippets I played to you earlier, and it was played again by the district attorney, and don't worry about the transcript, is that Mr. Ephron said to you, you heard in this courtroom, both when I was asking you questions and Mr. Lewin. You know what I'm saying? You asked for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion. Remember that?
Yes.
When Mr. Ephron said to you, and you just heard it, I'm getting 30 M's, the DA won't find me, I'll be relaxing on an island. Were those words fake, or was that Mr. Ephron?
That was Mr. Ephron.
You didn't put those words in his mouth?
No.
This is outside the scope of cross, I never asked about any, I never asked about any actual, whether the words were real or not.
All right.
It's outside the scope, motion,
He's not going to be able to come back for any more questions.
And are
Whether
you
it's outside the scope or not, it's a fair question.
Are you sure, sir? You didn't come here to authenticate these tapes. You can get 2 business class tickets for 13-hour flights over the 30-second period.
objection, leading and argument.
No argument.
It's leading.
It is.
Why did you come here again, sir?
To verify lies that were told in my name. And
Why?
Because audio was played to the victim and he was saying they were fake. So I wanted to confirm that they were real.
Thank you.
All right. No.
I have 2 questions, Your Honor.
2?
Yes.
Okay, what's question number 1?
I need
Question
to
number
say
1
my
is?
questions again. Question number 1 is going to be, in answering the questions that you were just asked, does any of the questions, do they change what happened on the night of November 6th?
Objection. It's no purpose.
The answer is obviously no.
Well, Your Honor,
Nothing is.
when you say it's obviously no, it doesn't mean.
The question goes without asking, without saying. It can't change what happened in the past. Ask question number 2. It's an irrelevant question.
One moment, Your Honor. As you sit here on that witness stand, answering questions, isn't it true that with every question you've been asked, you have been thinking, how is my answer going to impact whether or not that man is convicted?
Yes, sir.
No.
All right, folks. Thank you again for staying over. We'll resume tomorrow at 10:30. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else, and we will see you tomorrow.
Everyone's known,